this week to make themselves available in New York before they go to Philadelphia, help themselves out. Because when we get done with these interviews, we assess these players, just their personality alone. And I do think there's a benefit for that. It doesn't translate to success in the NFL, but I do think it allows you to have your moment where you're being interviewed on the NFL Network, this show, local shows as well. Yes, Eden.
How does being in New York and being available to the media translate to scouts wanting to pick them higher in the draft?
It doesn't, because they've already, I think, decided what they're going to do. I think this is more for our consumption of having somebody on. Now you get a chance to talk to Deshaun Watson face-to-face, Patrick Mahomes face-to-face. And I think that there's a benefit also when they show their personality. If you're a big enough, and at a quarterbacking position, you can make money, as Paulie said. Deshaun Watson came on with an Old Spice T-shirt on. So we had 2 other sponsorships this week. You're making money. Not everybody does. But when you get to the draft, I would absolutely go to the draft. If I thought I was a top 15 pick, yes, I would go for that moment there. I don't think the NFL is using these players. If the players are smart, they're using the NFL as well. Yes, Paul.
I was watching CSN Chicago the other day, and they were doing old draft clips, and they showed Jim McMahon. He was the number 5 pick in the draft out of BYU, and he gets drafted. He's out, I think, in California, wherever he lived. They flew him to Hallis Hall in Chicago. So the next morning, live on local news, they showed Jim McMahon getting off O'Hare in a limo. He pulls up to Hallis Hall. He gets out in a T-shirt, shorts, flip-flops, and a tall boy of Budweiser at like 11:45 in the morning, and he cracks it and he walks in. Can you imagine if somebody did that today? Let's say Mitch Trubisky got drafted by Jacksonville.
But what would be the label of McMahon before he even got to the draft?
But
this is a guy that BYU said, hey, we're done with the football season, Jim. We would like for you to leave the university. Imagine how that would play out with the scouts of these teams. He basically got kicked out of BYU. We're going to use you because you're great at football. We don't have any more use for you,
like
Jim.
3 minutes after the last game ended, probably.
Yeah. He's in the locker room. They don't even let him go back to clean out his dorm. They're like, Jim, can you come with us? We have a plane. Budweiser. All right, did we come up with a poll question, McLovin? Is this the over-under number of quarterbacks first round?
Yes, but I even took it one step further, and you have to guess the combination of which quarterbacks go first. So I put on the website, you can vote for Trubisky, Trubisky-Watson combo, Trubisky-Watson-Mahomes, Trubisky-Watson-Mahomes.
Oh, God.
Davis.
No, you can't do this.
No, I mean Webb, not Davis.
Like NFL Live wouldn't even do something like this.
Wait, hold on. Let me get this whole thing out. Trubisky, Mahomes, Watson, Webb, Davis, Webb.
No.
Davis Love.
No.
La La Land.
No, Webb Simpson. No, let's not do that.
It's basically how many QBs.
Yeah, I know. How about we just do over under 3.5?
Everyone's got 3, so I think it's going to go under, but I'll reword it then. If that's what you want. You said more detail.
No. I don't want more detail. I want less detail.
How about where does Malik Hooker go?
Yeah. Oh, don't revisit that with that. Hey, you screwed up. Don't go back to last hour with Fritzy.
Deflecting right now.
Yes. By the way, Fritzy, we had mock headlines, and he almost had a great mock headline, but he mispronounced Malik Hooker's name. It was Malik Hooker.
A prostitute. Epic fail on my part.
That would be great if the San Diego Chargers select Malik Hooker.
Not going to let that go anytime soon, obviously.
No, probably not.
What's the first round name that the commissioner is nervous about?
I was wondering about that. I didn't see any ones that could trip him up a little bit there. Maybe we can find one. By the way, it's the day 2 shower of shame. Seton O'Connor will be doing the honors coming up next hour. Mike Mayock, NFL Network. He had his mock draft, his final mock draft. He'll join us coming up top of the hour. Deshaun Kaiser, the former Notre Dame quarterback, will join us. But up next, it's Jay Glazer, the NFL on Fox. Have that for you coming up. Your phone call is always welcome, 877-3DP Show. 19 after the hour, this is the Dan Patrick Show.
Why do some cashback cards make earning bonus cashback so complicated? They limit where you can earn bonus cashback to a few places, and those places keep changing every few months. The Quicksilver card from Capital One doesn't do any of that. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere. Leave complicated behind. What's in your wallet?
Get to Golden Corral for our Meat Lovers Spectacular. On weekdays, enjoy portobello mushroom sirloin, tender baby back ribs, and more. Choose from over 150 buffet favorites, all for one low price. It's the Meat Lovers Spectacular, only at Golden Corral.
We're here in this auto graveyard to demonstrate a remarkable car polish. New Finish, the once-a-year car polish. Simply wipe it on and just wipe it off. It's that easy. And look, New Finish restored a deep, hard shine even to this weather-beaten car. We polished this car with New Finish and ran it through 52 car washes. Even after heavy-duty detergents and powerful scrubbing, the water still beads. So get New Finish.
Available at Pep Boys, Target, Ace, O'Reilly Auto, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
Okay, let's call this agent. I'm coming over right now.
The newly advanced GLE can see in your blind spot. Onboard cameras and radar can detect danger all around you. Driver assist systems can pull you back into your lane if drifting.
Hi, Chief. Hi, Bobby.
And will even help you brake if necessary. It makes driving less of a production. Lease the GLE 350 for $579 a month at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
Hit Escape with great deals on great gear, like rugged Shark Monroe fishing shoes for under $40, only at Bass Pro Shops.
There's nothing more important to me than my vacation. So when I need to book a hotel, I want someone who makes it easy to find what I want. Booking.com gets it, and with the Book Now, Pay Later feature, I don't have to pay for anything when I book. Come on, Gary!
Your vacation is very important. That's why Booking.com makes finding the right hotel for the right price easy. Visit Booking.com now to find out why we're booking.yeah.
Next stop, Phoenix, where speed is nothing if you can't handle the heat.
Brilliant move, tries to pass him on the outside.
The Phoenix Grand Prix, Saturday on NBCSN.
This Sunday, North London will be divided.
The most significant North London derby in living memory.
Premier League Sunday, Tottenham, Arsenal, Sunday at 11 on NBCSN.
Important news for women who were administered chemotherapy intravenously for breast cancer and then suffered permanent hair loss. Some women administered the breast cancer chemotherapy drug Taxotere have suffered from permanent hair loss on scalp, eyebrows, and eyelashes. If you suffered permanent hair loss after chemotherapy for breast cancer, call the law offices of Davis & Crump right now to find out if you are eligible for a cash award and medical expenses. Call now. Operators are standing by.
That the average funeral can cost more than $8,300. I didn't want my family burdened with the cost of my funeral, so I called Final Expense Direct and got a policy of my own. For as little as $1 a day, Final Expense Direct has policies that can help pay the cost of your funeral. Plus, you'll get this free family relief guide. There's no medical exam, and my policy can't be canceled.
Call now for a free quote. Call 800-672-6157.
The draft is not where somebody's going to go, oh, you know, he's getting let go.
If like the whole internet was on fire with the fact that you had just been laid off, right? And you did.
If nobody knew it, I would have said, hey, if you don't fire me before the draft, I'll work the draft for you. You can fire me after the draft.
Come back.
I would have done that instead of. Then it would have looked embarrassing if you got fired and then still chose to do the draft.
Mahomes said yesterday he's watching at home on the show.
He's watching?
He's watching at home in Texas.
Oh.
Yeah. Mahomes is not.
Yeah, he's staying home.
Yeah.
He's staying Mahomes.
All right, we'll get your phone calls coming up. 877-3DP show. Say good morning to our radio and TV partners around the country. Covering 306 radio affiliates around the country. And we also say good morning to Jay Glazer, Fox NFL Insider. Good morning, Jay.
What's going on there, buddy?
Now, is this going to be an interview where you tell me what you can tell me or what you can't tell me?
I can't talk about that.
Give me a tidbit. Give me a morsel.
You've got no, man. You got to tune into Fox Sports Radio tonight. Are you kidding me?
Well, we'll tell people to do that, but if you got to give us a tidbit where the people are going to go, all right, I got to go out of my way. I'm going to make sure that I'm listening to Jay and Chris Spielman and Joel Klatt. So give me something.
Well, last couple of years, I've had. Look, I don't tip on Twitter because I don't work for Twitter. I work for Fox, but we've been able to predict pretty well most of the picks the last couple of years out. Just because here's the thing. Right, I don't do a mock draft because I'm not going to have a team tell me, hey, this is what we're going to do, but you can't tell anybody that. So then I'm not going to lie to the fans. It doesn't make any sense. So I think as a result of that, though, and then teams, they definitely will call, inquire, say, look, if we're looking at this guy, what are you hearing? Where do we have to move? Do we have to move up here? Can we get out of there? Is this real? Is it not real? So for me, I love it. It's our version of our own little intelligence community.
All right, but who is everybody curious about? Either what player or what team?
Who's everybody curious about? I mean, everybody's curious about the quarterbacks, and people are all over the place on the quarterbacks. This is kind of a different draft than most drafts. The deepest position is tight end, believe it or not. And it's probably the deepest it's ever been in the last 2 decades. But that's obviously not flashy. Nobody says, oh, my gosh, this guy's going to change everything for me. The thing that always gets me is that they still go on, well, this guy, all his projections, he has his size, speed, height, all this stuff. But it's totally different when you come in this level. These scouts and these coaches, I think that they don't analyze enough based on, all right, this guy now has 24 hours a day. What's he going to do with it? They go off of, all right, this is what he did when he was able to work his craft 3 hours a day. And, man, if he works harder with us, we can really mold him. But in my opinion, they don't put enough effort into whether or not that guy's going to really outwork the world on the next level.
Do you think the Browns are locked in at who they're going to take at number 1?
I think that pick, I do think they love Garrett. I do think they like quarterback. I think they're trying to figure out what they do there. They're trying to sell it as best they can. The quarterbacks also, like for me, if I have to go with somebody, I love Watson because he's going to work his butt off. And people say, well, he has accuracy issues. Man, it's college. Half these guys don't run the right routes anyway. But the guy all he's done is one. You know he's going to work. It kind of has that Russell Wilson in him where he's just going to outwork the world. It scares me whenever you have somebody who they say, well, he started 1 year or he is, didn't have the greatest record. He couldn't beat out this person, but, man, he's so athletic. Tell me about that about Tom Brady. Right, and that's where, again, these guys kind of get it wrong. Look at Tom. Tom has just outworked the world. Look at Drew Brees. He outworks the world. And you have all these other guys coming there with all these great athletic skills, and they don't pan out in this next level because they just don't get it.
But that happened with Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf. Leaf had as much, if not more, talent than Peyton, but Peyton was going to outwork Ryan Leaf, and that was, one of the knocks on Ryan was he felt entitled and he wasn't going to work hard.
Yeah, and obviously I know you guys had Ryan on, I think, yesterday, and the work he's doing with us with our MVP, which is unbelievable. And that's why, we've always kind of had this little saying in this work we do with our veterans and our ex-players, like, why you don't, Ryan tried to take his own life, right? And thank God he didn't, because if he did, he never would have been able to help out all these, thousands or hopefully eventually millions of people he could help out. You just never know what lies around next Tuesday.
He's Jay Glazer of Fox.
I know I'm getting off on a little tangent here with Ryan, but I'm really appreciative that you guys have had him on and let him tell that story. If it panned out the way everybody thought it would, and he was this great player, he wouldn't be saving lives like he is right now.
Jay Glazer, Fox NFL Insider, Fox Sports Radio tonight at 8 Eastern. Joel Klatt and Chris Spielman joining Jay as he can tell you who's going to go. Do you have any problem telling people who's going to be picked before they're picked?
No, I usually, on the radio, I'll tell you 5 picks out. And then I'll tell you this is actually where their board is, this is where they're looking. I'll do as good a job as I can as predict it and make it kind of add to the subterfuge as much as possible. Last year, the crazy thing that happened, obviously, is Tunsil. Yeah. As they're everybody's on the clock, they're calling everybody they possibly can. I'm sure I'm not just the only insider. Teams are calling, going, what do you know about this gas mask? I'm like, I don't know. It's a freaking gas mask, a Bond gas mask. What do you want from me? I don't know. And then, but here's the thing, and it's going that same thing with Conley. if they don't have every piece of information on a kid, they're going to pull off. They want as much information as they possibly have. And a guy like Tunsil last year, yeah, was it bad luck? Yeah. But, it just goes to show you how scared off they get when they don't have every single piece of information on somebody. And this year, you're just trying to get as few question marks as you can. Right now, guys like, obviously Garrett. Solomon Thomas, people think he's the surest thing in the draft. The safety, people think that he's going to come in and immediately change the dynamic of your locker room. I still look, if you got a guy like Fournette, he will completely change the culture of your offense. And then we talked about guys who outwork the world. For me, McCaffrey's a no-brainer. Absolute no-brainer. If he can't do something, he'll end up working hard enough to figure out how to do it.
Would you take him over Fournette?
Depends what kind of offense I run. If I'm running an offense where I just want to pound the rock 30 times a game, like the Vikings had with Adrian Peterson, I'm going with Fournette. If I'm kind of trying to spread things out and be really unique and use them in all different ways, obviously I can go with McCaffrey, but it really just depends what kind of offense you run. I don't think you go wrong with either guy. I think Fournette's one of these guys that don't come along too often. So I just think naturally, because he's going to punish you. He will immediately change the face of your offense. He will wear people out on the other side of the ball. And it's like he's just going to keep throwing, straight power shots and power shots and power shots and power shots until he starts breaking you down. Then you can start hitting that defense all over the field.
By the way, speaking of power shots here, sell me on Conor McGregor actually beating Floyd Mayweather if it happens. Just the format of just boxing.
That's like saying, look, he is fighting Floyd in Floyd's sport. It's two totally different sports. It's a completely limited art. But all I could say is what's behind Conor's ribcage, he's different. Anytime that dude wills himself to do stuff that the rest of us can't. And do I give him a puncher's chance? Of course I give him a puncher's chance. They're both counter punchers. But he's fighting in Floyd's sport. He's not fighting in Conor's sport. That's like when Jared Hayne, who's the best rugby player in the world, or Australian rules football player in the world, came over in the NFL. He barely made the 49ers. But if you took somebody over here from the NFL and put him over in, Aussie rules football, the same would probably happen. I'd be interested in the fight. I think Conor has nothing to lose. I think he has zero to lose. The thing about this fight here, too, Floyd fights guys who he kind of knows he's going to beat. I think what makes you the greatest fighter of all time is not an undefeated record. You go find guys who can beat you, and then if they do, you figure out a way to come back and beat them. That's what the Ali's of the world did.
But what about, here's my idea. I give Floyd 6 rounds to knock out Conor McGregor, then after that we go MMA.
I like it. How about 3 rounds? I like that one.
I like that too, but Floyd's not going to knock him out, I don't think. So,
I don't know. Look, this is what Floyd does, though. The best record of all time.
But he doesn't knock people out, though.
He should. But it's 12 rounds. It's completely different. He should, given everything he has. Yeah. Right? This is his sport. He says he's the greatest of all time at that sport. He should knock Conor out. It's the bottom line. But, it's a different sport that Conor's moving into. But, man, Conor is so smart. He definitely has power in both hands. Do I give him a puncher's chance? Yeah, but he has nothing to lose. If Floyd beats him in boxing, so well, he was supposed to lose in boxing.
And he gets $100 million. All right, leave the audience with this. The one player you think changes the first round of the draft?
The one player I think changes the first round of the draft is Trubisky. I think he changes it because there's so much movement. There's going to end up also being look, everybody's so split on these quarterbacks. The other day I talked to one coach who absolutely couldn't stand Kaiser. Couldn't stand him at the owners' meeting. And then I talked to him the other day, and I said, you still have it listed. And this guy had Mahomes above everybody, where most don't. I said, you still have it the same? He said, no, I love Kaiser now. I said, what do you mean you love Kaiser? A month ago, you couldn't stand him. He said, well, that's before I worked on 4 things with his footwork, and I talked to him 2 weeks later, and he had picked it up. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Wow.
And I'll tell you this, too. Teams right now, as we speak, teams still don't have their board set. It's amazing. They've had 365 days to do this, and they still are going to mess around with the board right up until they're on the clock. It's unbelievable.
You can Check out Jay with Joel Klatt, Chris Spielman, live streaming their draft coverage on Fox Sports coming up tonight. Jay, thanks for joining us as always.
Thank you, Hanson. Who misses you?
Thank you, buddy. That's Jay Glazer. He can beat you up. Seton wrestled with Jay Glazer. It was a couple of years ago. Didn't you? You gave him all that he could handle and then some.
I sure did. Yeah, he had to bring a bunch of his boys with him, but
9 crazy seconds.
But he's one of those guys that you always have to watch out. If he sneaks up on you, like he did when we were in New York one day.
He put you in a sleeper chokehold, and your neck hurt for a couple days.
And I said, dude, don't do that.
And the thing was, it wasn't on camera. That's why I was upset.
Yeah, and I said, Jay, don't do that. All right? Don't do that. Because if I just went up behind you and took a baseball bat to the back of your, neck, how would you feel?
Jay has no neck.
That's true. He's just got a long head. I guess it's just Mr. Potato Head. It just sits there on his shoulders there. Yes, Fritzy.
He thinks he's being playful. He's a little teddy bear, but he's one of those guys that gives you a little shot in the arm, and then you have a dead arm for a week and a black and blue mark.
But he's an MMA guy, so he feels like he has to be physical every time he sees you.
he gives you the shot in the arm, like the hey, let's go get a drink kind of thing, and hits you in the arm.
Yeah. Like, how about you just say, let's go get a drink? You don't have to hit me. All right? How about that?
How?
That hurts. All right, we'll come back with your phone calls here. Let's see. We have the drinking game already. Right, Paulie?
We have Know Your Draft cliches, if you want it.
Oh, I love that. All right, that's coming up. By the way, busy final hour. We'll talk to Deshaun Kaiser and Mike Mayock at the top of the hour as well. This is the Dan Patrick Show.
I'm a wild child. I don't need a touch screen. I need to feel something real.
Nature is my playground. And this is my participation trophy.
I need to experience things, make memories, but I can't make it there on my own.
I need you to take me fishing.
Nature made it delicious. We made it a snack. Chobani Flip.
At Men's Warehouse, expert stylists help you choose a complete suit package. Suit, dress shirt, and tie for just $1.99. And all shoes are 30% off. Plus, get all your casual looks with buy one, get one free. At Men's Warehouse.
The end of civilization is upon us. Hold your loved ones close.
It's love never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Tomorrow. It's now.
Previously on the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue tonight on NBCSN.
Welcome to Russia, where Team Mercedes reign undefeated as the competition heats up. Will anyone crash their party? Welcome to life at the speed of F1, the Russian Grand Prix, Sunday on NBCSN.
Dial it back down.
How do you? Oh, no, you got to do it like you got to move it.
Oh, I move it back? Oh, like that. Oh, okay. Ooh, sorry. What's that for?
What's a duel for?
Okay, here we go.
It's lined up correctly. For somebody who's about 5'11".
I like how you're helping me adjust it to hit you. Like, oh, no, we got to get it right here. No, move it over here.
It's like if it's coming at you, you got to catch it or you get hit.
What about if Wild Bill gets there with the camera?
Will the camera move?
Do I have to break? Do I have to? How do I move that?
Well, I mean, he's got it down.
Oh, okay.
I've got a mental implant in that area.
I thought that he would be able to stand there, take a cup check, and still be able to.
No.
He would not?
No, I don't believe so.
Here he is. Here we go.
If you get up early to get more done, if you believe hard work makes you stronger, don't settle for anything less than the hardest working, smoothest riding side-by-side ever built. Polaris Rangers help you haul more, pull more, dump more, and make more of your free time when the work is done. To do more. And now's the time to get up to $1,200 cash back during the Polaris Spring Sales Event.
Saw this article from Darren Ravel from the Mothership. Remember the Steph Curry basketball shoes with Under Armour? Under Armour's boss, Kevin Plank, admitted that the sales for the current signature basketball shoe for Curry were disappointing. Our success in basketball hasn't been without its learning, according to Plank. As we launched the Curry 3 late last year, our expectations continued to run high. And while the 3 played very well on court for Stephen Curry and our athletes, a sluggish signature market and a warm consumer reception led to softer than expected results. Sales of Curry shoes continued to rise. Under Armour continued to raise the price of the shoes. Price for Curry 1 debuted $120, and then prices went up to, on the Curry 2, $130. And then the 2.5, $135, and then the Curry 3 went to $140. Suggested retail price of Curry's playoff shoe, the 3-0, went back to $100. How many shoes has he got?
I'm looking at the current one. They're pretty cool.
Well, the other ones weren't.
No, they were like the shoes you see people wear on the train in New York City to work, and then they switch to work shoes.
Women will do that.
Yes.
They'll wear tennis shoes, and when they're commuting, then they'll put their heels on. They'll have their shoes in their bag when they get to...
They look like a comfortable pair of walking shoes.
Yeah. I just didn't like the way they looked. Yes,
I just had a real Back to the Future moment where I was looking and I'm like, stare down density? What kind of saying is that? Oh, stare down destiny. Oh.
That's a lot of shoes. Why not just have a shoe? You got all these different ones.
You got to release a new one every season.
But he had a playoff shoe. I understand you want to do Curry 1, Curry 2, Curry 3, but then there's a 2.5, and then there's a 3-0. No. It's hard, just getting one great-looking shoe. What's a great-looking shoe now that somebody endorses? Is there a shoe? And I know we're not in the demo to buy these shoes. But here's the hard part. Let's say your kid is 16 years of age, 17, 15, and you're going to go pay $140 for these shoes? Fritzy, your son is, 14. Does he want signature shoes by somebody?
He does like that stuff.
But do you buy them for him?
It depends. It depends on the cost. You got to, draw the line somewhere. But we've been to malls and stuff where he starts giving you that guilt trip. This friend's got it. This guy's got it. This kid's got it. I want a pair of those too. So we'll indulge within reason. But he's into the players' sneakers and stuff.
Who else has a signature shoe? It feels like everybody sort of falls under the Jordan brand.
Yeah, then there's that weird Kanye West Yeezy shoe set. Yeah. Which is very expensive, but people like too. So it's even expanded beyond athletes a little bit.
But that's like a collector's item, though.
Oh, okay. That's not like you go to Foot Locker and buy.
If there were Yeezy boat shoes, I would get them. That'd be nice. A nice, comfortable summer boat shoe.
There's a shoe store in New York that's got all of these different brands and styles and colors that you can't get elsewhere, or you can, but it's really hard to get. but the prices are astronomical for these things. But you have people who just collect shoes. I mean, that's their version of collecting art. They have shoes. And I used to collect them. You know, I had as many, but I would actually get used ones. So I remember getting a pair of shoes that were worn by a Hall of Fame basketball player, and it was size 14. It didn't fit me, but I still love the way they look. And then you would just have them there for people to see. I had a point guard on the basketball team in college who had Converse All-Stars with just the star on it, and he wore size 9. Well, they didn't fit me, but I loved the way the shoes looked. But I was all in on the sneakers at that age. You know, but even Converse high tops back then were pretty cool. The Adidas Superstar was the shoe. I still think it's the best shoe ever made. As far as it looks great, sounds great on the floor, wear it with jeans, or I can, wear it when I'm sticking jumpers right in your face. You know, those are the important things. Yes, Paulie.
My favorite always were the Puma Clydes with kind of that Swedish.
Yeah, but they sweat on your socks. That's what I didn't like about them.
Really? I love the low-top Puma Clydes. I've been wearing those since 6th grade.
It was hard for a while to find a sneaker that didn't look like all gaudy. You just wanted a clean-looking sneaker. And the Air Jordans still are a clean-looking sneaker. But some of these other ones where you're going, I would never wear that. Yes, Fritz.
Yeah, I love the Puma Clydes too, especially like the blue suede ones. But as soon as they get wet or you step in a puddle, your sock gets like the dye.
But even if even if you play and you wear those sneakers, then your socks are blue. I had a pair of red suede Converse All-Stars that had 2 stripes and a star. And I remember first time I wore them, you took them off and your socks are red. Great look, though. Great look. But I still think the Adidas Superstar, best shoe ever made. Yes, Eden.
Back like 6th, 7th grade, something like that. It's Air Jordans were the big thing, and they had grapes.
Yeah,
those ones that were like purple and greenish, aqua green, kind of, and all white. And I wore them for a basketball season, and they were like the coolest sneakers I ever had. I loved them. And then as soon as the basketball season was over, for some reason, I don't know what I was thinking, but I cut my grass in them. They're like gone. And then I got done with them, and I'm like, oh man, why? That was the moment that taught me. There's only some sneakers you cut your grass in, and some that you don't.
But what's aside from Air Jordan? What's the next best-selling signature tennis shoe?
Bo Jackson had those cross trainers for a while when he was the biggest thing. They did very well.
Yeah,
short period of time.
But I don't know if does James Harden have a shoe with Adidas that people are buying? I know they signed him up to that big contract. And I don't go to Foot Locker or some of these other places or Dick's Sporting Goods and look at those shoes. But I'm curious, what is the shoe? Yeah, Paulie.
I remember when I was maybe 15 buying the Patrick Ewing new Adidas because I loved Ewing. And he was just maybe a second year with...
But that was the Knicks colors, weren't they?
Yes, blue and orange.
Yeah.
And I had no game. I was about 130 pounds. I had these huge Patrick Ewing Adidas size 10.5s. Walk around like a total poser.
Patrick Ewing. I think the Pumas are maybe the best shoe to wear when you're just wearing jeans. Those suede Pumas. But I remember the Clyde when Walt Frazier first came out with the Clydes. And anything that Walt Frazier wore I thought was cool. But those shoes were bad. They're badass.
If you like Puma, you like Adidas Gazelles. The low top, it kind of, has that suede color look. Kind of comfortable low top. Not really for athletics, more for just for show and jeans.
And Ricky Fowler's done a good job, Usain Bolt, with the Puma brand there. But I don't know if can we find out what's the second best selling signature shoe out there?
All we know is Jordan's making a lot of money off whatever it is.
Yes, he is.
Well, I'm looking at a list here from Kixologists.com.
Yeah.
And they have ranked the top 50 all-time signature shoes.
All right, we'll take a break, and we'll run down that list. But I'm curious right now, is Steph Curry's shoe still number 2 on the list? Or, I don't know, does anybody else have this signature shoe? Is LeBron's shoe, is that a big seller? I don't know. All right, we'll see if we can get that information there for you. Also, we have the draft night drinking game. Busy final hour. Mayock will join us top of the hour with his final mock draft. And Deshaun Kaiser, the former Notre Dame quarterback, will join us as well. We'll get to your phone calls coming up next. Dan Patrick Show.
escape with great gear from Bass Pro Shops. And for a limited time, save up to $6,700 on select Arctic Cat side-by-sides.
La Quinta presents How to Win at Business. Step 1. Point decisively with the arm of your glasses. Abracadabra, the stage is yours. Step 2. Choose La Quinta, the only hotel where you can redeem loyalty points for a free night instantly and win at business.
This golf course tests every aspect of your game. And I think that's why you see such a variation of winners here. Might technically be the hardest tournament to win in the world.
The Players, May 11th to the 14th on Golf Channel and NBC.
Next stop, Phoenix, where speed is nothing if you can't handle the heat.
Brilliant move, tries to pass him on the outside.
The Phoenix Grand Prix, Saturday on NBCSN.
If you get up early to get more done, if you believe hard work makes you stronger, don't settle for anything less than the hardest working, smoothest riding side-by-side ever built. Polaris Rangers help you haul more, pull more, dump more, and make more of your free time when the work is done. Polaris Ranger, like you, we're driven to do more. And now's the time to get up to $1,200 cash back during the Polaris Spring Sales Event.
Advanced technology, durability, adorability, and baby softness. Maybe not. It takes a lot to save a galaxy, but most of all it takes, confidence. That's why there's Hanes with Fresh IQ Advanced Odor Protection Technology. It's the smart way to stay fresh enough to take on the whole stinking universe. Marvel Studios' Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 in theaters May 5th.
So this sales information isn't great.
Yeah, I mean, think about the Irish degrees with this. Those are the sickest.
You can't charge people $150 for those things. What?
Lots of people pay them.
Yeah.
You paid $150 for a pair of shoes.
I certainly have.
Here's some great shoes from the past. These are the David Fountain Air Force. Remember he had the socks with the little ball thing by the colors. They brought out these weird socks that were real thick.
Yeah, I like it, but it gets a little too thick up there. That's it, Patrick Ewing.
Patrick Ewing. Those. And then these are one of my favorites. These are the Bo Jackson cross trainers.
All right. Then you have the strap here.
Yeah,
I like that.
Very solid shoe. Just a couple of our favorites. Man, I would kill.
I am a wild child. I don't need a touchscreen. I need to feel something real.
Nature is my playground. And this is my participation trophy.
I need to experience things, make memories.
Take me fishing.
This weekend, don't miss Golden Corral's Meat Lovers Spectacular, featuring grilled sirloin topped with savory shrimp and premium hand-carved beef short ribs. Choose from over 150 buffet favorites, all for one low price. It's the Meat Lovers Spectacular, only at Golden Corral.
With the Travelocity Customer First Guarantee, your only worry will be that one rogue cloud. Get free 24-hour flight changes and our price match guarantee. Travelocity. Wander wisely.
Ooh, now we're talking. Now we're getting somewhere.
Sidney Crosby, Alex Ovechkin. The rivalry continues tonight. Caps-Penguins face off in Pittsburgh. Game 3 tonight, 7:30 Eastern on NBC. SN. Know your draft cliches. Have that for you coming up. We were also discussing, did anybody like the movie Draft Day with Kevin Costner?
Didn't you want to?
I did, but it was where they sort of wrapped it up real quickly, where he'd figured out how to get the draft pick he wanted and then get draft picks after he was screwing it up. It happened really quick. It's almost like Days of Thunder with Tom Cruise when he plays Cole Trickle. He's in last place, and then by the next lap, he's in first place, and you're going, hey, it doesn't happen that way.
Let me out of the car, Cole. Let me out of the car.
Yeah, Paul.
What NASCAR drivers really hate about like racing movies is the driver, when he decides he wants to go faster, decides to throw it down a gear as if he was in third for a while.
Yeah.
And then he said, you know what? I'm going to speed this bad boy up and throw it into fourth. Like he'd done 20 laps in third gear and just said, I'm going to put the hammer down.
We were talking sneakers. I still don't know what the second best-selling sneaker is besides Air Jordan. But Seton says there's a ranking. Now, this is top 10 sneakers of all time. This is universal?
Well, there's a lot of the same ones are in there. So, like, Kixologist's list might differ a little from Complex.
Jordan is number one.
Well, you could just say Jordan 1s are number 1, number 2, number 3,
Are
number
they?
4, number 5.
Yes.
Yeah, they're kind of. But if you break it down by personality and just sort of put them all in together.
Yeah. So Jordan is one with his brand.
Yeah. This was actually surprising to me that Complex had Stan Smith as the second one.
He hasn't played tennis in, 40 years? Stan Smith was in the late 60s, early 70s, I think. And his tennis shoe is still one of the top-selling tennis shoes or brands of all time. Crazy.
One that gets a lot of love on these lists is Penny Hardaway. The Nike Air Foamposite 1.
But do you think that had to do with the commercial with Lil Penny? In fact, I got my Lil Penny here. Was that Bill Bellamy who was the voice of Lil Penny?
Chris Rock.
It was Chris Rock, not Bill. Why did I think Bill Bellamy?
I'm almost sure it's Chris Rock. I thought we talked about it.
Oh,
remember he said, you can't guard me. The Secret Service couldn't guard me.
No, okay.
It's one of his lines.
Yeah, I got my Lil Penny doll here. I don't think it plays. Where's my Little Penny here? All right, what else do you have there, Steve?
Kobe's always really high on the list. The Allen Iverson, like you said, those.
Couldn't guard me. Can you do that for brother? I know my spot. Oh, the Secret Service couldn't guard me.
All right. That's right. It's Chris Rock. All right.
That's awesome.
What else do you have?
LeBron gets a lot of love, too. His sneakers.
I don't even know what they look like.
Oh, man, I don't even know how to describe them.
I'm not 14, so
They're like little pieces of
What
art.
about the Adidas Shell Toes? They're just a great shoe.
You know who's on here? Andre Agassi. Nike Air.
Yeah.
They're very colorful at the time. The great ad campaign.
But that was... But the ad campaign, I thought that was more about the Rebel was about a camera, not his shoes.
He did shoes. He also did clothing. He had very loud clothing back in the day. Andre Agassi.
Otto in Atlanta. Hi, Otto. What do you have for me?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to weigh in on the sneaker thing. Everybody has to release some super shoe for playoffs or whatever it is. LeBron James drops Christmas Day shoes just for Christmas Day. Michael Jordan hasn't played in years. He's up to shoe like 31, 32, and people are still buying those. I actually bought some All-Star Game edition Jordan 1s this past All-Star Game that were like $200. So they just, Steph Curry and Under Armour just has to keep up with the way the shoe game is going. I actually have a pair of the pennies you guys were talking about. I have Kobe's. I have Allen Iverson's because I grew up in the 90s. I just love that 90s look. But that's just the way the sneaker game is, and Jordan kind of messed the game up, as you would say, by making people drop shoes every year and having special editions and special colorways. And these are the Miami Beach LeBrons, or these are the birthday Steph Currys, or something like that. So it's just the way. You can't just have one shoe. You got to have multiple shoes and have the retro value, because right now they're doing retro LeBron James. Now he's still playing. And they re-released the first shoes he wore when he first came into the NBA.
Thank you, Otto. Yeah, Jordan ruined it for everybody. But that's an investment, too, with the Air Jordans. All right, final hour coming up. Deshaun Kaiser will join us. And Mike Mayock will join us as well. Dan Patrick Show.
This level of engineering, it's a performance machine. With this degree of intelligence, it's a supercomputer. With this grade of protection, it's a fortress. And with this standard of luxury, it's an oasis. The 2017 E-Class.
It's everything you need it to be, and more. Lease the E300 for $549 a month at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
The #1 rated Ego Power Plus mower. Featuring Ego's patented 56-volt arc lithium battery technology. It delivers the cutting torque of gas. The Ego mower's durable construction makes mowing in difficult conditions easy. The self-propelled model makes it effortless. And it folds flat in seconds for easy storage. The Ego Power Plus mower, exclusively at the Home Depot and Ego authorized dealers.
Nature made it delicious. We made it a snack. Chobani Flip.
La Quinta presents How to Win at Business. Step 1. Point decisively with the arm of your glasses. Abracadabra, the stage is yours. Step 2. Choose La Quinta, the only hotel where you can redeem loyalty points for a free night instantly and win at business.
Reintroducing Arby's 2 for $6 beef and turkey. Gyro? No, gyro? The gyro? Mediterranean tacos. Arby's, we have the meat.
At Men's Warehouse, expert stylists help you choose a complete suit package. Suit, dress shirt, and tie for just $1.99. And all shoes are 30% off. Plus, get all your casual looks with buy one, get one free. At Men's Warehouse.
We're here in this auto graveyard to demonstrate a remarkable car polish. New Finish, the once-a-year car polish. Simply wipe it on and just wipe it off. It's that easy. And look, New Finish restored a deep, hard shine even to this weather-beaten car. We polished this car with New Finish and ran it through 52 car washes. Even after heavy-duty detergents and powerful scrubbing, the water still beads. So get New Finish.
Available at Advance Auto, Target, Home Depot, Walgreens, AutoZone, Walmart, and other leading stores.
Life happens everywhere. Like it never even happened, only happens here. The cleanup and restoration specialists at 1-800-SERVPRO and ServPro.com.
Next stop, Phoenix, where speed is nothing if you can't handle the heat.
Brilliant move, tries to pass him on the outside.
The Phoenix Grand Prix, Saturday on NBCSN.
This Sunday, North London will be divided.
The most significant North London derby in living memory.
Premier League Sunday, Tottenham, Arsenal, Sunday at 11 on NBCSN.
Bill Bellamy.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably that's similar era, right? Bill Bellamy was really hitting it then.
He was MTV.
Yeah, he was that guy.
Yeah.
Hey, something awesome to check out, or at least I think it's awesome, on the Dan Patrick Show app right now. I'm doing a thing called Off the Seaton Path, and the first ones are up now. I went down to Philly and met up with two dudes, Dom and Kyle from the band Nothing, and we sort of did a little bit of a bar crawl kind of thing. We stopped at Les and Doreen's Happy Tap, which was awesome. We went to the Pope, which I had a little trouble figuring out why it was called the Pope. It felt kind of dumb. And we ran into just this amazing Dallas Cowboys fan in the middle of Eagles country. But you should check those out. And Nothing, the band, you can check them out. They're on Relapse Records. They have an album called Tired of Tomorrow. That was the latest. Guilty of Everything. A whole bunch of other ones. You should check those out too. And like I said, if you enjoy these, here's a quick little snippet of what we shot down in Philly. But if you like that, go check out more. Download the app. Right? With the NFL draft in town, we decided to head down I-95 to scope out the Philadelphia bar scene. And to get the authentic Philly vibe, we enlisted the help of two locals, my buddies Dominic Palermo and Kyle Kimball of the band Nothing, to show us around town.
Well, this is a place where basically it's like one of the last standstill pillars of this neighborhood. This is about as honest as it gets.
The perfect corner bar with cheap drinks, real people, and a quality jukebox.
We're headed into the Pope, the pub on Passyunk East. More of a craft beer, good food, good music, good bartenders kind of place.
All right.
the last time I was here, someone at the table was just like swinging a fork or a knife around and clipped the porcelain thing, and the whole light fixture came down on the table. And we made a quick exit out.
For the full version of this episode of Off the Seaton Path and more exclusive content, download the Dan Patrick Show app today at the app stores.
Right now, you can get a super fast car insurance quote online from the General. All you need is one of these, or one of these, and of course, one of these. Next, you go to thegeneral.com. The General's monthly payments are low. You choose your payment due date and download your proof of insurance immediately. Or get a digital ID card on your smartphone.
Get an anonymous online quote now. For a great low rate you can get online, go to the General and save some time.
Whether you work hard or play harder, now is the time to buy a new Polaris. Every ATV and side-by-side in the world's best-selling lineup is priced to move during the Polaris Spring Sales Event. Get started at Polaris.com.
Get to Golden Corral for our Meat Lovers Spectacular. On weekdays, enjoy portobello mushroom sirloin, tender baby back ribs, and more. Choose from over 150 buffet favorites, all for one low price. It's the Meat Lovers Spectacular, only at Golden Corral.
First pick in the NFL draft, the Cleveland Browns select
Dan Patrick.
DP. Should the Browns draft a quarterback at number 1?
Oh, no, you're not getting out of this bet. It's a wheel of punishment, 2 spins to 1. You took Deshaun Watson.
Doesn't the fact that the Browns legendary offensive tackle, the greatest player on the team, says they shouldn't take a quarterback number 1, guarantee that they will take a quarterback number 1?
Pretty much, yeah. They're the Browns.
McLovin should double down.
Catch up on past Wheel of Punishments on the Dan Patrick Show app.
I mentioned Joe Johnson. Do you consider yourself old?
No, I don't.
Did you play against Jordan when he was with the Wizards?
Yeah, I played against MJ when he first came back for the Wizards. I was in Boston at that time. I had to guard him, and him and Paul Pierce was talking junk. I'm thinking to myself, Paul, just kind of chill out. You know, I'm the one I got to guard.
Here he is, joined by the 4 Danettes. It's Dan Patrick.
Final hour on this Thursday. Dan and the Danettes, Dan Patrick Show. Tonight, first round of the NFL Draft. Every team feels good. At least you feel like there's hope. Got a chance. It's fun. Once the season starts, then things change. But tonight, it's the beginning of a new future here. Although for some teams, it's Groundhog's Day. Do the Browns get it right? Do the Browns go all in on Mitchell Trubisky at number 1 overall? Leonard Fournette, Christian McCaffrey. How many quarterbacks in the first round? I also feel like if you're a fan of a team, you feel a whole lot better when you draft somebody you know, or you draft a skilled position player. You can get a little more excited about Christian McCaffrey or Leonard Fournette than you can Reuben Foster. Not to say that Foster's not a great player, but it feels like, hey, I know that guy. Hey, we're going to take a quarterback here. Hey, Deshaun Watson's going to be our quarterback there. I don't know if he can play, but we know who he is. But all the mock drafts, it's over with. No more mock drafts until when's 2018 come out, McLovin?
Monday.
You going to have your mock draft?
I can.
Now, it was a year ago at this time when you had your mock draft for this year, and you said Deshaun Watson would go number 1 overall.
Yeah, I should have said Trubisky.
You didn't know who Mitchell Trubisky was.
Larry Fedora, the head coach of North Carolina, didn't know who Mr. Trubisky was. He hadn't played.
We say good morning to our radio and TV partners around the country. We'll talk to Deshaun Kaiser, the former Notre Dame quarterback. He'll join us coming up in about 20 minutes from now. But we bring in Mike Mayock, the NFL Network analyst, and was watching last night on the NFL Network as he had his final mock draft. His Twitter handle, at Mike Mayock. NFL Network provides live coverage of the 2017 NFL Draft in Philadelphia beginning tonight at 8 Eastern. How little do we know today, Mike?
These mock drafts just make me laugh because I think we got a lot of good information in that show last night, but if I went 0 for 32, it really wouldn't surprise me, and that starts with Cleveland.
All right, do you know what Cleveland... Okay, what should Cleveland do? What should they do?
I think they shouldn't hesitate and go up and hand in Myles Garrett, and I think that should be the pick, but I think what happens, Dan, is they kind of compounded a mistake from last year.
Yeah.
I thought Carson Wentz was the easiest evaluation of any quarterback I've done since Andrew Luck. And they traded that pick to the Eagles for draft picks. And I get it, but now, you're still looking for a quarterback, and you're talking about, can I get him, do you use the first pick? Do you use the 12th pick? Do you trade up from 12 to go get Mitchell Trubisky? Who, in my evaluation, I'll first want to say I could be wrong, but I think Wentz is a franchise quarterback, and Trubisky, there's nothing but question marks.
It feels like the Browns are going to go all in on Mitchell Trubisky because they feel like they could lose out on him. I don't know. It's just a weird feeling, but it's the Browns, Mike, and you're just not quite sure. Even though we've changed the front office there, it just feels like there's this cloud over the Browns that says, hey, if you think you know what we're going to do, you're wrong.
Well, they've gone all in on, the analytic group. I don't know if there's split opinion in that building with the quote football guys, starting with Hugh Jackson and his staff, but I know what they're trying to do with stockpiling draft picks, which typically is a great way to go about the draft. It just makes the odds better. But if you're staring a franchise quarterback in the face like Carson Wentz, you just got to pull the trigger. You don't have to be smarter than everybody. Just pull the trigger.
Finish this sentence. If the Browns take Mitchell Trubisky number 1 overall,
he better frickin' be a good quarterback for the next 8-10 years and win a lot of frickin' football games.
Give me the first Pro Bowl player out of this draft. The guy who's a Pro Bowler, the highest draft pick who's going to be a Pro Bowler.
That's a good question. I think Solomon Thomas from Stanford can be a Pro Bowler very quickly because I think he's a little bit like an Aaron Donald. And remember, 70% of the time defenses are in sub packages, and that's where he's going to do his damage. So I think Solomon Thomas would be really interesting pick right there.
But he's not going to be the number 1 pick in the draft.
No. How about that? By the way, the number 1 pick in the draft, if he doesn't get hurt and cares enough to work his tail off, he could be as special as any edge rusher we have in this draft. In this league, not this draft.
Is it similar to Clowney?
His numbers are very similar to Clowney, and you could make the same conversation about his tape. Was his tape always consistent? And I would say that he played through a high ankle sprain this year, which I give him credit for. So you didn't always see the explosion and the physicality that he has. The first game of the year was against UCLA when he was healthy, and he absolutely destroyed that team. He took a left tackle that's going to get drafted this weekend and knocked him from the second or third round into the 6th round in one day.
The question, quarterback with the most red flags is who?
All of them. I can't bang the table for any of them, Dan. I mean, even the high-level guys. Deshaun Watson has 17 interceptions on a national championship team, and I love Deshaun Watson. Mitch Trubisky, 13 starts. Mahomes is like Brett Favre. If something really, really good is going to happen or really, really bad, and it's going to happen every snap. Kaiser's got all the talent in the world, but he's a long way away, I think, from playing. And I can go right down the list of these quarterbacks that way.
But I still...
Let me give you one thing. Let me give you one thing on quarterbacks you might like, okay?
Yeah.
There's been 26 first-round quarterbacks in the last 10 years. Forget the last 2 years because it's too early. But in the previous 8 before that, 21. Out of the 21, there's 4 that are franchise quarterbacks. Matt Ryan, Stafford, Newton, and Luck. There are 8 that are out of the league. So you're twice as likely to draft a first-round quarterback that's going to be out of the league in the next 5 years than you are to get a franchise quarterback.
And I know that that's where you get your franchise quarterback. It's hard to get them in free agency. But I don't like a philosophy when you say we got to go get our quarterback. I want to get the quarterback, not a quarterback. And it feels like that's the philosophy that we still see sometimes with these teams. They get nervous, and we got to go get a quarterback here. Cleveland needs a quarterback, but are they going to get the right quarterback? That's what scares me here.
Academically, I'm with you, but it's a catch-22 situation because the way the GMs and the head coaches feel is there's only about 10 or 11 franchise quarterbacks in the world. And if you don't have one of them, you're just a day closer to getting fired.
Yeah.
So all these head coaches and GMs are sitting in rooms going, man, we got to get one. And they artificially push these guys up draft boards hoping he's the guy. And unfortunately, as all the statistics bear out, the further you reach, the least realistic are that you're going to get the right guy. And my philosophy is what you just said, which is just keep drafting good football players, and you got to take some swings at quarterback. If you look at Seattle, they signed Matt Flynn to big numbers, thinking he was going to be their guy, and in that same draft, they got Russell Wilson in the third round. So you got to keep swinging, but man, the odds are against you.
Who do you like more, Fournette or McCaffrey? Granted, different styles. Depending on what team takes them, but if you were going to say that guy will be a Pro Bowl player first, Fournette or McCaffrey?
Yeah, I hate those questions, Dan. In a vacuum, which guy is going to? It depends on where they go, and they're both. Fournette is old school Adrian Peterson.
All right, well then where should they go? Let's put them in the ideal spot, and then who's a Pro Bowl player? How's that?
If you draft Fournette, you've got to commit philosophically to the run game, just like Dallas did and like Tennessee does with DeMarco Murray. If Jacksonville takes him at 4, they're going to commit to a run game and give him 20 to 30 touches a game and take the pressure off Blake Bortles. Now, if Carolina takes McCaffrey at 8, just to pick a team, I think he'd be great in Philly at 14. But if Carolina takes him at 8, he can take the pressure off Cam Newton in a completely different way. He can line up at tailback and get 12 to 15 touches. He can line up at slot. He can line up at wide receiver. But the key is you got to take the pressure. Cam Newton has been getting hit way too often. The pressure of the run game has been on him. So whether you plug McCaffrey at Carolina or Fournette in Jacksonville, both teams get better in a completely different way.
Any cliches? Any new cliches that we can keep an eye on? You gave us Wastebender a couple of years ago. Is there anything else?
I got a million of them. I mean, but if you want to criticize that first pick of the draft, Myles Garrett, you can question whether or not he's a glass eater.
A glass eater?
Yeah.
What's that?
Somebody just is the toughest son of a gun in the room, that cares more than anybody else, loves the game of football with a passion.
I like that, a glass eater. I got a couple other ones here. What do you think of hip thruster? that could get you arrested, couldn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's not on late night television in your hotel room.
Oh yeah. Have you ever used Lunch Pail Guy?
Yeah. Lunch Pail Guy is a hard worker. Jag is just a guy. There's all kinds of variations.
How about a brunch pail guy? Because I like a guy who's prepared to do brunch or lunch more than I do just a lunch pail guy. Like this guy's versatile.
I think that's a question for either the tennis or pro golf tour.
How about a vaulted ceiling, not a high ceiling? I'm sorry, Mike. I shouldn't.
You've had about enough of it too, haven't you?
I would like to know, instead of deceptive speed, does somebody actually try to hide their speed? Like McCaffrey has deceptive speed. Is he trying to hide his speed?
I'll tell you what McCaffrey does is he's got the best patience since Le'Veon Bell as far as just taking his time, finding the hole and hitting it. And here's what people don't understand about McCaffrey. He's every bit the athlete that LaShawn McCoy is. All the measurables, everything you want to line him up. I love LaShawn McCoy. McCaffrey's just as fast. He's the same size. All his numbers are as good or better, and people don't want to believe it.
Mike, have fun tonight. We'll be watching, and I enjoyed the mock draft last night.
Thanks, man. 0 for 32.
All right, that's Mike Mayock, NFL Network analyst. He might go 0 for 32, but that doesn't mean he's wrong. Deshaun Kaiser, the former Notre Dame quarterback, is set to join us. Is that next, Fritzy?
That is next.
All righty, 19 after the hour. More draft cliches coming up right after this Dan Patrick Show.
1 foot in the door, 1 foot in the grave. 1 stepped on the floor, 2 stepped out the way. 2 glares up at 1. What you wanna say? 1 stares back at 2. 2 is unafraid. 2 steps up the stair, 2 steps out the way. 1 spouse back at 2. Now they steps to race. Bury the door, rap, sing it the road. Step 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, step.
Wendy's Double Stack is still an option in the 4 for $4. With a quarter pound of fresh beef, that's a deal so good it should not exist. Like how owls shouldn't be able to turn their heads all the way around.
Whew, wouldn't like that deal.
The Double Stack and the 4 for $4. A deal so great, it's impossibly good. But not for long.
I am a wild child. I don't need a touch screen. I need to feel something real.
Nature is my playground. And this is my participation trophy.
I need to experience things, make memories, but I can't make it there on my own.
I need you to take me fishing.
These seats aren't just for watching the game. They're for participating in it. Like the exit row on an airplane, sitting here carries great responsibility. Here, my sixth men and women, every action is a distraction. So when the other team goes to the line, make some noise. Annoy, like your season depends on it. Because it just might.
Hit escape with great deals on great gear, like Bass Pro canopy chairs for under $20. Only at Bass Pro Shops.
From the muddy trenches of World War I to the skylines of America, Carhartt has been the uniform for anyone who fears no weather or world in front of them. There are 92 unpredictable days of spring. We've got your back for every single one.
Welcome to Russia, where Team Mercedes reign undefeated as the competition heats up. Will anyone crash their Cardi? Welcome to life at the speed of F1, the Russian Grand Prix, Sunday on NBCSN.
This Sunday, North London will be divided.
The most significant North London derby in living memory.
Premier League Sunday, Tottenham, Arsenal, Sunday at 11 on NBCSN.
No one forgets the first time their parents take them to Florida.
Look, they're speechless.
Now that's a vacation. Start planning your vacation today at visitflorida.com.
Find something? Not yet, but they're definitely hiding things.
Jughead could get dragged into something very messy.
You all lied to me? I don't think that this town is safe anymore. I want you to come to Chicago with me.
Do not push me tonight.
Because I will push back.
If you think those babies guarantee your safety,
You're in for a rude awakening.
Riverdale. Tonight at 8 on Chicago CW50.
Documentary about.
I thought that was a movie. More of your phone calls coming up. Got our draft night drinking game. I don't think Mayock was in the mood to hear all of our cliches there.
Hip thruster.
I like the hip thruster. That can get you in trouble, though. Former Notre Dame quarterback Deshaun Kaiser joining us on behalf of Tostitos. You can go to Tostitos.com for all your NFL draft and Cinco de Mayo recipe needs. What's the schedule today, Deshaun? What do you have going on the rest of the day?
So there's the lunch with the legends coming up here shortly, so you get to spend some time with some of the legends around town today, and then from there it's just kind of bouncing around a little bit with a couple of interviews, and we'll get rolling around 4 o'clock, getting dressed, and get ready for the red carpet and head on over to the draft.
How you feeling?
Feeling good.
Do you have
this has been an awesome process. It's obviously an honor to even be invited to Philly for the draft, and my family's enjoying it. They're having a good time, and just kind of taking it all in day by day.
But what kind of advice have you gotten, since you're not projected to go high in the first round, and if you do go, it'd be maybe late in the first round, you're going to be sitting in the green room for a little while?
The advice that I've gotten is just to, once again, just enjoy the moment. I mean, this experience in itself is something that's absolutely amazing, and as soon as you make it bigger than what it is, and start looking to things that can happen down the road, and start looking at all the negatives, you're not going to enjoy the time that you're having. So we're just trying to stay in the moment as much as we can.
How would you sum up your season, this last season at Notre Dame, for somebody who didn't see you play? How would you describe it?
It was unique. I think we obviously ended up 4-8. 7 out of those 8 games, we have an opportunity in the fourth quarter to win it. So it was definitely a situation in which we were a little disappointed, and we like to win those games in the fourth quarter, and we did the year before. But as a quarterback of a team who goes 4-8, I was pretty disappointed and frustrated throughout most of those losses.
How are you and Coach Kelly okay? He had some comments about you that you should still be in college. You guys had a conversation?
Absolutely. Coach Kelly and I have a really good relationship, and he let me know that when I decided to leave. That there definitely is a lot of room for improvement, and I embraced those comments, and I took them for exactly what they are, and I just plan on making those improvements at the next level. This decision had a lot to do about my personal development, and where I think I stand, with my game, and quite frankly, I thought that with my goals being to win a Super Bowl one day, it was my time to go.
All right, explain this to me, though, the quote where you had Tom Brady's mind, Cam Newton's body. Can you give me the context of that, Deshaun?
Yeah, so, I mean, the conversation that was had was about, where I set my goals and how I can take the responsibilities from the Notre Dame offense and let that lead into a situation in which I can be successful in the NFL. So when talking about Tom Brady's mind, it's like, hey, look, with all the responsibilities I had at Notre Dame, I'll be able to, transfer that over and hopefully prepare and have the intellect that Tom Brady has and understand defenses and offenses the way Tom Brady does. And if you can add that with the athleticism of one of the best athletes in the, probably in all of sports, with Cam Newton, that's the ultimate goal to step to. If the way the quote came out was, "I am," Tom Brady's brain, "I am Cam Newton's body." No, it's not even close to that. And I'm glad that people laughed at that, because that is absolutely hilarious. I know there's a lot of work for me to get there, and I'm just setting my goals high so I can hopefully, achieve the greatness I want to achieve.
But that's why I wanted to ask you, because when it came out, I went, "Wait a minute! Is he saying that he has Tom Brady's mind and Cam Newton's body?" They're gonna rough you up about that.
Absolutely. Go look at any picture of me. Everyone knows I don't have Cam Newton's body. and Tom Brady has won 5 Super Bowls. I think he'd have been, a little better than 4-8 in his last couple of years. That was, imagine if I could go ahead and take someone like Tom Brady's mind and put it with Cam Newton's body. There's my goal. If you want to see where my goals are and where I want to be one day, it's 5+ Super Bowls. It's one of the more athletic guys in the league, and it's a guy who's more prepared and more determined than anyone else out there.
Favorite team growing up?
Philadelphia Eagles, right here in Philly. Dad was a big fan of Randall Cunningham, so I was following him just like Dad was.
Favorite quarterback was obviously Randall Cunningham as well.
Well, no, actually mine was Donovan McNabb.
Have you met Donovan?
I've not. I've always wanted to.
Well, he's there today.
I'm sure I'm going to see him around then. I'm looking around as much as I can.
But do you play more like Donovan McNabb than you do Randall Cunningham?
I don't know. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see when I get to the league what my play looks like when I get there.
Do you have any idea where you're going?
No idea. And it's not fun, I can tell you that.
Yeah, because that's got to be strange. You go to Philadelphia, you're going to sit there for a couple of hours tonight, and then you're going to wait, and then you're going to go, okay, now my next 4 or 5 years is going to be in this city.
Yeah. I mean, it's the beauty of the draft.
Man. Are you hugging? Give me the game plan with the commissioner. When you go up on stage, hug, handshake, bro hug, combo, what do we got?
Whatever he does. Allow it to be natural, because as soon as you plan to do one thing and he plans to do another, you're just looking awkward in front of everyone.
Maybe just go a firm handshake. Just you're there for, it's all business, Deshaun.
Absolutely, I'm down for that.
Are your parents going? Family going to be there?
Yeah, family's in town. They're all enjoying this process with me.
And Tostitos.com for all your NFL draft and Cinco de Mayo recipe needs. So you're already a pro. You're getting paid. Hey, have fun tonight, and thanks for joining us.
Of course, thank you.
All right, DeShone Kizer joining us, former Notre Dame quarterback.
Do you think the commissioner tells the draftees what to do? That it's
No. He leads. Like he's telling you with body language.
But do you think there's as you walk up on stage, the guy gives you a hat, goes, "Don't forget to hug."
No, I don't think so. I think they give you a hat. I don't think they go, here, and remember, it's a bro hug.
But they plan everything in the NFL.
See, I felt like that was really interesting insight. He said, let it happen, because once you plan one thing, if they go the other way, then it's all a mess. Am I subconsciously planning what I'm going to do? And not just going with the flow?
What you don't want is a hug, a handshake, stare down where no one gives, and you're sitting there with a hand out, and the other guy's going in for the real thing.
Well, we're famous for screwing up high fives on this show.
Yes.
And Fritzy does the turkey gobbler, the hand gobbler there. It's just this wet palm that comes after you. When I'm giving Dap, he wants to do a high five, and he swallows up your hand.
Extremely awkward.
And a little shake at the end to...
Gil Brandt, who for many, many, many years worked in the front office with the Dallas Cowboys, one of the more respected voices with the league, he had this tweet: criticize his game all you want, but DeShone Kizer is an impressive young man. Reminds me of Matt Ryan, the way he handles himself. So impressive. But then you had anonymous AFC head coach who called him a diva. An unnamed scout said that he's pure millennial who's caught up in being more of a quarterback image than being a quarterback. Those are strong opinions to have of somebody and what you see right in front of you. Maybe the truth is somewhere in between Gil Brandt and the unnamed AFC head coach with him. Yeah, Paulie.
I guess we fall in love, I think most people, with confidence. Remember when RG3 came out? He was on the show like, man, what a smart kid, confident.
Yep.
Great to talk to.
Yep.
And does it translate? Because RG3 was good when he started.
But see, now you think differently of DeShone Kizer with that quote, because that quote just stood out there. I wanted to know context there. And he's probably not asked too much about put it into context. You're asked about why would you say something like that. He's saying, if I have goals, would I like to be as athletic as Cam Newton? Would I like to have Tom Brady's mind? That's what he was saying. Not, hey, this is who I am. Because when it first came out, I'm thinking, oh boy, that might scare off some teams a little bit. But don't you want your quarterback to be confident? Or is it cocky? Is that cocky instead of confident? All right, we'll come back. Phone calls coming up. Seton O'Connor is getting ready for the shower of shame. That will be in about 10 minutes from now. So we're going to load up the shower of shame with the mystery liquid. We had Pabst Blue Ribbon in there for Paulie yesterday for the shower of shame. Yes, Seton.
Is that this next segment coming up or the last one?
We're going to, during the live look-in, we'll show people we're getting ready for the shower of shame, and then the next segment. So when we come back on radio and TV for reals, that's when Seton will go into the shower of shame. Mario will wear the executioner's mask, and we will pull the cord, and the solution will fall on your noggin. Yes, Paul.
I was driving home from work last night, covered with Pabst Blue Ribbon, hoping not to get pulled over for a legal lane change. I smell like a dive bar that Seton's been going to.
Like all of a sudden, that's when you find out the license plate light is out. Like, oh no!
But then you're going to tell the police officer, I haven't been drinking.
Son, you smell like 1977.
Yeah. But I haven't been drinking. Sure, car. And you've got beer all over you, but you haven't had any.
So you smell like a brewery. Well, I mean, yes, I do.
Technically, you do. Technically, you do. All right, last call for phone calls. We'll close up shop here soon. Seton with the shower of shame when we come back here on the Dan Patrick Show.
Just tuning in? Well, here's what you missed.
Jay Glazer, Fox NFL Insider. The one player you think changes the first round of the draft?
The one player I think changes the first round of the draft is Trubisky. Everybody's so split on these quarterbacks. Teams right now, as we speak, still don't have their board set. They've had 365 days to do this, and they still are going to mess around with the board right up until they're on the clock. It's unbelievable.
The Dan Patrick Show app. Daily interviews, archives, and much more. Download it now.
Oh, I just bought a hybrid car, this Ioniq that you see.
Who knew that it would be the perfect ride for me? It sips the fuel, the tech is cool, this baby really goes. Everybody loves it, from my ladies
to my bros.
You know, the world didn't need another hybrid. It needed a better hybrid. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq, the most fuel-efficient car in America.
If the sky is the greatest light show on Earth, we humbly offer a way to design and build a worthy stage. Trex. For design ideas and samples, visit Trex.com.
At Men's Warehouse, expert stylists help you choose a complete suit package. Suit, dress, shirt, and tie for just $1.99. And all shoes are 30% off. Plus, get all your casual looks with buy one, get one free. At Men's Warehouse.
Rob! You playing shuffleboard again? You know I gotta get ready for the grunt cruise, little voice in my stomach. Yeah, we need Alberto beef jerky to finish this game strong.
So good.
Alberto beef jerky. You get out what you put in.
The mineral-rich water of Kentucky is perfect for delicious bourbon and fast horses. America celebrates these prides of Kentucky in the first jewel of the Triple Crown, the Kentucky Derby, on NBC and NBCSN.
Previously on the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue tonight on NBCSN.
You know how this works? You guys ever lived in this universe before, or is this your first time here?
Have you guys ever lived in this universe before?
Oh, my.
I think the curiosity factor of the liquid is really intriguing.
Well, Seton wanted to go mystery.
Yeah.
You gave me 3 suggestions. Fritzy didn't give me anything, so I've already picked out his mystery.
I like duck sauce and soy sauce. And
Did you write it up?
I didn't write up in a big proposal.
It has to be written up.
Like an email with.
It has to be an email form.
But we talked about it in the area. Little packet.
Yeah, I know, and we'd have to open up every one.
Look at this stuff. They got to make sure it's up to code.
But you didn't send anything in written form.
No, but you mentioned Mountain Dews and clam chowder.
Your microphone on?
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
I feel like we should just have Mario permanently in this spot.
I like that there. So Mario is the executioner. Mystery. We were going to show people. We were going to have Wild Bill get up there to show it, but I thought, no, let's just keep everybody in the dark.
Is it possible that Seton's got too much product in his hair already that it'll just cascade off? It won't even stay?
Oh, this isn't going to be damaged at all.
Right.
The rest of me is going to be issued, but this is going to...
Okay, let's call this agent. I'm coming over right now.
The newly advanced GLE can see in your blind spot. Onboard cameras and radar can detect danger all around you. Driver assist systems can pull you back into your lane if drifting.
Hi, Chief.
Hi, Bobby.
And will even help you brake if necessary. It makes driving less of a production. Lease the GLE 350 for $579 a month at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
Jess's milkshake.
Got a couple of phone calls, and then Seton O'Connor goes into the shower. of shame. By the way, we had a Captain Obvious in the first hour of the show. We had a couple of Captain Obviouses. Obvious is his.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Go put your Captain Obvious cape on.
It's Captain Obvious.
What was the Captain Obvious McLovin had?
Oh, Philadelphia's excited for the draft.
Yeah,
tonight.
they are. Wouldn't it be funny if they weren't excited?
Pass.
Well, that's New York City for the last 20 years. They could care less.
You know, we actually had a great one from earlier this week, too, that I think we missed.
Okay.
Jason Kidd.
Okay.
This is what basketball is all about this time of the year. It's a swing games. Whoever wins this game controls the series.
All right.
It's accurate. When it's 2-2, whoever wins controls the series.
Rarely do you lose and say, we got them by the you-know-what.
If you think that was obvious, what could be more obvious than booking your next hotel room or vacation at Hotels.com? Hotels.com, a site for finding hotel rooms. Obvious, right? So if you're looking for the best deal on the web, it's obvious, Hotels.com. Check out the deal of the day. Save up to 50% on Hotels.com. Deep discounts, thousands of great hotel deals in places you want to go. Hotels.com, the obvious choice. Couple of phone calls. Don in Virginia. Hey, Don, what do you have for me?
Hey, yeah, I just... Hello?
Don!
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Yeah, to me, back to the sneakers, it always felt like the best part about the sneaker conversation was that when I was growing up, they didn't have just like basketball players. Like they had Dion, Griffey, Hideo Nomo. Today it just feels like, I think J.J. Watt and Victor Cruz have their own shoe. And they all had like their own style to them, you know. Like Dion had like a strap on it, like cleats and Dennis shoes. If you ever like look them up, they really look like Dennis shoes. Like they're just wacky and look like only something you would wear, and it's just like something you just can't take your eyes off of. And I'm really shocked that guys today, like Odell Beckham, don't have a signature shoe, considering like how bigger they are now. Considering that now they're in like a 12-month cycle.
Well, I also thank you, Don. That you have these decorative cleats now. Can you make decorative tennis shoes? It feels like it'd be pretty expensive to be able to do something like that. But if you're able to do sort of your brand of football spikes, but you can, Bo Jackson did cross trainers. Bo was about being a great athlete instead of just a football player. And he was able to make that transition from being a football player to being able to sell tennis shoes, which was hard to do at the time. Let me see, Matt in Tennessee. Matt, what do you have for me? Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, bud.
Hey, real quick two-parter.
Okay.
How about instead of my Titans trading the pick to the Browns, how about we trade it back to the Rams for the next 3 first-round picks and shock the world?
Okay.
But no, I want to know, what do you think about who has a better chance of getting the 5th-round pick, or 5th overall pick, Jets or Browns?
I don't know if I'm told now the Browns aren't making that. They're not trading up. That, their Moneyball philosophy is you keep all your picks and they're not going up. If it still feels like they're going to draft Mitchell Trubisky #1 overall. It just does.
Someone should step in. Like the league steps in to prevent. Remember when the league stopped a trade?
We did say that last year or the year before that they should not allow the Browns to draft a quarterback in the first round because it just hasn't gone well. Yes,
but it has to be the fear of missing on a player is much greater than the fear of drafting the wrong guy.
Plus, it's going to cost you $25 million if you draft Mitchell Trubisky #1, whereas it's going to cost you $50 million a few years back when Sam Bradford got drafted. It doesn't decimate the franchise, but you have to get your franchise quarterback. I just maintain that everybody's looking to get a quarterback instead of the quarterback. Kevin in South Carolina. Hi, Kevin. What do you have?
Hey, Mr. Danny. This is Kevin from Clemson. Not to be confused with Clemson with a P. I was going to talk a little bit about Deshaun Kaiser and Deshaun Watson. Yeah. First of all, why is Deshaun Kaiser, he's a good QB. He ain't good as Deshaun. Second of all, he's stealing his name. Look, all I'm saying is Deshaun Watson is one of the greatest quarterbacks that ever played the game of football. He can throw the football about a quarter mile. He's about a mix between God and Beyonce. And for the love of God, I hope he doesn't go to the Browns. I know he's not getting drafted as the first pick. Hope he doesn't get gone as the 12th pick either. I'm just saying, hope he goes anywhere other than the Browns. But I'd like to see a little more of him on the show. I know y'all had him on the other day, but I'm telling you, you've got to have Deshaun on the show. I'll tell you what, he's come from that great coach Dabo Swinney up here in Old Clemson, and I'll tell you what, Dabo, if I didn't have a dad, I'd adopt him as a father. He's a great man, great coach.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, you should call in more than Deshaun or Dabo.
You really should.
Yeah.
That's probably the best breakdown
Of Deshaun Watson.
I've heard. He's a mix between God and Beyonce.
I think that Deshaun Kaiser spells his name differently than Deshaun Watson.
That boy better than chicken in the sack.
Yeah. But nobody said Deshaun Kaiser was better than Deshaun Watson, except for maybe Deshaun Kaiser feels that way. I thought that he was sort of doing a little bit Napoleon Dynamite with Rico. Was it Uncle Rico or Cousin Rico, whatever his name was? Felt like he was talking about that. He could throw the ball over the...
About a quarter mile.
Yeah, that quarter mile. All right, Seton, you ready for the shower of shame?
Sure.
All righty.
You want me to get up and go in there now?
Yep. Seton, go into the shower of shame. Two-a-days will handle the duties at the board. Executioner is Mario, opening the door for Seton O'Connor. Make sure that he's positioned in the proper position there.
This feels about right.
Does he need to go a little bit back? A little bit back. Is that good right there?
Kind of turn your body towards me.
Okay. Are we ready? Shower of shame.
Oh! Asbestos?
Is this...
It's flour.
Why flour?
Curveball.
This is like, what was it, Michael Irvin, who's like, a guy like me can't have this kind of stuff floating around. I'm getting a lot of trouble here.
Yeah.
I can't have that.
Yeah.
He looks like the end of the movie Scarface.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow, Fritzy on the shower of shame. But Seton, yes, Paulie.
Seton has a lot of product in his hair, so the flour on his hair, that's going to take about a week to get out. It's like spackle right now.
Well, when he said that, hey, I got all this product on my hair, it's just going to bounce off my hair, and I went, nope, not with what we have up there. And it was the boys in the back room who came up with the flour suggestion, because I had something else.
Right?
Yeah.
Boys in the back room, eh?
Yeah. I was going with milk, and they said, no, let's do flour. And so I let them choose. Tomorrow, Fritzy, a mystery liquid will be in the shower.
Beer, then flour, then question mark.
Yeah. Dun, dun. All right, we'll come back. We'll close up shop. Last call for phone calls. Coming up next, Dan Patrick Show.
Buckle up, we're hitting the road. That's right, the Dan Patrick Show is headed back to Los Angeles.
I told you for the last time! Get off the shaft!
A week of pure entertainment. A star-studded list of athletes and celebrities guaranteed to enhance your viewing pleasure. And as always, shenanigans will ensue.
Ooh, yeah, that's hot. Do that again.
It all begins Monday.
Anticipating, touching, seeing, hearing, feeling, gripping, stirring, escaping. Everything you get from a sports car.
For great XE offers, visit your local Jaguar retailer today.
Next stop, Phoenix, where speed is nothing if you can't handle the heat.
Brilliant move, tries to pass him on the outside.
The Phoenix Grand Prix, Saturday on NBCSN.
This Sunday, North London will be divided.
The most significant North London derby in living memory.
Premier League Sunday. Tottenham, Arsenal, Sunday at 11 on NBCSN.
Where you live, in the place you call home,
there's room to grow.
Fresh air. Freedom. There was just one thing missing. Fast internet.
Really fast internet.
It's here. Introducing HughesNet Gen 5, the next generation of satellite internet. With faster speeds, more data, and built-in Wi-Fi. Now you can do more of what you love online. Stay in touch. Learn. Share. Watch videos. Chat with friends.
And get things done.
Enjoy high-speed internet at home, wherever you live. There's never been a better time to get America's #1 choice for satellite internet. The new HughesNet Gen 5 is here, and it's faster than ever. Standard installation is free, so don't wait. Call now or text FAST to 35,000 today.
Can I take my socks off? I'm fine if you take your socks off.
I'm concerned, like people get gross about bare feet.
Oh, I know.
Oh, is that why you're asking us?
Yeah.
Oh.
If like you're gross about bare feet in here.
Well, they were going to get wet, and then, so.
What? There you have it.
Can you come out?
Yeah, I can. I just didn't know if you wanted me tracking this all over the place.
Do we have a towel?
We don't. I'm looking back.
Towards the back.
If you believe life starts where the blacktop ends, if the power of an engine makes your heart race, don't settle for anything less than Polaris RZR, the ultimate off-road vehicle. With unequaled power, unrivaled suspension, and unmatched agility, all perfectly combined to help you chase down what matters most. Polaris RZR, we fuel your freedom. And now's the time to get up to $2,000 cash back during the Polaris Spring Sales Event.
Hit escape with great deals on great gear from Bass Pro Shops. Like ladies' gathered V-neck shirts for under $10. Bass Pro canopy chairs for under $20. And shop hundreds of other great deals only at Bass Pro Shops. Your adventure starts here.
Fritzy goes in the shower of shame tomorrow. Seaton's still cleaning up after his appearance there. Got a stat of the day, by the way. Rich Eisen, host of the NFL Network's coverage of the draft, will join us coming up tomorrow. 10 defensive ends have been taken with the #1 pick in the Super Bowl era. There have been some pretty good ones. Jadeveon Clowney, Mario Williams, Bruce Smith, Kenneth Sims, Leroy Selman, Ed Too Tall Jones, John Matuzak, Walt Patulski, Bubba Smith. And the Browns have done this one time, and it didn't go well. Courtney Brown from Penn State back in 2000.
Stat of the day, stat of the day, stat of the day, stat of the day. Here comes that what? Stat of the day.
So obviously Bruce Smith, Leroy Selman, and Ed Too Tall Jones worked out. Matuzak with he went to the Oilers originally, ended up with the Raiders. Walt Patulski went to Notre Dame, went to the Bills. Bubba Smith was a great player at Michigan State. He went to the Baltimore Colts. Clowney, at least it's a good start for Clowney. Mario Williams had a great start, and all of a sudden he's disappeared. Kenneth Sims out of Texas went to the Patriots. So if they take a defensive lineman, Myles Garrett, and he'll be joining that list. The Continental Tire stat of the day. Best way to prevent uneven wear and tear, have your tires rotated every 5,000 to 7,000 miles, or as specified in your vehicle's owner's manual, have them rotated every time you get your oil change. That way you don't forget. For more info, visit ContinentalTire.com. Continental Tire, for what you do. Best draft day sponsorship was who, Paulie?
There is an offensive guard. I think he's out of Western Kentucky. Is that right, Pearl? Forrest Lamp?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is good.
Forrest Lamp has been signed to a national endorsement contract by Lamps Plus.
I like it.
The biggest lamp dealer nationwide. And it's him in a crisp shirt and his girlfriend or fiance on a couch with a lamp next to them.
Can he put something on his... Can you wear any advertising tonight? Is there something against that?
I would imagine. You know how the NFL is with that.
Forrest Lamp.
But I wonder if you could open up your jacket. Once you're drafted, they can't take away your scholarship.
There's another good one, too. Did you guys see Jake Butt, the Michigan tight end? Charmin. For serious, yeah.
Forrest Lamp tweeted out, excited to light things up in my new city with my new team with Lamps Plus.
I don't want to know who Malik Hooker is sponsored by.
You mean Malik Hooker?
Hooker is Fritzy would
Just
call him.
pronounce it right. Hooker. Come on.
By the way, Lamp is considered can't miss as an offensive guard. Can't miss. Just saying. Yes, McClellan.
Can I give you a fearless prediction?
Yeah. Is this a hot take or fearless prediction?
It's both. It's a hot fearless prediction. I bet you every mock draft has offensive tackles towards the bottom, no offensive tackles. I bet you offensive tackles go higher. Doesn't it feel like every year that happens?
Wait, that's your hot take?
Well, yeah, like you see, everyone says there's no offensive tackles in this first round. Watch 3 of them be gone by 20. That's an offensive.
Any other hot takes against the grains?
Oh, yeah, take a second round quarterback. Kind of stolen from you.
Yeah.
I have a stat. You want to hear it?
Sure, why not?
Since 2011, first round quarterbacks, 12 playoff starts, 9 Pro Bowls. Second round and beyond, 11 Pro Bowls, 29 playoff starts.
Stat of the day, stat of the day, stat of the day, stat of the day. Here comes that what? Stat of the day.
Nate Peterman all day and all night.
Yeah,
Our guy.
I know you love Nate Peterman out of Pittsburgh. Stat of the day brought to you by Continental Tire. ContinentalTire.com. Let's see. We have some draft night cliches. Waist bender, high ceiling, great feet, deceptive speed, lunch pail guy. We've added some other ones. More bright than smart, more quick than fast, hip thruster, vaulted ceiling, disingenuous athleticism. And
disingenuous athleticism.
Hasn't been used yet.
Yeah, because there's deceptive speed, so we're just going to go with disingenuous athleticism.
Disingenuous, this athleticism.
Yeah, and brunch pail guy. Not a lunch pail. It's a brunch pail guy. Yeah, because you have brunch on the weekends. And when do you play in the NFL? Weekends.
Certain level of sophistication goes play.
Yes. Yeah, Paulie.
Another thing you're guaranteed to hear tonight is an analyst say, first of all, let me say that I love this guy, but because you got to say you love somebody before you tear them, you know what?
This guy, and John Gruden's going to love every pick tonight.
Well, he's just a football player, Dan.
Of course he is. Just a football player. Nate in Atlanta. Hi, Nate. What do you have for me?
Hey, I just want to compare and get a little comparison, some thoughts on your, TJ following his brother's footsteps as far as TJ Watt and JJ.
Yeah.
You think he'll be as explosive, have the same kind of engine? I know he made the transition, kind of same thing, tight end to a rusher, but he's dealt with kneecap injuries. Is that going to be affecting him, or you think he's got a chance to actually become something?
I think that people are really mixed on him. That he could be first-round pick, and he could be, maybe even a later second-round or early third-round pick. I think that's the indication that I've heard or read from the scouts on TJ. Yes, McLeod.
Aren't you afraid you're drafting that last name and not the player? A little bit.
But if he has the same kind of work ethic tendencies, then I like that. If we think that he's really good and he's like his brother, obsessed, then I want somebody who wants to get better, who doesn't feel like I got here and then that's where it stops. It's I got here, now this is where it begins. What did you learn today on the program, Fritzy?
Rocky-related imagery and Philly cheesesteaks expected to be all over tonight's first-round broadcast.
I'm going to go Rocky's statue before cheesesteak is shown on the coverage tonight. McLovin, what'd you learn?
Mike Florio said could be 5 QBs in the first round.
Yeah. Paulie?
Deshaun Kaiser said his last year in Notre Dame was an adventure.
That was a fun answer. I think he was being politically correct there. Seton O'Connor, what did you learn today?
Deshaun Watson, a great mix of God and Beyonce.
What did I learn today, Fritzy?
NFL Network's Mike Mayock thinks the Browns should not hesitate grab Myles Garrett in the number 1 position.
Yeah, but it's the Browns. Who knows? What we learned brought to you by the new O-Works Micro Hinge insert from Odyssey. It's the best putter, and it's a new way to roll at impact. The new Micro Hinge face dynamically generates top spin, gets that ball rolling. Keep the ball rolling. Top spin keeps the ball rolling on its intended line. See how it does at odysseygolf.com. Final results of the poll question today, McLevin.
Over under on quarterbacks 3.5, 80% say under.
Tough to tell, tough to handicap when you get towards the end of the first round. What are some of these teams that you might not expect? I expect Arizona to look at a quarterback. I expect the Saints to look at a quarterback and Kansas City as well.
Curveball.
Yep. Thanks for joining us. Rich Eisen will join us from Philadelphia tomorrow. Enjoy the first round. We'll dissect it tomorrow. For Seton, Paulie, Fritzy, McLovin, yours truly, Dan Patrick Show. Fritzy has mock headlines for the draft. Here we go with Fritzy's mock headlines.
Forgive and Fournette. Why did Cleveland take running back first?
You did it!
14 years.
You did it! Shower of shame. Flower.
The weakest link on the Cowboys last year was what? The trick question is the defensive line. Everybody knows that.
Good morning, Jay. Is this going to be an interview where you tell me what you can tell me or what you can't tell me?
I can't talk about that.
I'd like to drive a hybrid car, but I'm not sure it's for me.
I don't need kale, and I never hugged a tree. I'd like to drive a hybrid car, but I'm not sure it's for me.
Lawnmower engines, no cargo room, and crappy batteries.
I just want to drive a good-looking whip with really great MPGs.
You know, the world didn't need another hybrid. It needed a better hybrid. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq, the most fuel-efficient car in America.
With the Travelocity Customer First Guarantee, your only worry will be choosing which filter to use.
Get help with hotels, free 24-hour flight changes, and our price match guarantee.
Travelocity. Wander wisely.
Constipated? Trust #1 doctor recommended Dulcolax. Use Dulcolax tablets for gentle, dependable relief, suppositories for relief in minutes, and Dulcoes for comfortable relief of hard stools. Dulcolax, designed for dependable relief.
I am a wild child. I don't need a touchscreen. I need to feel something real.
Nature is my playground. And this is my participation trophy.
I need to experience things, make memories, but I can't make it there on my own.
I need you to take me fishing.
Previously on the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Henrik Lundqvist takes it away. Overtime winner! Dustin Cutter! Here's Mitch Marner. Holtby's out and he got a piece of the puck. Gensel, goal number 3 is the game winner. Clyde hammers it right into the Rangers bench. Holtby behind him. Wilson knocked it away. The Anaheim Ducks move on to round 2.
The Stanley Cup playoffs continue tonight on NBCSN.
Kentucky Derby on the first Saturday in May.
It's time to kick off the 2017 season, and we'll do it with 3 brutal laps here at the Blue Water Resort and Casino, Parker 425. The trick trucks have been prepped. The 1500 class cars are also ready for battle, along with all the other classes in the Best in the Desert series. Everybody comes out here with high hopes at the season opener to pick up a win. Stick with us. This one's going to be fun. It is time to kick off the 2017 season. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Best in the Desert series. All the support helicopters are lined up and ready to go as we kick off this season with the General Tire Parker 425 presented by Lucas Oil Products. Ken Stout and Kyle LeDuc here to call all the action for you. It's always exciting. The first race of the year, Kyle.
Yeah, dude, blood's pumping, trucks are new, everything's shiny, but it's about to get destroyed here in Parker. This is a tough course. Long, treacherous, highs, lows, washes, jumps, whoop-de-doos, you name it, this place just has it, and it could get good or could get ugly.
So weather out here is absolutely beautiful. Perfect day for racing as everybody is lined up here and ready to kick things off.
Jesse Jones, the man, sitting on the pole.
So here's a look at the starting order. As you talked about it, Jesse Jones will lead everybody off at the line, followed by Justin Loft, and then a couple of 1500 class cars. Harley Lentner, Andrew Meyer, and Bryce Menzies rounds out the top 5, and basically this is the qualifying order, but the 1500 cars already right up in the middle of that pack.
Yeah, Jesse's the only four-wheel drive truck in the class, so we'll see where that goes. He's obviously pushing hard and sitting on the pole, so let's hear what that man's got to say.
So we're here at the 2017 Parker 425. We set pole position during qualifying, so we're our first off the line today. It's going to be a challenging race. You know, we start off in the day and we go into the night. It's always a challenge to drive into the night with the dusty conditions and all that. You know, it's a pretty stacked field behind us, a lot of fast guys, but hopefully we'll just be able to stick to the road and keep it calm, drive about 80% until that last lap, then be there for the finish.
Well, that certainly sounds like a great plan. We'll see if the 80% will keep him out front where it's nice and clear. All right, let's talk to the number one qualifying 1500 class car, and Harley Letner.
Man, to win Parker overall would just be, I mean, it'd be a historical thing for me. My family's done it. My dad's won it 4 times overall. My grandpa a couple times. I won the class, but never the overall. So to get the overall, especially amongst these buggies, I mean, amongst the trucks, to have a buggy back on top just to show them that we can still do it would just be phenomenal. I'd be speechless. Probably the greatest thing ever.
A lot of excitement there in that voice for sure. It's a big race for him. Okay, let's talk about this event.
Yeah, this is round 1, 2017, so it's a lot of the line. A lot of guys got a lot to prove. It's 142 miles, 3 laps, total of 426. It's a long day. You know, the race starts a little bit afternoon, ends in the dark, so it's a lot of transition. You got to run lights, you got to play during the day. So it's a cool place. You know, it's not too bad out, not too hot, not too cold. Perfect day of racing. It's Parker, man. Everybody loves it, and everybody also hates it too. So it's a cool place to race and to grow up racing. I've raced this several times with my dad, my brother, and it's bad, man. It can be really fun the first lap, but by the time you get to that 3rd lap, man, it's just a mess out there. So we'll see how it plays out and see who can tackle this thing and bring it home.
Yeah, and as we heard Jesse Jones mention, they're going to run up into the evening here, so you want to cover as much as you can as quickly as possible. Of course, that's the intention of the race from the very beginning, but the last thing you want to do is be out here at nighttime.
Yeah, and you can see he's got some lights in there. You know, they should have a light rack here later in the race, and 4-wheel drive, guys are trophy truck off the line.
Well, up on the converter there for a couple of moments and stands on the throttle, away he goes.
I don't think that was 80%. Yeah. Looked like 110 off the line, but Jesse knows how to play the game. It's a fairly new truck for him. They did the 1,000 with it, so now 425. He's got to put some miles in and see if he can keep this thing alive.
Well, hard on the brakes right there. Checks up for this area in between the cones. Stay safe. And then, of course, they'll head off into the desert. How much do these trucks weigh in at, Kyle?
Man, who knows? You know, everybody lies, everybody cheats a little bit on them, but they're 5.5 to 7. I mean, this thing's a little bit heavier with the 4-wheel drive, but it's man, it looks like so much fun. He's out there having the time of his life racing a trick truck, and
he's out there at 80% still.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a set pace. He's got Lofton behind him, which is the real swinger. He's got Harley Letner that wants to win this thing overall, and he's got big boys behind him, so he's got to take off. You know, he'll set pace. He'll do what he can.
Yeah, Justin Lofton, of course, as good as anybody out here to climb inside of one of these trucks, and we had a chance to talk to him as well.
Yeah, really cool that we qualified so close to the front. I mean, it's a bummer definitely to miss the top spot, but considering it's 4-wheel drive truck in front of us, it is what it is. But our number 41 Fox Multicam Jimco trick truck is working real good, and we're really looking forward to actually getting to the finish line. It's been 13 years since I've seen the finish line here, and really feeling like this year is the year that we make a championship run in the trick truck class, and we'll see what we got. We've done everything we can. We've double, triple checked everything, and we'll go from there.
That is crazy, right? 13 years since he's seen the finish line. Of course, the last time he was out was at the Nugget, the Pahrump Nugget, and they came home in 4th place, so that truck is solid for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit different, talk that we've heard normally from Lofton. He wants to be on the pole and he wants to win the thing overall, so now he just wants to finish. You got to start getting those finishes and then start really, pushing the envelope to win some races. This dude wants to beat all these guys with his buggy. We'll see if he can get it done today.
Yeah, and again, very, very good here. I mean, he won the Blue Water Desert Challenge last year, second to last event of the year. So again, he's so excited about keeping that family tradition alive. We'll find out how he does here as Harley Letner stands on the throttle and kicks this one off.
No, it's definitely a unique race car, and he drives the heck out of it, man. So he's earned everything he's got up here running with these big boys and trophy trucks, and it's tough to do that in the 1500 car, never mind win the thing overall. So he's got big expectations, and he wants to take it home. So, man, let her eat.
For the new fans, what's that Navigator looking at over there? A couple of dashes over there.
He's got GPS. He's got all the telemetry for the car. He's trying to keep busy so that Harley doesn't have to. Harley's just got to watch the race course, and the Navigator's going to help him, through some of the terrain. But like you said, Harley's been out here this is third generations, and Parker, he knows exactly where he's going, so he can really push it, and it's a loop race, so you know where you're going by the time you get to the second, third loop. But the track gets way worse by then, so it's a whole different world. This track will change all day long. We'll see who can stack them up the best.
Andrew Myers stands on the throttle, qualified 4th overall and 4th off the line, 2nd in the 1500 class. And speaking of the 1500s, let's talk about them.
Yeah, these are a lot different cars than the trick trucks. Some of them are single seat, some of them are 2 seats, but they're way different, totally different machines. Same horsepower, same top speed, a little bit less wheel travel. They run a little bit of turning brake and some different features, but still a pocketbook full of cash, bunch of money, bunch of technology, and they're cool machines. It's a cool addition to the race, the race series that we race in. Everybody loves them, everybody hates them, but they're bad machines, man. And Harley is right now one of the guys on top of the 1500 class that's really pushing it and competing with the trick trucks.
Without the big bodies on them, they just look lighter. Are they, in fact, lighter than the trick trucks?
Yes and no. I mean, they're just completely different. Weight bias, they're just completely different animals. You see them doing wheelies a lot, but again, they're limited on some of the travel, so they may not work through some of the big, ugly stuff as much as Bryce's truck, and Bryce's job is to go catch them. But in the quick qualifying stuff, obviously they out-qualified some of the big trick trucks, so there's pros and cons to everything we race.
Great to see Bryce back inside of a race truck after a tough 2016 season. And, of course, that Red Bull back machine is as strong as anything out there. A talented young driver.
Yeah, he's got a lot to get back up on the horse. He's got a lot. He's lost a lot of races here recently, and he's not too stoked on that. So he's going to push hard. He's going to catch his buddy Jesse and try to put him behind him. But he's got a lot of cars to pass and a long way to go here in Parker.
Yeah, of course, injured last year during a record attempt stunt as well. So good to see him back in racing shape. Stay with us. We'll be right back to the General Tire Parker 425.
The General Tire Best in the Desert Series is brought to you by General Tire. Anywhere is possible. Geico. Saving people money on more than just car insurance. And by Lucas Oil. Made in America, sold to the world. Lucas Complete Engine Treatment is a new multifunctional cleaner plus lubricant from the labs at Lucas Oil Products. It's designed for use in both engine oil and fuel systems. It also cleans and lubricates the entire gas or diesel fuel system from the tank to injectors. It contains special Lucas additives that cause the fuel to burn thoroughly and helps increase your miles per gallon. What you can expect. Lucas Oil Complete Engine Treatment. It works. Currently on sale at AutoZone stores everywhere.
Over 3 years in the making. 20,000 engineering hours invested. We started with 16 tread patterns. We tortured them over 9 different road surfaces. If there's one thing we've learned over the last 100 years, it doesn't pay to take shortcuts. He's hiding the car.
It's time for you and your boys to get out of town. Left foot, right foot, left foot, stop. Twitch your eyes if they think you're crazy.
If you walk the walk, you talk the talk. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico.
Hide the eyes.
It's what you do.
Show them real slow.
We all get behind the wheel to find out if we have what it takes. And it begins with a start. Start pushing. Start charging. Start grinding. Start again and again and again until you reach your top. Because in our world, there's only one rule. Never stop starting. The Optima Signature 6-pack with up to 3 times the life. Optima, the ultimate power source.
I got a phone, it beats me.
Say hello to the new unlimited data plans from AT&T and never pay overages again.
So now, the whole family can binge, surf, shop, navigate, listen, game, stream, and more. All without the hassle of worrying about overages or running out of data. Only with AT&T, you can now get unlimited data with HBO included. And remember, it's our best wireless unlimited deal ever. So get AT&T, get unlimited, and get everyone more for less.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Welcome back to the General Tire Best in the Desert, Parker 425. Our leader, Justin Lofton, is about halfway through lap number 1 at mile marker 77. The General Tire Parker 425 presented by Lucas Oil Products, and we are kicking off the 2017 season. Unfortunately, Jesse Jones has already had some issues.
Yeah, what a bummer for him, man, to get that qualifying spot and sit on the pole. And he lost the power steering, some with his power steering, so it's obviously not a four-wheel drive issue, which is should be scary for the competition, which means, it's just a basic problem, not that his four-wheel drive is failing, but two-wheel drive is out here shredding right now with Lofton, eating up the desert, trying to put time on all these guys.
Take a look at Harley Letner. Of course, he was first off the line in the 1500 class, qualifying inside of the top 5, actually qualified 3rd overall, so a good effort for him. So excited about running this race, and man, right now, look at that. That's like tunnel vision.
Yeah, he's definitely in one of the washes up here, coming back in somewhere around midway, but he's out of dust, which means Lofton's got some time on him, so I'm sure he's motivated. It's a long race, I know, but he's got to get fired up. He's got to stay within his dust if he wants to beat him on time and win this thing overall.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he said. He wanted to win it overall. He wasn't just thinking about the class win. Well, while we were at break, there were some guys that had some moments, let's say. Let's take a look at this one because they got pretty sketchy.
Yeah, the graded roads in Parker are super fun, but man, they can be so sketchy. And this is literally 1 in a million. Swapping with a wrecked car over here on the side, misses it, dudes go running, car spins out, doesn't look like it's damaged.
Man,
Myers got away with one big time.
Really close to disasters for both of those guys. So, fortunately, that one ended up okay as we take a look at Anthony Myers now standing on the throttle. And you said it before, these roads look like they're nice, but, man, they are a handful.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously go through the infield, and some of the start is muddy, so you can see his car had some mud on it. But, yeah, it's the washes, man. You can go from mountaintops to graded roads like Price is on right now to some tight little sand washes. So Parker's got a lot to throw you, and you better be on your toes when you're coming down these graded roads because there can be some off-camera, some sketchy stuff that catch you quick.
On board with Rob McCachran, currently 5th on track. Of course, the Hall of Famer picking up another Baja 1000 win, 3 consecutive now working, and coming out here chasing points here with the best in the desert this year.
Yeah, he's a man on a mission, and he knows his game. He's on his game right now, so he's pushing hard. But this 1400 class is trick, dude. These guys, massive horsepower, 900 horsepower, naturally aspirated, most of them, and these things can go 140 miles an hour. They look like they're 5 feet tall and pushing bricks through the air, but they're fast, dude. They're big machines, tons of wheel travel, massive bumps as you see those guys blitzing through big stuff. But they're impressive machines. They're 1 in a million. Sometimes it costs $1 million, but they're sick machines, dude. These guys push them to the limits, and Best in the Desert gives them tracks to go up and rip up, and they appreciate all of it, man. It's a good place to race.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, that's part of the beauty, right? As we take a look at Eduardo here, out there making some dust. There's a class for everybody. If you want to come out and try this, there's something out here for everybody to get you guys out here and let you have some fun.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about Best in the Desert. Besides that, boosting it. It's in the U.S., man, so those guys race all over the United States out here in the West Coast, and it's a cool place to go. Casey Folk started an insanely awesome desert program, and it started with him, and hopefully it'll live on forever without him.
Yeah, it was a shame we lost Casey last year, and we certainly lost him too soon, but so many people have come together to keep this series alive. It's been quite an inspiration, to say the least. Well, this is going to get interesting here as they go through some rhythm section, if you will, some whoops in one of those washes.
Yeah, this is a classic Parker, parallel and Shea Road going up through the wash. There's so many lines in here, so much chaos that happens in this wash. It's a cool place to be, and those dudes are battling behind buggies, 6100 trucks, you name it, these guys are in the desert putting dirt behind him. This guy thinks he's all clear, just past the buggy. Boom, he gets dirt from behind. He's like, man, I got to go faster. I just passed that guy. So these guys are battling, dude. It's cool to see it. You know, you live in that moment, just pure battle, man. These guys just want to take it.
Yeah, and you really want that clean air. We constantly talk about that, as you might imagine. Boy, look at that, man. Little tank slapper.
Swapping, dude. He's pushing hard. And the other guy, you know, the old nerf and run. Is he going to get behind him? You nerfed him once. Now it's time to maybe remove his spare tire if you give him some love.
He's going to run back up on him again. I thought he was going to drive away for a moment, but nope, he's run right back up on him, and now gives the courtesy of moving over, clears the line. Justin Lofton, your current leader.
Acceleration is a beautiful thing. Pedal down, pulse up. And nothing feeds your engine what it craves like a K&N Performance air intake system. More airflow in, more horsepower out. Guaranteed. Pushing you even closer to that blurry line between kick-ass and whiplash.
4-Wheel Parts, the best source of off-road performance products for your truck and Jeep. Find North America's best selection and pricing on everything you need, from tires and wheels to lift kits and accessories. And we install everything we sell. Shop 4-Wheel Parts online, by phone, or visit one of our over 70 state-of-the-art showrooms in the U.S. and Canada for the ultimate off-road shopping experience. For your free truck or Jeep catalog, call 800-322-5337 or visit online at 4wheelparts.com. 4-Wheel Parts. Life is better off-road.
Next stop, Phoenix, where speed is nothing if you can't handle the heat.
Brilliant move, tries to pass him on the outside.
The Phoenix Grand Prix, Saturday on NBCSN.
For the first time in franchise history, the San Jose Sharks are headed to the Stanley Cup Final.
A home is where life is lived. The unmistakable beauty and performance of Unilock pavers and walls enrich the quality of outdoor living. Where perfect settings and cherished moments become memories that last a lifetime. Live life beautifully with Unilock.
Drivers, I need your help to make our roads as safe as possible. For starters, cars and trucks, please be extra careful when driving next to each other. Whoa! Also, if your phone isn't hands-free, it's illegal to use when driving in Illinois.
So drop it and drive.
And remember, when you see orange signs, look for the unexpected. Something ahead could result in a crash. See orange, slow down, save lives. Together, we can make zero fatalities a reality. Always drive safely and embrace the orange.
And once again, we welcome you back here. Justin Lofton just beginning lap 2, still our overall leader. So over 140 miles in the books for our leader here at the General Tire Parker 425, presented by Lucas Oil Products. 3 laps to complete this one to get to that 425-mile mark. Actually, 426, I believe, is where it's at. Parker, Arizona, of course, is where the track is. And there's a look at the man who's leading overall.
Yeah, dude, Lofton is on it. He's trying to set pace, you know, on his second lap here, so it's about to get real ugly for him. But Harley's pushing the limits. He's doing good. He's running through the paces. But looks like he's going to end up swapping riders up here in this next pit. So we're able to catch up, talk to Mr. Hook, and see what the plan is for the day.
Yeah, it sounds like Harley's in second place physically on the road right now behind Justin Lofton. It sounds like Jesse Jones fouled with a problem already. Harley, he's run a real good, smooth race so far, no problems at all. He's representing U-Theory brand proud, and right now he's coming in, dropped Don from Jmar Brake Products off, and I'll get in and I'll go the last 2 laps with him.
So there you go. They are going to change navigators, co-drivers, whatever you'd like to call it. We'll see how that transition goes. Here's a look at the top 10 as they're running right now on the track. Justin Lofton, as we talked about, the overall leader, and then Harley Lettner leading the 1500 class in second on track. Rob McCachran making his way to the front, as is Bryce Menzies.
Yeah, it looks like Rob's the man on a mission. He's passed a couple dudes to get up some spots, and you know, Voss, our last year's champion, is coming. He's creeping, so he's got to play the game. Everybody's up front trying to win this thing overall, but they can't forget about this guy. He knows how to win him. He's the number 1 play for a reason. Jason Voss is bad man.
Yeah, boy, he had an awesome 2016 year. One event was the only time he was out of the top 5. But he had an incredible season for sure, winning that championship, including first overall and a second at the last 2 events, Blue Water Desert Challenge and the Crump Nugget.
Yeah, he did it with fashion, man. He did it with winning races, and that's a motto I live by, is not points rates, and it's out there winning races. And if you end up the champion at the end, then that's it, man. That's you've earned it. And Serapis is out here, this is the second year with this truck, so he's trying to prove his own. Running here with the big dogs, he's got a Hurst Smith Fab truck, and it's a good machine. He's just got to put some miles in and get some results out of that truck.
Yeah, had a couple top 5s last year, so the truck's certainly solid for sure. As we take a look at Andy McMillan, 9th place on track, and talk about a family name rich in history out here in the desert. This is certainly one of them.
Yeah, these guys are always a threat. There's 3 brothers out here shredding. One of them had a tough go in qualifying, wasn't able to race, but Andy Mack, dude, he's synonymous with winning races, so these guys got to look. He's sitting 9th, not where he wants to be, but we'll see where this boy ends up. He's definitely a true player, and he'll be there at the end for sure. Lettner bringing it in on a flatty. Not what he wants to be doing right now.
Yeah, that's going to cost them a little bit of time for sure. They're going to change co-drivers as we talked about before. That already happening. Belts loose, bailing out, fill it up with fuel.
Yeah, it was probably one of those deals. Do you change in the desert, or do you limp that thing through the infield back to the main pit where they've got the real tools to do it? So he obviously made a decision. Harley needs to win this thing overall. That's the words out of his mouth, so he's not playing the game right now. He's going fast, but he's sitting on flat tire, and that's where you not want to be when you want to win this thing overall.
The Jimmy Hook Hops N2. The car with Lettner. We go on board with John Angle. Makes it look easy right there, right?
Now
it's anything but.
No, he's cruising. He's a big player in this game, and racing trick truck. They've got several cars out here, from UTVs to 6100s to trick truck. So they're players running the Polaris Razor out here shredding the desert, man. Parker Oligas on the gas, man. He's been a silent guy in the past. He's had some good races, some quiet races, but he's sitting here right behind Andy Mack, and Andy Mack probably plans on going to the front. So I think Oligas is going to play the game with him and see where he ends up at the end. He knows Parker very well. He's been out here for a long time.
A tough 2016 for Oligas, but looking to rebound here. 2017 off to a great start, as you talked about before. Again, we go on board with these guys, man, pushing hard right here. Kevin Thompson out of Texas.
Yeah, he's one of the new boys to Trick Truck, and he's in their new the Herbst truck as well, their chassis, and he's had some good luck with it. He's put that thing upside down a couple times, learning how to do it, but dude's got a helicopter following him, passing trick trucks. Man, he's living life. He's having a blast.
Yeah, getting it done, man. Big time speed out there, and of course the helicopters follow overhead for safety purposes to help these guys out in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, so you can see he's obviously on pretty hard packed, a lot of big berms. This desert, man, like I said before, it throws so many different things at you. You've got sand washes that go for miles and you want to run a paddle tire, but then you get up on the top hardback stuff. Now the other Herbst chassis is rumbling, ripping through rocks. Like, this place is gnarly, man. Parker, if anybody's raced it, they know what they're doing. And if you haven't and you want to go at it, it's going to beat you up. This place is tough.
How much time do these guys spend pre-running this course?
Not much. There's not too much allowed with Best in the Desert, so you've really got to put the miles in. You've got to have years of experience to know exactly what you're doing and where you're going against. And it's tough. Like I said, it's a loop race, so this thing changes. By the time they start and finish, this place is so ugly, you don't even want to walk down it, never mind drive a truck through it. And so it's good. I mean, we're watching all these huge trick trucks going through it, and these poor buggies got to blast through all this stuff. Oh, Mr. Lopez, not having a good day. Truck sounds like it's
shut off there. Yeah, we're actually hearing he might be out of fuel, and if I'm not mistaken, there's a new combination that they're using here in this truck as well.
Yeah, they've tried some different motor packages with this Best in the Desert series, and doesn't sound like it's working today.
Like a supercharger on that power plant, maybe it's consuming a little more fuel than they planned on. As we take a look at Tracy Graff.
Getting it. Yeah, started well, running well, putting miles behind him, man. Tracy Graff, attaboy.
Finished second in the championship 1 year ago. Is out here making some dust in 2017. We'll be right back.
The General Tire Best in the Desert Series is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. Optima Batteries. the ultimate power source. And by General Tire. Anywhere is possible. Lucas Complete Engine Treatment is a new multifunctional cleaner plus lubricant from the labs at Lucas Oil Products. It's designed for use in both engine oil and fuel systems. It also cleans and lubricates the entire gas or diesel fuel system from the tank to injectors. It contains special Lucas additives that cause the fuel to burn thoroughly and helps increase your miles per gallon. What you can expect. Lucas Oil Complete Engine Treatment. It works. Currently on sale at AutoZone stores everywhere.
Daytona, Talladega, Michigan, Pocono, Kentucky. One day, I'm gonna win them all.
With General Tire, anywhere is possible. The following ad is being condensed for your viewing convenience.
I finally switched to Geico.
Oh, yeah?
Ended up saving a ton of money on car insurance.
I hear they have a really great mobile app.
The interface is remarkably intuitive.
That's so important.
Everybody has their thing. That one thing that gets their heart pounding. And it begins with a start. Start fast. Start low and slow. Start fighting, flying. Start over. Because in our world, there's only one rule. Never stop starting. The Optima Signature 6-pack with up to 3 times the life. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Previously on the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Ducks move on to round 2.
The Stanley Cup playoffs continue tonight on NBCSN.
Welcome to Russia, where Team Mercedes reign undefeated as the competition heats up. Will anyone crash their party? Welcome to life at the speed of F1, the Russian Grand Prix, Sunday on NBCSN.
Welcome back to Parker, Arizona. Nick Mills having a good run out here in the 6100 class. Currently the leader in that category. This is the General Tire Parker 425 presented by Lucas Oil Products. And of course we're here in Parker, Arizona as we kick off the 2017 Best in the Desert Series.
This is a loop race at its finest right here. You've got a little bit smaller class and you've got the big boys coming up behind.
Woo! That's a love tap.
Yeah, it was a bit aggressive, but it was kind of a random situation, under braking, whatever, but it's good. You know, these guys are out here pushing. That guy's in a race of his own, so you got to be nice to him. You know, let him do his own and get out of the way if you can. But 6100, man, this battle is brewing.
He nearly lost his spare tire, man. That was a big hit for sure. But yeah, Nick Mills out front, Ryan Hancock, Michael Lewis round out the top 3 there as they are all battling in their own category. Bobby Picoy a little bit deeper down there in the field, but still inside of the top 10.
Yeah, this class is cool. I mean, obviously it's been around for a little while, but it's kind of up and coming, and they call it Spec Trophy Truck, and it's got some different motor packages and different travel and smaller trucks and lighter this and lighter that, but it's still a pocket purse full of money, and it's still racing. So whether they're going fast or whether they're racing the Spec class, these guys are still out there in some bad machines putting desert behind them.
Boy, look at the terrain there, man. Really putting that truck to work, the suspension. Using all he has there in that 6100 truck for Michael Lewis.
Yeah, real hard pack. You can see that. Woo. It's just pure rock, it looks like. But just hard pack desert that's been raced on for over 30 years. And it's the same stuff, different day. And like I said, these guys, the 6100 class is going to be gnarly. We'll see who pulls it off. Sometimes you get some sleepers in the back that come through. Then you get the guys that just run away with it. So they're fast. They're almost up there with the trick truck speed, but it's a Spec class for sure.
And there's our leader overall. That is Justin Lofton, currently at mile marker 38 here on lap 2 of 3.
Getting it. That dude is having a blast right now, running through these greater roads in Parker. They're a dream come true. They can bite you, like I said. They're nasty, but, dude, how fun is that? How gnarly is that? It's so cool.
So funny how everybody has a different configuration, how they carry their spares back there. Every truck looks just a little bit different as everybody has their own ideas.
Yeah, it's good. That's what's universal. And then you throw a buggy in the mix. They're completely different animals. But look at that, pure soft sand to hard pack. Big old ditch right here. Boom. You can see the faces of these things just getting deeper and deeper as all the classes go through them. So Lettner's on the mission. He's got to catch Lofton if he wants to win this thing. He's obviously running up front in the 1500 class, so he knows what he's doing. Just got to put it in front of those big bad trick trucks. We'll see if he can do it.
Yeah, the guys did a great job for him during that pit stop of getting that flat tire change. Jimmy Hook jumped in there with him as well to run the last 2 laps, and they're still hanging out there second on track. So a great effort out of Harley Lettner. And there's the man, Rob McCagran, who's really closed in on everybody.
Yeah, he's been pushing. Obviously, he knows Parker very, very, very well. And he's been racing here his whole life, so he's got his game figured out. I think he's got a plan figured out. Everything is kind of a curveball thrown at you, but he knows the pace. He knows how to push early, and we'll see if that man can pull it off.
He was completely clean, too, which is pretty shocking as we take a look at Luke McMillan, 4th place on the track. A couple of top 10s a year ago with the best in the desert.
Man, all I see is beautiful carbon fiber on that truck. Him and Walker Industries have been working together on that truck, and that thing is carbon fiber everything. If it's not chromoly, it's carbon. So those dudes are pushing the limits. His brother sadly tossed that thing in a big fashion in qualifying the other day, but it's Andy's up front. Andy's trying to get up front. We'll see if any of these guys can win this thing. Voss, obviously, the man that knows how to do it.
Yeah, the reigning champ from 2016 out here trying to back that one up, and we had a chance to talk to him and meet him a little bit closer.
When we're not racing, we're from Northern California, and we run a small aggregate business up there. We run our business and our race program kind of the same. We're up early in the morning before the sun comes up, and we're usually still at work when the sun goes down, and we put 110% effort into it. I started racing off-road in 2005. Before that, I raced dirt bikes growing up, local motocross races, district hare scramble races. But we jumped into off-road truck racing in 2005, and we started down in Ivan Stewart's Pro Truck class, which was a spec, V8 truck class. And, it was great. Guys like Tavo Vildosla, Rick Johnson, a lot of guys were racing in that class, and the competition was great. We learned a lot the first, 4 or 5 years racing with the Ivan Stewart Pro Trucks. Once guys out of our class started stepping up to the trick truck class, we knew we had to head that direction. And I think it really made the transition into the unlimited trucks, good for us. And, knock on wood, we've stepped it up. We've been running in the trick truck class, and we've had success.
Just an incredible team, man. So solid, so prepared. That's what you really need to have out here. And a little bit of racing luck doesn't hurt either. Saw him kick one of those huge boulders as we take a look at Jason Voss. Saw him kick one of those huge boulders, and man, that can ruin your day quickly out here.
Yeah, there's literally 4 billion things that could end your day quickly out here, but number 1 plates are for a reason, and that guy's definitely earned it. And everybody out there that's racing wishes they were rocking the number 1 plate. So he's got a big target on his back.
Oh, our leader has pulled off onto the side with big issues.
Front end looks collapsed somehow. Both wheels are on it. Doesn't look like he crashed the thing, but that's a dude that's pretty bummed. But you can see they're out of the car already. So they've had a big gap on these guys, and it looks like Lettner's coming up on him right now. They're off to the side. You feel bad for them, wish them the best, but those dudes are fist pumping on the inside like, all right, this race is ours. Let's bring it home, boys.
Yeah, and Lettner giving the thumbs up just to make sure he was okay. So Harley Lettner now first on track.
As your power steering pump ages, seal leaks may occur, causing the power steering system to lose fluid. Your power steering system may also develop an annoying squeal, and the steering may become more difficult to handle. By using Lucas Power Steering Stop Leak, you will stop the seal leaks, reduce slack in rack and pinion, eliminate the squeals and hard spots in your power steering system. It is guaranteed to stop seal leaks or your money back. Lucas Power Steering Stop Leak. It works.
Clean up your toughest messes super easy, super fast. Only Super Clean is formulated to do the work for you. Just spray it on and watch the grease and grime wash away. Super Clean is the only cleaner degreaser that is scientifically formulated to kick any mess to the curb, so you can move on to more important things. For all of your greasiest, grimiest, toughest tasks around the house, shop, or garage, Super Clean gets the job done. Super Clean. Super easy, super fast.
Horsepower isn't just for NASCAR. It's for your car. It's for off-road and the on-ramp. You need it when you're drifting. You want it when you're passing. Get more of it with a K&N high-flow air filter, designed to increase horsepower with up to 50% more airflow. Because whether your green light flashes here or here, everyone loves that fast car smell.
4-Wheel Parts, the best source of off-road performance products for your truck and Jeep. Find North America's best selection and pricing on everything you need, from tires and wheels to lift kits and accessories. And we install everything we sell. Shop 4-Wheel Parts online, by phone, or visit one of our over 70 state-of-the-art showrooms in the U.S. and Canada for the ultimate off-road shopping experience. For your free truck or Jeep catalog, call 800-322-5337 or visit online at 4wheelparts.com. 4-Wheel Parts. Life is better off-road.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system. Pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
And once again, we welcome you back here to the General Tire Parker 425, presented by Lucas Oil Products. Well, as we mentioned towards the top of the show, unfortunately, and much to everybody's surprise, we lost the man that was the inspiration behind Best in the Desert last year.
Casey Folks, I'd say the best memory, and that really tells what kind of guy he was, is, he was there since 2005 when we started racing Best in the Desert. He shook our hand at the start of every single race, and somehow he was able to beat us to the finish line every time and shake our hand again at the finish of every single race. I can't recall a single race where he wasn't at the start and finish line.
The best way to put Casey is a modern cowboy. He's a guy who'll spit in his hand, shake your hand, and that word meant everything. So he's just a man of integrity.
He's one of the most trusted and loyal people that I've ever met in my life.
To us, Casey Folks was a hero. He's a mentor. Everything about the man was incredible, and
nobody could do his job like he did it. You could really tell he's someone who really cared about what he did and cared about the people of the sport. And
he was a great guy. He demanded respect from all of us, and he actually, I believe, he made this whole Best in the Desert race community better people. Honestly, he made us all a better person.
Yeah, a real shock to lose Casey Folks, and such great relationships both on and off the track. He will be missed. Dearly, dearly missed.
Yeah, that's for sure, man. All these guys are rocking the Booyah label on their race cars in memory of him. That was kind of his trademark logo and saying. And Harley's out here trying to make everybody proud by winning this thing in a 1500 car. So he's pushing hard, but obviously he had some flats early, and he's trying to do his family proud.
Rob McEachran is quickly closing the gap as well. These guys are about to begin lap 3 here, the third and final lap, as you take a look. And it actually looks like Rob McEachran might get around Harley Letner right here, and there it is.
Yeah, dude, he's burning bushes down, literally whatever it takes before you drop into the wash under here. So, boom, done. Rob Mack, clean air.
Yeah, Letner had to check up there just a little bit with that dust storm back behind him as we take a look at Sam Baldy, who started off in 28th position. Pretty deep there on track, but still having a solid day here.
Yeah, they're doing good. They've had some bad luck here in Parker, and they're out here looking for a checker flag finish line. You can see the sun's about to go down, so the lights come on. Andy Mack's rocking the lights already, and pushing, dude. This is one of my favorite corners as a kid. I got to race it a couple years ago, throwing it onto the pavement at about 80, 85. Running down the waterfront, man. This is a cool race to be at, and Andy Mack is still a player in this thing for sure.
Yeah, that thing sounds awesome. You can just hear the big steam out of some of these trucks as we take a look now at Mark Newham, and Mark has taken over the driving duties from Steve Elegance.
Yeah, it's good. They've obviously switched it up, kind of going with a two-driver setup. Sometimes it works, man. Sometimes you spend too much time in the pits, but it seems like he's got it figured out. Serapis needed to turn on some headlights here, going through that Parker dust at dusk. Not a good time to be racing in the desert for sure, but you figured out, turn on the lights, this whole place will get dark, the whoops will get different, the sand will look different. This place is going to change form here real quick.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, how much different is it now? As you can see here, there's one of the light bars. Take a look at the lights on top of the truck as well. They can turn night into day for sure, but it is still a very hazardous situation. We'll be right back to finish this thing up.
The General Tire Best in the Desert Series is brought to you by Lucas Oil. Made in America, sold to the world. K&N Filters. Superior airflow. Superior performance. And by General Tire. Anywhere is possible.
No matter what you're into, the one truth is, you're not entering a race, you're entering a family. And it begins with the start. Start doing. Start getting involved. Start getting it done. Start with friends and end with family. In our world, there's only one rule. Never stop starting. The Optima Signature 6-pack with up to 3 times the life. Optima, the ultimate power source.
Over 3 years in the making. 20,000 engineering hours invested. We started with 16 tread patterns. We tortured them over 9 different road surfaces. If there's one thing we've learned over the last 100 years, it doesn't pay to take shortcuts. Let's go. She's a dog.
Fine ping pong. Find your awesome with the Xfinity X1 voice remote.
That's amazing.
Hit Escape with great deals on great gear, like Bass Pro Canopy chairs for under $20, only at Bass Pro Shops.
Hey, what's up with the bike?
No car insurance. I can't afford that after my accident.
Sounds like you need a quote from the General. You, step into my office.
At the General, monthly payments are low with immediate proof of insurance. Get your anonymous online quote and ride with the General.
Yeah. Can we lose the bike now and put on some pants?
For a great low rate you can get online, go to the General and save some time.
See that? That's teamwork. Like cookies and brownies coming together to form Brookies and his Guardian's awesome mix Blizzard. Hey, Jen, that's enough. Star-Lord's clean.
What?
The new DQ Guardian's Awesome Mix Blizzard. See the film May 5th.
Our leaders are close to the finish here at the General Tire Parker 425, presented by Lucas Oil Products. Take a look at the lights coming at you, man. Turning night into day.
Yeah, a lot of guys in the heavy dust, they'll just run those yellow kind of amber lights in the front instead of lighting up that cloud of dust in front of you. So a little bit different strategy, and you can see some of the mix up here in the front of these guys. Just a little bit different way to look at it. I mean, he's got the full light rack option on the roof, but he hasn't turned it on yet. So everybody's got their own style, their own taste, what they want to do, how they want to light up the desert.
Yeah, it is cool. Scott doing a good job there in the 1500 class as... Wow, take a look at the sparks, man. When they stand on the brakes, you can't see that during the day. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely pushing the limits, trying to get it to the finish. I mean, that dude's got a whole nother lap he's got to put down through this Parker Desert. So there's a lot that can happen at night, dude. This place totally changes, but it is a loop race. So they're on their third go-around. You know, Kevin, these guys are pushing, trying to bring it home, trying to get a checkered flag, but we'll see how this last lap turns out. This is usually when the mix-up happens, when it all gets thrown around.
And hats off to our crew as well, being out here at nighttime in the desert trying to get us some good video. Jason Strachan out of Utah, out here cutting his way through the night.
Yeah, you can tell the pace has kind of changed. You know, these guys are on lap number 3, whether they've had a great day or a bad day. Most of them just want to get to that finish line, man. But he's pushing. You know, it's a tough class to run a trick truck and push hard all day long. And some of these guys are pushing extra hard when the night falls, and all of a sudden you'll see a new leader here come out real quick. So we'll see how this thing mixes up, man. It's exciting.
Mike Cook, currently 10th on track, and I'd have to think this is really where the experience plays in, especially the guys that have been out here running this for years and years and years.
Yeah, it's really good and easy, I should say, for this third lap because you've crossed all your notes with what's actually out there for GPS. So you know exactly what's coming up. You know what's going on. But like I said, look at that. That's a whole different world. We used to see this differently, about a half an hour ago, and now these guys are fighting the night. Sometimes the lights don't work. Sometimes they're aimed wrong, and sometimes you just throw mud. Dude, killing it. So that's Parker, man. It goes from silty mess to sloppy mud, like you name it. This place has it.
Yeah, and you can see the mud obviously covering the lens there on our onboard. Certainly that had to happen to their face mask as well. Corey Kazar now 11th on track.
Yes, sir. They're pushing hard, getting close to the end of this race. These guys are really trying to dice and try to bring up positions and see who can win this thing overall, physically and on time. So we'll see, some of the swingers here at night, like you said, different pace. Looks like we may have ourselves a winner come to the line. I have no idea who this could be. The pace is getting unreal. Is it Ledner? I think it's Rob Mack. I don't know, dude. It's hard to say.
Oh, they're saying it's Andy McMillan. So Andy McMillan making a huge charge through this race. Man. Apparently, Rob McEachran has had some issues for Andy to get around him. But congratulations to Andy McMillan for picking up the win here in the 2017 season kickoff.
Man, that's huge. That dude was sitting 9th earlier, and now he squeaked out a win. Andy McMillan, congrats. A lot of dudes still fighting this desert trying to get to the finish. But like you said, something happened with Rob Mack. He was leading strong. Maybe he had a long pit, maybe he had a flat, maybe he had another issue, but just a bummer for him. But Andy McMillan, like I said, those McMillan boys, they don't play around when they come here to Parker.
Tracy Graff now giving us a ride here, and as we talked about before, tunnel vision, man, it is really narrow whenever you look at it like that.
Yeah, so long day of fighting, long day of battling, tire changes, pit stops, and he's sitting 12th. So I know he's a race car driver, so he definitely isn't stoked at that. So bring it home, boys. We'll try next time.
All right, let's get back over to the finish line and talk to the first across the stripe.
Yeah, it was a really good day for us. Started 16th. Not exactly where we wanted to be, but just kept a level head and just kept picking cars off as they were pulled over. And the desert, out here sure did beat a lot of cars today. And we just kind of kept our pace and kept picking guys off. Going out on the last lap, Rob and I were pretty much tied on time, and so it came down to us two. And then I had a flat in the first wash, and then I stopped to change it by a guy who was broken down. He came up and told me that Rob had just had a flat there, so we were both still tied on time basically. So we just kept charging really hard, and then on the second pit on the last lap, Rob was pulled over. We got the physical lead and never looked back.
So there it is, confirmation that Rob McEachran has had some sort of issue. Not sure if he's been able to fix it and get back on track or not. We'll update you as we get updated. We're going to go back out on the track now and find another racer fighting their well. And it is Rob McEachran scrapping his way to the finish, so it looks like he might be able to hang on to second.
Crazy, yeah. You never know what goes on in the desert, especially at night, man. Bringing it home. Good job, Rob Mack. Not what he wanted. Andy McMillan's a champ.
All right, stay with us. We'll talk to Rob McEachran and some of the other players when we come back.
Yeah, I just saved a whole lot of money by switching to Geico.
Huh. We should take a closer look at Geico.
Geico insures way more than cars, boats, motorcycles, even RVs.
Geico insures RVs?
What's an RV?
The thing we've been stuck on for 5 years.
Wait, I'm not a real moose? We've been over this, Jeff.
We're stickers.
I'm not a real moose. Give him some space.
Deep breaths, Jeff.
What's a sticker?
Take a closer look at Geico. Great savings and a whole lot more.
Next to your vehicle's engine, your transmission is the most important component of your car. If it's not properly maintained, your car may not shift properly. By adding Lucas Transmission Fix to your transmission, it cleans and lubricates sticking valves for proper shifting, renews worn bands to stop slipping, stops seal leaks, will not void new car warranties, contains no harmful solvents. Lucas Transmission Fix. It works.
Welcome to Russia, where Team Mercedes reign undefeated as the competition heats up. Will anyone crash their party? Welcome to life at the speed of F1, the Russian Grand Prix, Sunday on NBCSN.
Next stop, Phoenix, where speed is nothing. if you can't handle the heat.
Brilliant move. Tries to pass him on the outside.
The Phoenix Grand Prix, Saturday on NBCSN.
This is the General Tire Parker 425 presented by Lucas Oil Products as we kick off the 2017 season. Brett Serapis now crossing the finish line. In the meantime, we're going to go talk to Rob McCachran.
You know, our day went fairly well. I mean, the first 2 laps, everything was going good. We ended up getting to be first on the road there, past Harley Letner. He was the last guy that I passed. Passed him at finishing the second lap, and then we just figured, hey, set sail on the third lap, and going up the wash, probably mile 15, I clipped a rock, got a flat tire, got out, hurry up, and changed that. We went through pit 1, and it seemed like the gap was the same. So come to find out, he had a flat somewhere in the same area about the same time I did, or in the same mile marker. And about mile 40 or so, we broke a fitting, so we had to limp it from 40 to Gramwell pit. There, you know, the guys, we had to take the hood off, and the fitting was broke off in the other part of the fitting, if that makes sense to you. So they had to basically hammer a screwdriver in there and wedge it, and to get it undone, to be able to replace the fitting, get all put back together. Andy got by us, and he started behind us, so we'd have to catch him and get in front of him. I knew it was going to be tough. We really wanted to win this. We've been so close so many years in a row and just had little issue. I think 3 times I've been on the last lap leading and had a little issue. So this is our Achilles heel here, Parker, and we'll just come back stronger next year with Rockstar Energy, Makita Power Tools, BF Goodrich Tires, Vision Wheels. You know, everybody that works on this truck did an awesome job, and it's been a very good truck throughout the years. We got a lot of race wins in here, and hopefully more to come.
Yeah, they ended up separated by about 10 minutes. Amazing over the course of 425 miles as Mark Newham now coming across here, and actually Steve Oligas' truck, and believe it or not, you think 10 minutes is a lot. How about 1 minute? That truck will actually beat Serapis on time by 1 minute.
Yeah, the race was good. We started 14th, so Jason Voss was in front of us, so we just kind of tried to set a pace with him, and he ended up taking off. The breeze was actually pretty good today, so we were able to get a lot of wind, so the dust wasn't too bad. But other than that, people were just dropping out, and we kept a solid pace going. We got 2 flats the whole day, but other than that, we had no issues. The truck ran perfect, and we're here, hopefully podium finish.
Yeah, so unfortunately, he will not. Brett Serapis finishes in 4th. The Oligas Newham team will end up in 3rd as they beat him out by just 1 skinny little minute.
Yeah, man, it's desert racing. Everything counts, every minute, every second. But across the line, number 50, stoked. Mark Newham finished 4th physically, but got Serapis on time by a minute, so let's talk to him.
Steve started. He did the first lap, and then I got in at Gramwell and just kind of did a pre-run for a little bit, and then turned it up a little bit more on the last lap. But then coming in, it just got so rough. It was just like we had a really difficult season last year with a lot of breakages, starting at this race, and so for the team, for these guys, for Steve, I just really, really wanted to get a good, clean finish, and I could have driven it harder, but I don't know what the times were like when I got in. Jason Bateman rode the whole race. He's worked. He needs dinner. We all do. But man, podium. Did you get your podium hat? Man, I'm starting to collect these.
Yeah, that's a really good night, man. When you hear you made the podium, you know you've had a very successful day.
Yes, Harley Letner didn't win the thing overall, but he got the first 1,500 car, man, so he's got to be stoked. That's one of those days, man. Mike Cook, let's hear about your story, buddy.
Started 35th in line overall. You know what? The truck ran awesome. We rolled through no flats, no issues. We had some brake trouble. Turned the bias up more to the front. Just a good smooth run. Worked our way up. I got in. I was first lap. Todd did the second. Hopped in for the third, and just no issues. Smooth run to the last 3 miles, and limped it in with a broken rear axle. So can't complain. What a good time.
Man, started off 35th. That is a great run through the field. And Justin Lofton, who was leading, now still has 1 more lap to go. Unbelievable. Let's go down and talk to Harley Letner.
I started 3rd, ran a pretty good pace, going as much as I could. I was getting splits. I knew Bryce was on me. Jesse pulled over, so we were running 2nd. Got Lofton, he broke down right before the wash before the GO trail. So we came in first physical buggy. And ran through that, and then they got me back to the pits. Bryce did. Bryce and Lofton, they were both broke again, so we were first physical buggy again, our first vehicle. And I just tried to run a good enough pace where they weren't hunting me down and taking me out. And I know they were there on time, but dude, to keep up with these trick trucks in a buggy is a hell of a lot of work. And I think it takes a very good buggy and some good shocks. And, you know, King does the best, good engines. So we tried to go for it. Rob Mack got me when I was milking an alternator in. Had to change it in the pit. Went a little ways up Shea. It was out, like, we had broken wire, but it was alternator as well. Had to turn back around and change it. And just cruised in the last lap. And I know Joe David had me on time. And unfortunately, he had a power steering pump go out. But good for us. We got here first car, and I think we probably got on time for the win.
It's a busy day, right? So take a look at that, man. Andy McMillan doing a great job. 6 hours, 54 minutes. Solid effort there out of the McMillan team. Rob McCachran, as we talked about 10 minutes back. Then Steve Oligas and Brett Serapis. Take a look at how close those guys are. And Todd Peterson rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, Lettner was able to squeak it out for the 1,500 car. So Jonathan Swift, good run for them, 6,100. A lot of top dogs up there. Justin Mann need another four-wheel drive truck, but there's a lot of big swingers that didn't perform out there today. Start the season off rough and behind the points is not the way you want to start it.
Yeah, big field out here, brutal track as you talked about. So many things can go wrong so quickly. We'll take a look at the points, and as you would imagine, it's pretty much as they finished here in the first round of 2017.
Yeah, the one guy we're not talking about is Mr. Voss, and he's not in the top 10, so he's got a lot of work to do to get that number 1 plate back. Andy Mack, and all those boys are coming and swinging. Harley Lettner, again, top of the points. This year, he's trying to make things different from last year, so all these 1,500 cars, they've got some competition this year. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's such a good battle, such a great class there as well. It's been a lot of fun as we have the 2017 season up and rolling. Hope you enjoyed all the great racing action. For more information, you can go to BITD.com to keep up with all the action. We'd love to see you at one of our events. For Kyle LeDuc, I'm Ken Stout. Thanks for watching the Lucas Oil Best in the Desert. General Tire, Parker, 425.
The end of civilization is upon us. Hold your loved ones close.
It's Lord never come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Tomorrow. It's
Who's that? It's my son. This is Rosenberg. I'm Topher Brophy. We get easily confused because there's a resemblance, people say. He loves taking pictures. And the camera on the Galaxy S8, it's amazing. And with Sprint's unlimited plan, we can post whenever we want, which works for me. Does the plan work for you? He says it works for him.
Lease 2 Samsung Galaxy S8s for the price of 1. And with Galaxy Forever, you can upgrade to the latest Galaxy every year. Plus, get unlimited $30 per month per line for 4 lines. And now the 5th line is free.
For Tottenham Hotspur fans, last season served as a microcosm of the past 56 years of their club's history. Blessed with a squad brimming with young talent, whose promise as individuals reverberated through the collective.
The execution is just too good. The young man is a superstar.
Great skill. Oh, what a goal! Oh, this young man is a sensation!
Led by an ambitious manager in whom they came to place their trust.
It's absolutely wonderful from Tottenham. Beautiful football.
Their team raised title hopes, dazzling with peerless moments of ruthless beauty.
A blistering finish after a blistering run.
Only to dash those dreams as their campaign stalled out at the last.
Tottenham's title hopes perish at Stamford Bridge. Desperate disappointment for Mauricio Pochettino and his gallant charges.
An experience all the more painful because of the memories it evoked of so many entertaining squads turned false messiahs which litter the recent past.
It's a brilliant finish. Are they finally going to break the jinx?
Yet Tottenham Hotspur are a club on the brink of transformation.
Tottenham's footsteps grow louder by the week.
The new stadium raising beam by beam, week to week, alongside alongside White Hart Lane promises a future poised to divert from scripts of season past.
It's a club that generates emotion and passion, and that is the most important thing.
Evidence that this is a club poised to usher in a new era taking shape before our very eyes.
I'm absolutely blown away at the size of it, the dimensions, the ambition we're showing here.
Tottenham, to examine the club's attempt to reinvent itself and its culture from one that entertains to one that wins.
Tottenham have lofty aspirations.
This is Tottenham.
But does it herald the start of a new era?
To dare is to do.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful!
Well, that's just ridiculous. What a finish.
And it was almost inimitable. Tottenham were to find a goal.
Is there anything left from this man to surprise us? That was one of the finest free kicks that this stadium has ever seen. Has he just won the North London derby for Spurs?
Tottenham Hotspur were founded back in 1882 as Hotspur Football Club by local grammar school students and members of North London's Hotspur Cricket Club. The club's iconic name is believed to be derived from Sir Henry Percy, an English nobleman and knight from the 14th century who was given the nickname Hotspur by his Scottish enemies in recognition of his ferocious speed in the field of battle. In 1901, Spurs tasted glory, surprising the rest of English football by becoming the first non-league team to win the FA Cup, a feat which has never been repeated to this day. 7 years later, Tottenham earned entry into the Football League, but it took 4 decades for the club to achieve top-flight success, when a former Spurs player turned manager originated a new approach to the game.
The style of play, the team's identity, was really forged by a man called Arthur Rowe.
Arthur Rowe had been a Spurs player, a local man. He had his own way of playing, a sort of a push-and-run style.
He invented the 1-2.
Yes, with the logic that the man off the ball was more important than the man with the ball because your movement was so important. So it wasn't just a traditional long pass and that.
And they rode that push-and-run strategy to title glory.
Yes, first time, 1951, and it created a total new approach to English football.
A key cog in Rowe's title-winning side was defender Bill Nicholson. And in 1958, the one-club player was named Tottenham's manager, heralding the beginning of the club's most successful era.
Spurs had won the fabulous double. It's 64 years since the last time the double was won, and in these days of strenuous competition, most people thought it never would be won again.
His team became the first British team to win a European trophy.
Yes, it was the Glory nights. It was a special time because the games were played on the lights and the atmosphere, the crowd, the place was packed. It was tremendous. There was a confidence at them that they could beat anyone.
And Spurs re-celebrating the life of their greatest ever manager, the man who elevated them to be the best team in the land with a flurry of European and domestic honours through 3 decades at a football ground approached via Bill Nicholson Way.
Bill Nicholson was, of course, the most successful manager in Tottenham's history and was probably the last time that Spurs were kind of the bosses of football in this particular country. There's no question over the last few decades, Spurs fans will tell you that they're satisfied with flair, entertainment, free-flowing football without necessarily getting the right results and winning trophies.
Carroll gives it back to Bale, which isn't the daftest thing to do because of shots like that! Amazing, even by his standards.
Hubble with a beautiful piece of skill. What a magnificent goal by Glenn Hubble.
Despite this litany of glamorous players, the club never quite reached the glory that the fans always craved. How do you understand that?
We had some great players and we were great on our day. It was always more important to Spurs fans that we had these flamboyant players.
Everything about that goal was glorious. And the Glenn Hoddle that we know and admire so much is shown to perfection.
Glenn Hoddle for me was the most gifted English footballer I think that I played with. The greatest passer of football, certainly in English football.
He was manager of the club when I was a young player coming through. I was training with him when he was the manager, when he was still the best player on the pitch. It was let you know just how good he was.
Is Gascoigne going to have a crack? He is, you know. Oh,
Magnificent talent, and he could win a game just like that.
that was one of the finest free kicks that this stadium has ever seen.
There were games when he was just unstoppable. He was all about entertainment on and off the pitch.
Is there anything left from this man to surprise us?
Every team needed a player like that would be in the right place at the right time. A pest of a player to play against.
The club's trademark style of flamboyant attacking football attracted a cavalcade of international stars who all arrived with a similar stylish skill set and a singular desire to entertain.
Ossie Ardiles, a little genius. He brought a flair, a different side to English football.
I think Ardiles was always the better all-round player, but Ricky Villa had great flair and will be forever remembered for scoring that magnificent goal in the FA Cup final.
Here we are. And still Ricky Villa. What a fantastic run. He scored. Amazing goal.
To do it on the stage of a cup final, it was genius, and it's a goal that is still played over and over again.
Well, he kept thinking, I wish he'd pass it as he went on the run. I mean, it was one of those where he was fiddling around and you think, what's he doing? And then it'd be another dummy and another cut inside, and then it's almost like slow motion.
David Ginola. I think everyone wanted to be David Ginola. He had the long hair, great looking guy. There was never any mud on his kit. He was clean, and he played with such flair.
Lovely turn by Ginola. What a bad-looking cross. And there's the opening goal, scored by Jürgen Klinsmann.
Klinsmann was exceptional. He had this reputation that he was a diver, but he, don't know about going through the motions, he went through brick walls for us. He was carried off, injured. The fans took to him because he went through the pain barrier for us.
Going for it. Oh, sensational. The footballer of the year, Gareth Bale.
He was prolific, he was outstanding, scored some magnificent goals, crucial goals.
Bale's got the angle this time! Oh, what a goal!
He carried the team so often in so many games. Once he was full flow, his upper body strength helped not just in holding players off, but the fact he could do it again and again. And you make that run in the 90th minute with the same sort of verve you make it in the first minute. Very difficult man to stop.
After weeks of speculation and negotiations, Bale's dream comes true as he leaves White Hart Lane for £85 million.
The player is an absolute wonderful player, so we wish him all the best.
A few moments ago, Andre Villas-Boas finally confirming Gareth Bale is to join Real Madrid. It's done.
Tottenham was great to me. All the fans were absolutely amazing. It wasn't easy to leave, but when a club like Real Madrid comes in and it's my dream, then it's hard to turn down, and I'm sure they'll understand that.
I think it was difficult for Tottenham when they sold Bale, so they spent money quickly, but they didn't spend it that wisely.
Soldado could have scored with his first touch.
Big hopes for Spurs this season, given the amount of money they've spent, the quality of the squad. They've really looked very weak up front.
When you bring in a large number of players at one time, it can be difficult for everyone to kind of bond and gel and hit the ground running, and that's what happened.
Largely, that money that they got for Gareth Bale, that huge amount of money was wasted.
Not especially close.
Everything went bad for us. From being one of the best defenses in the country to suffering 6 goals. We couldn't put a hand in the game in any way or form, so I won't resign, and I'm not a quitter.
So the post-AVB era begins for Spurs. Tim Sherwood, their former player, takes charge of the team.
They made changes, different managers, and they weren't quite so successful.
Oh dear, it is now capitulation for Spurs. It's all gone horribly wrong for Tim Sherwood and his Spurs side. Chelsea 4, Spurs 0.
We keep harping on about top 4. Of course, we want to finish in the top 4, but realistically, let's be honest. We're taking out the best player in the world in Gareth Bale, or one of, and replacing him with 7 players who have never ever played in this competition previously. So it was impossible to start thinking about winning the championship or even top 4.
A pair of turbulent seasons saw the arrival and departure of 2 managers. Spurs hired Mauricio Pochettino, and the Argentine immediately set about transforming the club's culture by impressing his philosophy onto the squad.
Mauricio Pochettino is the latest in the hot seat here.
They play, possession, attractive football, but at the same time with a bit of firmness and a bit of discipline that hasn't always been one of Tottenham's strengths.
Well, they've nicked it. It's a real nick for Pochettino. A massive moment for Tottenham Hotspur. It could well be the perfect start.
When we return, Mauricio Pochettino spells out his theory of football, and Harry Kane and Hugo Lloris describe their experience of the manager's far-reaching impact at the club.
I remember the first few months after he arrived, it was very tough to understand why we worked so hard. But then we started to understand that because we felt the improvement.
He worked the team very hard, but at the same time, he's someone that's going to give the young players a chance. He's someone that you'll see him with his arm around players coming off the training pitch. Whether you're the most experienced player in the team or a young lad, just with your first training session with the first team, and I think that's great.
It's another pure grey morning, don't know what the day is holding, and I get up right when I walk right into the path of a lightning bolt. Got it so the line, they won the water, not the wine, but when I see the signs, I'll jump on that lightning bolt.
La Quinta presents How to Win at Business. Step 1. Point decisively with the arm of your glasses. Abracadabra, the stage is yours. Step 2. Choose La Quinta, the only hotel where you can redeem loyalty points for a free night instantly and win at business.
This is how it feels when you eat a Subway $6 footlong sub of the day. It's the taste you love at a price you can't get enough of. The $6 footlong sub of the day. A different footlong every day of the week. Like the turkey breast on Wednesday and the sweet onion chicken teriyaki on Monday for just $6. 7 days, 7 footlongs, 7 more ways to enjoy Subway.
Canelo, be bold!
Hey, Canelo. No bueno. Be bold. Good there. Hey.
Be bold.
Tecate Light. Born bold.
Nobody does underwater stunts, Sylvia. Except me, of course. This is my stop. Adios!
If you're a stuntman, you cheat death. It's what you do. If you want to save 15% or more on car insurance, you switch to Geico. It's what you do.
I'm Joe Montana. If you were wondering how comfortable the soft, cool cushioning of Skechers Air Cold Memory Foam feels, here's a little demo. Go long. Now that's a soft landing. By Skechers Air Cold Memory Foam.
We, the entertainment-loving people, want all our rooms to be TV rooms. Because those are the best rooms. Because they have TVs in them. And when we're not in those rooms, we want our shows to go with us.
Anywhere?
You got that right, Kid Show Thing.
Get a DirecTV all-included package for 4 rooms. Only $25 a month. Price guaranteed for 2 years. Available for AT&T Unlimited Plus customers.
Mane could be in again, Sadio Mane! Inches away! Mane again, oh what a save by Lloris!
You've said that when you arrived here, the fans used to live in the past. And you said now they're talking about our team, about the present and the future.
Yeah.
What's changed, Hugo?
We are all working hard to bring this club to another level, to compete with the best team in England and in Europe. In Tottenham, there is a real identity in the club. The fans accept that, they understand the way we play, and they feel very proud to see some young players from the academy, and that's very important for a Spurs fan.
They face fellow London side Tottenham this weekend. Mauricio Pochettino is now the man in charge, bringing what he says is a new philosophy to White Hart Lane.
May 2014, you left Southampton after a fantastic 18 months there. You arrived here at a turbulent time. 2 managers had been fired in the past 6 months. The locker room was in a state of disharmony. What attracted you to this project at Spurs?
First of all, because it was a great opportunity to join a big club, and then I think the project was fantastic. It was to change a little bit the philosophy and the culture here, and all together try to develop that philosophy.
I think Mauricio Pochettino impressed everybody at Southampton, did a brilliant job there. At a difficult time when they lost a lot of players as well, and he managed to turn them into a really good footballing, well-organised side. And he's done exactly the same at Tottenham.
I think he's kind of exceeded expectations at this early stage. He works the team very hard, but at the same time he's someone that's going to give the young players a chance. He's someone that you'll see him with his arm around players coming off the training pitch. Whether you're the most experienced player in the team or a young lad just with your first training session with the first team, and I think that's great.
He believes in young players. He doesn't just feel that, well, if you cost a fortune, I better play you because we've spent that money. It's whoever's the best on that day will play.
Your squad isn't just young, it's incredibly English. What is it that draws you to the English mentality?
I like because they are very honest on the pitch. They are very aggressive. That aggressivity maybe is difficult to find in another country.
What a lovely ball that is! Terrific goal! Dele Alli has scored again! What a service into the penalty area by Kyle Walker! 8 goals in 6 Premier League games for Dele Alli.
He's a bit of a throwback, I must admit, to Bill Nicholson's time, because he believes in this business that you must work hard and harder than the opposition. It's all about energy as much as it is about skill and style and that.
What's Mauricio like in the locker room before the game? Is he energetic or is he calm?
Both. He's calm, but obviously, he's Argentinian, so he has this grinta inside him, and he needs to share that with his players.
Grinta?
Yeah, grinta, it's aggressivity, it's normal for me.
I'm fascinated by the seemingly small details that you impart that have huge effects, that you made all the players every morning shake hands with each other.
Yes, I think that it's very important to create a good dynamic, and when you touch a person, you can feel, you can translate emotion. It's a very important thing to try to create a better feeling from the beginning of the day and start to work in a different mood. No?
Tactically, you've transformed this team with an emphasis on high pressing up the field.
Heavy challenge from Wanyama, but a fair one on Fernandinho. Lamela rows down the left-hand side. Ali on the edge of the penalty area. Son coming into the near post. Oh, it's in! Kolarov with the goal!
That's all down to this pressing game that we've seen, and Tottenham have taken advantage, made their counter-attack count.
You used to think Spurs, soft underbelly. Not anymore.
I think that that is one quality of the team, that the press high. That is very good. But when we don't have the ball, we want to recover the ball quick. And when we have the ball, we try always to play and build from back.
To execute the intensity of your game plan, you have one of the most challenging training regimens in the Premier League. In that win against Manchester City, they ran 5.7 miles more than their opponents. Is that statistic more important to you even than, say, possession?
No, I think it's not important, the statistics. Today, football is not the same than 30 years ago. Today, football, the players are athletes, and it's going to the...
Individualized training.
Individualize the training. It's not enough if you have only one session every day. And we understand that we need to work hard, and it's for that the players sometimes complain because it's hard, I can understand.
Spurs teams in the past, when I was growing up watching them, they played some of the most beautiful football, but they could never win consistently. That's changed. You've said so much of that change is down to Mauricio Pochettino arriving. Can you describe that experience for you in the locker room? A turbulent locker room, and then in he walks. What happened?
It's very easy and very simple. You know, in football, it's not only about talent. You need to work hard.
When he first come in and had his pre-season and had the training, a lot of us weren't used to that kind of regime, but we got used to it. And I think you see that, obviously last season we pressed and outrun a lot of teams, scored a lot of late goals because of that.
Towards the edge of the area, Eriksen's in, flag stays down, 2-1 Tottenham! What an impact by Eric Lamela!
This season we're the same. We work hard, we have double sessions whenever we can get them in the week, and that's what the manager wants. He wants people who want to work for the team, work for the club, and we've definitely got that.
I remember the first few months after we arrived, it was very tough to understand why we worked so hard. But then we started to understand after 3-4 months, because we felt the improvement of the fitness condition. And you know, step by step, it created a real atmosphere of work. And we can feel and we can see the improvement of the majority of the players and the team. Of course, we would like to win trophies, but this is the next step for this club and for this young team.
We're going to have one of the best stadiums in Europe in a couple of years. We've got a great young manager, great young squad. So I think everything's there in place. It's just about keeping that hunger, keeping that mentality to keep improving, which I think we will.
In my years, all my years, we've never been as competitive as we were last year.
It's all over here. Spurs were simply brilliant, and they are hunting Leicester down here with 4 games to go.
You were so close last year, so close. Does that feeling of defeat, does it stay in your gut? Does it eat away at you? Or does it motivate you?
I try to take all in a positive way. It's true that at that moment that you are very close, to take the glory is too difficult.
Tottenham's title hopes perish at Stamford Bridge. Last champions in 1961. Another year of nearly for Tottenham. Desperate disappointment for Mauricio Pochettino and his gallant charges.
I think when something happened like this is because it wasn't our moment, and for me it's a big motivation to try again.
You said recently you can't pretend to be a challenger, you can't pretend to be a big club. What do this club need to go next level, to enter the promised land?
I think the next level is to win a trophy altogether. You know, can give a big reward for all the players, for the manager, a big pride for fans too, and then can maybe give us more confidence for the future.
In life, you can feel something, but in football, I think football, only you need to be clever and to be honest and work hard, and all is possible.
Few clubs have developed such a local pipeline of elite talent as Tottenham Hotspur. We explore the secrets of their youth academy when we come back.
Oh, what a moment for Harry Winks! Look what it means to him and to Mauricio Pochettino.
Yes, you can add good people and good players from outside, but I think the main group always come through to the academy always is important, because that is the identity of the club.
Get in the game with Cricket Wireless. We've got more 4G LTE coverage than T-Mobile or Sprint. And if you switch now, you can get a brand new smartphone for free with plans that start at only $30 per month. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
With the Travelocity Customer First Guarantee, your only worry will be how to drink this monstrosity.
Get help with hotels, free 24-hour flight changes, and our price match guarantee.
Travelocity. Wander wisely.
Search for a really strong glue that's clear.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Clear glue. Clear Gorilla Glue.
Of course. Gorilla Glue strength in a crystal clear formula for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Stay out front with Tempur-Pedic. Our proprietary material automatically adjusts your weight, shape, and temperature, so you sleep deeply and wake up feeling powerful. Find your exclusive retailer at Tempur-Pedic.com.
Being comfortable in your own skin isn't just about how you look. It's about knowing yourself.
and being true to character. That's ultimate comfort.
You guys want a picture?
By the way, great shoes. Thanks, man.
Skechers Relax Fit footwear.
Get in the game with Cricket Wireless. We've got more 4G LTE coverage than T-Mobile or Sprint. And if you switch now, you can get a brand new smartphone for free with plans that start at only $30 per month. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
The most significant North London derby in living memory.
Premier League Sunday, Tottenham, Arsenal, Sunday at 11 on NBCSN.
Kentucky Derby on the first Saturday in May.
Family safe with home safety products from Kidde. Right now, over 45 stock Kidde home safety products are on sale. This general use fire extinguisher is only $12.99. This smoke alarm features a 10-year sealed-in lithium battery with smart hush feature, just $14.99. Protect your basement and belongings with a Barracuda battery backup sump pump system. The battery pump kicks on if power goes out or your main pump fails. Get it for $99 now during Menards Spring Catalog Sale.
Save big money at Menards.
Drivers, I need your help to make our roads as safe as possible. For starters, cars and trucks, please be extra careful when driving next to each other. Whoa! Also, if your phone isn't hands-free, it's illegal to use when driving in Illinois.
So drop it and drive.
And remember, when you see orange signs, look for the unexpected. Something ahead could result in a crash. See orange. Slow down. Save lives. Together, we can make zero fatalities a reality. Always drive safely and embrace the orange.
Perfect moment for Tottenham. The North London derby honours are theirs. Harry Kane, in his first experience of this fixture, once again is the hero.
Most clubs in the Premier League love to buy players, elite players. Tottenham Hotspur love to develop them. Why would you do that when it's just easier to purchase a surer thing?
What the club's committed to is the loyalty that comes with bringing through homegrown players.
The thing is, we need success on the pitch, and we strongly believe to have a sustainable football club, you need to have an academy which produces players for your first team.
Yes, you can add good people and good players from outside, but I think the main group always come through to the academy. Always is important because that is the identity of the club.
When you have players that come through the academy, they sort of have Spurs in their blood, and I think you tend to get more out of a homegrown player than you do just buying in a player. You know, we weren't a club that could continue to spend tens, hundreds of millions of pounds each year, so we had to find a way to break that deadlock, and that's why the academy was so important. So building a world-class facility was part of the foundation to try and achieve a better quality first team as a production line through youth.
What amazes me about this academy, not only how many players find their pathway through to the first team, but how many are truly local. Harry Kane, born in Chingford, Josh Onomah, Enfield, Harry Winks, Hemel Hempstead, all a stone's throw away from the academy. What's important to Tottenham about finding local players? Because big clubs, Manchester City, they are scouring the world for talent.
First of all, you know, we live in Greater London. Greater London, there's 13 million people. It's a huge population. Our way is to try and make sure that we really dig into the local talent. I think once they're in this, I think there's a loyalty, and what we want is, you know, once you've been here from 15 years of it, we want this to be your alma mater. We want this wherever you go. Tottenham's my club. Through good coaching staff, through good people surrounding the young players. I'd like to think now we are as competitive, if not more competitive, than our North London rivals.
Oh, what a moment for Harry Winks! And Harry Winks on his first Premier League start scores his first Premier League goal. Look what it means to him and to Mauricio Pochettino.
Ultimately, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. And that's what we say with the young players. It's essential that they're intrinsically motivated. What we've got to try and do here is create an environment that makes these boys independent and makes them want to do it for themselves. So it can't be the pushy parent, it's not the pushy coach that makes them become players. It's that inner drive.
What are the qualities you look for the players that you bring into the first team squad from the youth academy?
Of course, good quality, technical, intelligent, strong, that run fast.
It's not just the technical or tactical aspects. A lot of it with Mauricio, and a lot of what we try and engender here is what are the characters like? Are they honest? Are they hardworking? With Mauricio, it's how they live it. It's not just a motto or a logo. They've got to be truly respectful to their teammates and to the coaching staff. It's trying to get that balance of the individual pushing himself and trying to get personal bests and be outstanding and excel, but he must be able to do that in the context of a team. And trying to find that balance is not the science, it's the art of the coach.
Mauricio Pochettino, he's already gone on the record saying that you have the potential to become one of the best centre-backs in the Premier League. When you hear that, do you feel an immense pride, or do you feel the pressure of expectation?
I would say I feel more of immense pride. You know, it's just inspiring. It's inspiring. You know, you want to go and prove him right.
What's it like when you're in that youth academy and you're seeing players slightly older than you break through?
Yeah, I mean, it inspires you. Obviously, you see from like players like older than you that there's definitely a pathway. So if you keep working hard and you just keep doing the right things, hopefully you'll be the next one.
Who have you learned most from?
Harry Kane. He's a great example. He's very professional on and off the pitch. Ice bath after training, he eats the right things, everything like that. Players that come from the academy, they take you under their wing and show you the ropes.
And 19-year-old Harry Kane, who's figured a fair bit in pre-season, now getting a taste of the Premier League.
You've said that some of the most talented players, their talent is not obvious at the early age.
Yeah.
And conversely, some of the most talented players slip through the cracks.
Yeah.
One of those players was Harry Kane.
Yeah.
Joined the academy here when he was 11, but by the age of 14, he was struggling.
Coaching soccer players and developing soccer players, it's not something that you can get a manual to. I can't give you a manual and say, here you go, read this, therefore you will produce players. Harry was quite a late maturer, and he wasn't the physically most gifted player at 14 years of age. But what Harry had was an incredible mentality and character to stick with the programme.
It wasn't just one big high either, there was ups and downs along the way. I had some great coaches leading me up to youth team and then reserves and obviously it's the first team now. I had to work very hard and had to be very driven but it was something that I enjoyed and it makes me appreciate where I am now.
Here's Kane. We'll try the shot. Oh my goodness me! What a goal by Harry Kane! Absolutely sensational!
You have that connection with the fans, so when you're on that pitch, you know you want to give everything for them and obviously your team. So yeah, you could say it makes you run a bit more and try a bit harder, but I think that's the personality that I have and a lot of our team have is to work as hard as we can for the team.
I think a lot of senior players that I speak to, they're always grateful to the club that gave them that first opportunity and to the coach that gave them that great opportunity, and with that I think probably comes a lifelong loyalty.
I've been here since a young kid. You know, I've grown from a young boy into a man here, so you know, for me Tottenham Hotspur is family.
Coming up next, we look beyond White Hart Lane towards Tottenham's new home. A state-of-the-art 61,000-seat stadium.
Tottenham will host 2 games a season for the next 10 years. The first games that will ever be held by the NFL in a Premier League stadium. It's a bold vision.
It is a bold vision. I'd like to think Tottenham are very much bold innovators in their space. I think the NFL has always been bold and ambitious in our space, so it's a good alliance in that respect.
The end of civilization is upon us. Hold your loved ones close.
It's not never. Come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Tomorrow. It's now.
Cricket has something epic for you. Our plans start at only $30 a month. We've got more 4G LTE coverage than T-Mobile or Sprint. Plus, switch now and get a brand new smartphone for free. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
This is what I feel like when I wear regular shoes. Cramped and uncomfortable.
Mr. Long, you've been upgraded.
Which is why I wear Skechers wide fit shoes. It's like first class for your feet. Try Skechers Y-Fit with air-cooled memory foam.
If you get up early to get more done, if you believe hard work makes you stronger, don't settle for anything less than the hardest working, smoothest riding side-by-side ever built. Polaris Rangers help you haul more, pull more, dump more, and make more of your free time when the work is done. Polaris Ranger, like you, we're driven to do more. And now's the time to get up to $1,200 cash back during the Polaris Spring Sales event.
Hit Escape with great deals on great gear, like our huge selection of shorts for the whole family. Only at Bass Pro Shops.
Nature made it delicious. We made it a snack. Chobani Flip.
Just press clean and let Roomba help with your everyday messes. A full suite of sensors automatically guides Roomba throughout your home, cleaning under furniture, along edges, and in corners. And Roomba's patented 3-stage cleaning system agitates, brushes, and suctions dirt from your floors for up to 2 hours, recharging itself when it needs to, which means your floors are always clean. You and Roomba from iRobot. Better together.
La Quinta presents How to Win at Business. Step 1. Point decisively with the arm of your glasses. Abracadabra, the stage is yours. Step 2. Choose La Quinta, the only hotel where you can redeem loyalty points for a free night instantly and win at business.
Cricket has something epic for you. Our plans start at only $30 a month. We've got more 4G LTE coverage than T-Mobile or Sprint. Plus, switch now and get a brand new smartphone for free. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
What a sight. The old and the new, White Hart Lane packed to the rafters and the new stadium emerging to the right-hand side.
This season, every Tottenham home game has enabled Spurs fans and players to glimpse the future as their new stadium rises week to week, ever taller above White Hart Lane's North Stand. And the stadium, with its retractable fields and creative design, represents more than just expanded seating capacity. Its unveiling will usher the start of an innovative partnership with the National Football League, who've agreed to host at least 2 games a season at Tottenham's ground for the next 10 years.
Construction is underway right by us on a 61,000-seater stadium, which I should note, probably with relish for you, is bigger than Arsenal's. It'll be the biggest in London. I imagine that fact is not a coincidence.
That wasn't the sole driver. I mean, the reason was simply that we have a waiting list of 58,000 people on a season ticket waiting list, and we have to find a solution to how we have a bigger stadium, and clearly we went for the maximum we could.
Every time I come here, I'm absolutely blown away about the size of it, the dimensions, you know, the ambition we're showing here, and it's so important. There's no point playing this football in this small stadium where, you know, we're having 30,000 crowds, and we're tremendously supported around the world, but we're always sold out. You can't get a ticket here.
So everyone thinks just because you have a bigger stadium, you get more revenue, you're going to have lots more money. Obviously, when you're spending this amount of money on the stadium, you know, we have a lot of debt that we're going to have to repay. But over the medium to long term, obviously that gives you greater financial security. But also as a player, if you're playing for a big club, you want to play in a big stadium.
When you are playing at White Hart Lane and every week you see that stadium getting taller and taller and taller, as a player, can you describe what that feels like?
It's just exciting, really. Obviously, White Hart Lane's an amazing stadium. I've had so many good memories there so far.
In towards Kane. He got there! Harry Kane has done it again! Has he just won the North London derby for Spurs?
There's a new stadium being built in the background that you can see. You just want it to be there and see what the finished product's going to be like. Obviously, it's still a couple of years away yet, but everyone's looking forward to it.
Tottenham went out across America, stadia to stadia, looking at the architecture there and thinking about which ideas you could incorporate. What was your take from your tour?
Firstly, we appointed Populous, who have built a a lot of the stadiums in the United States, and we needed somebody that had expertise on building NFL stadiums as well as UK stadiums. So bringing that together was important, having the right team.
How many stadia have you developed in your career?
In my career, I think I worked it out recently, I've been involved in about 30 stadiums, but as a practice populace have just completed, so it's built just over 2,000.
Amongst them?
3 Olympic stadiums. We did Sydney in my own country. We finished the London Olympic Stadium. We did the Sochi Stadium for the Winter Olympics. In town here in Wembley, Arsenal, our local rivals around the road.
I thought that would have counted you out for the Tottenham job. Which American stadium really caught your eye?
I mean, obviously the Dallas Cowboys Stadium is magnificent. You know, the amount of detail that they went into. That stadium is obviously caught our attention. The new Vikings Stadium, the way they did their website was fantastic. You know, we've tried to learn, and we've had lots of conversations with those owners, see how we can learn from their experiences. The first challenge we gave our architects was, how can we try and retain the atmosphere that currently exists in our stadium here, because it's a very tight bowl. So we are 5 metres closer to the pitch than a comparable stadium in North London. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we're the only stadium in the UK that will have 17,000 seats in a single stand.
17,000 seats?
17,000.
It's going to be a little bit of Dortmund in North London.
We hope so.
There are these mythical, you know, the Borussia Dortmund stands.
The yellow wall.
The Kop, and just the North Bank stands, the ends behind the goals. They were just earth banks. That's where we went in. We went cheap. You got behind the goals. That's where the really hardcore fans went, and that's the bit we wanted to recapture into a modern stadium. Create this incredible sort of home end was really key for us.
You work with a remarkable acoustician, U2 sound engineer.
That's right, yeah. So a company called Vanguardia who do all of U2 sound, and that is really important. I think in a contemporary stadium, the acoustics is really incredible. So if you get it right and you get the reverberation times right, and particularly in EPL, the songs are important. The longer songs last, the better the acoustics, the more they build. And basically it's a simple formula. The louder it is, the louder it gets. Everyone starts raising, and that's a really key piece of atmosphere.
So when the Spurs go marching in, reverberates from this stadium, it's going to feel just as raucous in the new place as it does at White Hart Lane.
I think it's going to feel more raucous, which has been our objective, is not just to recreate the atmosphere of White Hart, which is an amazing atmosphere, but create a better atmosphere.
You'll host at least 2 regular season NFL games every year. You'll be the first Premier League stadium to host the NFL. It's a bold vision. The idea originally was yours. How did you first have it?
I think the motive was we wanted to do something very different, particularly for the area, because this is a very poor area of London, and we need to see regeneration here, and we need to have activity. And just having soccer games isn't enough, so we were thinking, what else could we do within the stadium to create activity for the local community? And that's when the idea of the NFL came up. And then, we had some initial conversations with the NFL. I think they thought we were mad to start with.
So you look at Premier League clubs, particularly top clubs, the number of games that they play across the number of different tournaments that they play, it felt highly unlikely to us that we would be able to be in the stadium with the Premier League.
They must have thought you were bonkers.
Yeah, but we persisted, and they told us the reason why they thought it wouldn't work, and then we came back and we had solutions to their various problems, and after 3 years we came together.
The initial concept was a single pitch concept, and we very quickly told Daniel that we didn't think a single field was possible for scheduling reasons. He came back very quickly with the innovation of a 2-field design.
And the question is, how were we going to make that work? Because unlike in the US, we have, generally speaking, you have a lot more land than we have in London. So in fact, the grass pitch goes under our south stand. And then the next challenge was, how do we keep it alive? So we had lots of technical hurdles, but gradually we've got around each one of them and we've solved them.
Is there a fundamental difference in the way Americans build their stadium that's different to the way English football clubs build there? We like them Jerry Jones-sized over here.
Yes, absolutely. American sports stadiums, particularly football stadiums, are built for a day out. The mentality of the English sports fan is go, watch, leave. Our experience is a very different. It's come for the day, have a great day out, and watch a fantastic sporting event.
Can you picture a time when there'd be a English Premier League, NFL doubleheader?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Daniel's vision is that when we open the stadium, we play 2 games on the same day. I'm not sure we'll do that first off, but yeah, we should be able to definitely be able to play a doubleheader on the weekend and potentially on the same day.
Oh, the Oakland Raiders playing Stoke City.
Yeah, maybe not on the same field.
That is the future. And you're a big NFL fan, so you must be buzzing about the Tottenham connection.
Yeah, definitely. It'd be nice to play on a Saturday and then go and watch the NFL on a Sunday. That would be a good thing to do. Hopefully the Patriots will come over and I'll get to watch them a couple of times.
Tottenham will host 2 games a season for the next 10 years. The first games that will ever be held by the NFL in a Premier League stadium. It's a bold vision.
It is a bold vision. I'd like to think that we're both bold partners. Daniel and Tottenham are very much bold innovators in their space. I think the NFL has always been bold and ambitious in our space, so it's a good alliance in that respect.
What is the end game for the idea, though? Were you thinking permanent NFL team here in London, right there?
Obviously, we would welcome an NFL team in London and it to be based at Tottenham, and we've designed the stadium with that in mind, but that's something that the NFL will have to make that decision on.
We want to grow our brand and our football in the UK. Tottenham's an ambitious club. They will want to be at the forefront of growth, particularly in a market like the US, and a relationship with us is not going to hurt them.
The London Cockerels. It's got a nice sound to it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. We may have other people think about names rather than just you.
Coming up, we put on hard hats to receive a tour of Tottenham Hotspur's new stadium.
Daniel's been really obsessed with getting close. So you sit here and you're going to hear the boot kicking ball. You're going to see sweat dripping. So it's going to be awesome.
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack knocked over a candlestick onto the shag carpeting, and his pants ignited into flames, causing him to stop, drop, and roll. Luckily, Jack recently had Geico help him with renter's insurance, because all his belongings went up in flames. Jack got full replacement and now has new pants he ordered from Banana Republic. Visit Geico.com and see how affordable renter's insurance can be.
Get in the game with Cricket Wireless. We've got more 4G LTE coverage than T-Mobile or Sprint. And if you switch now, you can get a brand new smartphone for free with plans that start at only $30 per month. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
This is what I feel like when I wear regular shoes. Cramped and uncomfortable.
Mr. Long, you've been upgraded.
Which is why I wear Skechers wide fit shoes. It's like first class for your feet. Try Skechers wide fit with air-cooled memory foam.
Stay out front with Tempur-Pedic. Our proprietary material automatically adjusts your weight, shape, and temperature, so you sleep deeply and wake up feeling powerful. Find your exclusive retailer at Tempur-Pedic.com.
Get in the game with Cricket Wireless. We've got more 4G LTE coverage than T-Mobile or Sprint. And if you switch now, you can get a brand new smartphone for free with plans that start at only $30 per month. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
Let's go. She's a dog.
Find ping pong.
Find your awesome with the Xfinity X1 voice remote.
That's amazing.
Hey, what's up with the bike?
No car insurance. I can't afford that after my accident.
Sounds like you need a quote from the General. Would you, step into my office?
At the General, monthly payments are low with immediate proof of insurance. Get your anonymous online quote and ride with the General.
Yeah. Can we lose the bike now and put on some pants?
For a great low rate you can get online, go to the General and save some time.
Cooper tires on the ground, go round and round, round and round, round and round. Tires on the car are warranty. And what you need, the tires on the car help keep you safe. They grip the road when you hit the brakes.
Your tires matter. So count on Cooper, an American company since 1914.
The tires on the ground go round and round.
At a construction site adjacent to White Hart Lane, Tottenham's future is beginning to take shape.
Christopher, where are we right now?
Well, we're pretty much on the goal line at the north end of the stadium. You're probably right on the edge of the box. The goal is just behind that lorry. Probably just where that Together THFC is about where the NFL tunnel will come out. And just on the opposite side, that's where the Spurs home tunnel will be on that side. So you can get a feeling now, sort of the size of the bowl. Just beyond here, there's going to be a massive 6-story atrium, glass, big front. What we're looking at here is really the lower tier extends up to that. You can see the second level. It's going to be a really steep seating bowl, so fantastically close. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be an incredible wall of people, hugely close.
And the angle is incredible.
Yeah, as steep as we can possibly make it.
How does it compare to Arsenal?
Well, the lower tier is steeper. So the lower tier at Arsenal, because Arsenal had a whole bunch of planning constraints. We couldn't go above 30 metres. Here we don't have those constraints, but also more importantly, close. Daniel's been really obsessed with getting close, close, close. So as close as you possibly can. So you sit here and you're going to hear the boot kicking ball. You're going to see sweat dripping.
The closer, the steeper, the more noise.
Absolutely. More atmosphere. Imagine the first game running on, the atmosphere crackling.
How will you feel in that moment?
It's a funny moment. I mean, obviously, a project like this is years long, almost decades long, involving hundreds and thousands of people in varying ways. So it's an incredibly moving moment, I think, when that happens. An amazing accomplishment for an incredible amount of people who've all worked really hard.
After the break, we learn how the club's motto, "To dare is to do," is more than just lip service, but the core value underpinning the club's philosophy for future success.
It's a club that generates emotion and passion, and that is the most important thing.
Their ability to take risks, both on the pitch or off the pitch, to dare, to dream.
Hey, Canelo. No bueno. Be bold. Good there. Hey. Be bold.
Tecate Light. Born bold.
It's big screen entertainment right in your hands. Buy a Samsung Galaxy S8 and get one free when you have DirecTV and add a line.
Stay out front with Tempur-Pedic. Our proprietary material automatically adjusts your weight, shape, and temperature, so you sleep deeply and wake up feeling powerful. Find your exclusive retailer at TempurPedic.com.
You know what that needs?
Hey, Lego my ego. Not because I have the... And I don't... That's a lot. Raisins? Really? What just happened here?
You know the rules.
I make the rules.
Know the rules. Keep your ego.
Lego my ego! I'm doing this for you, Dad.
Thanks, son.
Life happens everywhere. Like it never even happened, only happens here. The cleanup and restoration specialists at 1-800-SERVPRO and ServPro.com.
I'm Joe Montana. If you were wondering how comfortable the soft, cool cushioning of Skechers air-cooled memory foam feels, here's a little demo. Go long. Now that's a soft landing by Skechers air-cooled memory foam.
I am a wild child. I don't need a touchscreen. I need to feel something real.
Nature is my playground. And this is my participation trophy.
I need to experience things, make memories, but I can't make it there on my own.
I need you to take me fishing.
La Quinta presents How to Win at Business. Step 1. Point decisively with the arm of your glasses. Abracadabra, the stage is yours. Step 2. Choose La Quinta, the only hotel where you can redeem loyalty points for a free night instantly and win at business.
It's big screen entertainment, right in your hands. Buy a Samsung Galaxy S8 and get one free when you have DirecTV and add a line.
If you were to describe the core value of Spurs, the club's essence, to someone who'd never heard of them, what would you say?
I think their logo, to dare is to do. It's sort of washed over me a lot over the years I've been working with the club. Their ability to take risks, both on the pitch or off the pitch, to dare, to dream.
The Tottenham story is a beguiling one. A proud team dedicated to entertaining generations of football fans for whom winning without style is not winning at all.
Core values for Tottenham really are a team that play entertaining, attractive football.
It's a club that generates emotion and passion, and that is the most important thing.
We want to entertain. We're not just about money.
A philosophy which has come at a cost. Few fan bases have yearned more for glory, come close to tasting it, only to fall short at the last.
Tottenham's title hopes perish at Stamford Bridge. Last champions in 1961. Another year of nearly for Tottenham.
Yet this Tottenham story is still being written. The new stadium will transform the club's financial muscle, a crucial factor in a league in which success is so closely correlated to economics.
We're just marching on. You know, this whole thing the Spurs are marching on. We are marching on. We march on and off the pitch.
The product of the famed youth academy will fight to fulfill their potential as both individuals and a collective.
A blistering finish after a blistering run. Truly sensational from Tottenham. Kane, oh beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Times 3. Harry Kane hat-trick.
And the young manager will dedicate himself to prove his philosophy of grit can be a victorious one.
Talk about deserving a goal through hard work. The three of these guys didn't stop working for each other.
If they combine, they'll transform this squad into a Tottenham that wins and make real the club's motto, Audere es facere, to dare is to do.
The following is an NBC Sports presentation of the Premier League on NBCSN.
Welcome to Premier League Live, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Thursday afternoon football in the Premier League is a rarity, but they've picked a good one. The 174th Manchester Derby is upon us. Two clubs who had title aspirations back in August, now in the thick of a fierce struggle to qualify for the all-important Champions League next season, with just a point between them as things stand.
If he didn't know already, Pep Guardiola will now have realised just how much of a challenge this league is. This serial winner on the verge of a first ever season without a trophy. On the pitch for him today, two men in top form. Sergio Aguero has 12 in 12 and Leroy Sané quickly becoming one of their players of the season. And by the way, Gabriel Jesus is on the bench today. Jose Mourinho's men are unbeaten in over 6 months and suddenly find themselves in touching distance of that top four. They'll be without injured duo Paul Pogba and Zlatan Ibrahimovic, but the only Mancunian on the pitch they do have in form, 19-year-old Marcus Rashford, just at the back there as he arrives for the game. So as I say, 1 point separating Manchester City in 4th and Manchester United in 5th. Only a win today takes City above Liverpool. If Manchester United were to win by 3 goals, that would also take them into 3rd spot, and United have not been in the top 4 since way back in mid-September. Robbie Earle, Carl Martino here in the studio this afternoon. Pitch side at the Etihad, our commentary team, Graham Lasso, Lee Dixon and Arlo White. Gentlemen, your reaction to the team news, which we're going to have running along the bottom of your screen.
Rebecca, hello everybody. Welcome to the Etihad Stadium, sky blue above us in a light blue stadium, all set fair. The conditions are absolutely perfect for the 174th Manchester derby. We can't wait for this one. Lee, I'm going to start with you, with Manchester City. These teams, as Rebecca said, scrolling on the bottom of your screens. No David Silva, that's a blow. Pablo Zabaleta in at right back, his first Premier League appearance, or start, since January the 21st. Navas has been there recently. What's the thinking behind that?
Well, I think sometimes when you play a player out of position, there's no doubt that he is out of position. He's not a right back, although he's done it extremely well. I was surprised he did as well as he did, to be honest with you. But when I look at that now, sometimes when you play 4, 5, 6 games and you're not getting away with it, but the enthusiasm gets you through. And I think the sign of a good coach is just to spot when the player who's slightly out of position is not quite doing as well as he did. And he might have seen something in that. Bring back the old head, bring back the experience of Zabaleta just to go into that position and just shore it up. So it might be something he's seen in training, but I don't think it's a bad move.
Michael Carrick, Graham, is back for Manchester United. Jose Mourinho gave a tactical masterclass the other week. You were there at Old Trafford against Chelsea. How will they set up today?
Well, Carrick's going to be that shield. He's going to have to cover that space between the two centre-backs and probably look after Kevin De Bruyne. He's very disciplined, Michael Carrick, and funnily enough, he came on against Chelsea at Old Trafford a couple of weeks ago, and Mourinho just spent ages screaming at him just to hold his position. Every time he went a yard too far forward, Mourinho was telling him to get back in that position. So he's going to require a lot of discipline in that shape. Obviously, in possession, he keeps the ball moving along well. And I think Manchester United's tactic will be very much similar to how they played against Chelsea, where they'll use the pace of Rashford to try and get him behind and break that defensive line of Manchester City.
Very briefly, who is tonight most important for?
I think Man City, because I think United have got obviously the Europa League semi-final coming up. They've got 2 routes at it, but when it's a game against Manchester United City, they don't look at league tables. It's all about on the night.
Graham?
Yeah, I think you could argue it's more important for Manchester United in some ways because they've got a tougher run in as well. So if they can get some points tonight, even a draw for them is not a bad result.
Well, we've got our heels on the touchline here, Rebecca. We're about to go up to the gantry now for kick-off in less than an hour's time. For now, we'll send it back to you.
I thought you were going to say you've got your heels on, Arlo. Okay, let's continue talking about this Manchester derby, the 174th. We've heard from the guys there. What makes it so big for you?
Well, not what we sort of anticipated would make it big in the summer, and you talked about it at the beginning of the show. Many thought this was going to be a title decider. It's not. Every time these two managers face off, because of the bad blood, it's always big. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be Checkers in Central Park. It would have ramifications. But it's big because it's almost a season salvager, and I agree with Lee, for Manchester City. I mean, out of all the objectives for Pep Guardiola and for Manchester City as a club, there's only one left, finishing top 4. And Jose Mourinho has his team not only with a trophy already, an opportunity, another trophy with Europa League, and as Lee said, 2 ways into Champions League through Europa League and finishing top 4. A win today puts them above Manchester City for the first time this season. I mean, Jose Mourinho is kind of edging into the right direction as Manchester City scrambling a little bit. We're almost watching the old fable, the tortoise and the hare, play out, where Manchester City out of the gates, first 10 wins, everyone's talking about 4 trophies, and Pep Guardiola was kind of like, pump the brakes a little bit, but Jose Mourinho has started to get his team playing in the right way, playing with good form, even with all the injuries, and getting closer to the season objectives, as Manchester City, as I said before, is kind of falling away from some of them.
we know these clubs are very, very different. We know the managers are very different.
Yeah.
And we thought back in the summer that they both would be going for the title.
Yeah.
But as the season has gone on, how have the differences evolved for you? What have you noticed, Robbie?
What I've noticed with Jose Mourinho, and I think it's been a common thread throughout his time in Premier League football, it's about not getting beat first, Rebecca. His team are defensively well set up. The opposition are not going to get many shots, many chances at goal. Secondary then has come the attacking side. It hasn't been brilliant for Manchester United. They're the lowest scorers of the top 7. Created chances, haven't put them away. He'll argue that goalkeepers have had good days, but Jose Mourinho is all about getting the job done. Matching points, whether it's through draws or wins. Doesn't matter how they come for Jose, as long as they come. In the 23-game unbeaten run that they're on now, many are saying, well, it's 12 draws, they've not played great. He'll like that because he knows there's a consistency and he'll understand what he's getting from his team week in, week out. Contrast that to Pep Guardiola, Rebecca, where it's a little bit about style. It's about the way you do it. It's about feel-good football. I almost get the sense with Pep Guardiola, there's some games that maybe Manchester City have won when they haven't played that way well. And he'd almost go, we can have those 3 points back. We don't want them. I'll do it another way. Now, Mourinho's won them. He'd grab them up. With Pep Guardiola, I just think he has to be careful that he doesn't almost turn into what I call a football snob. That he wants football played a certain way. And if it's not played that way, he's not going to be happy. Because to win a Premier League title, to make sure that they finish top of the pile next season, he's got to get over that. He's got to play ugly. He's got to get the points. He's got to get a little bit of Mourinho into this group, and so that they finish in top of the league.
Oh, it's going to be a good one. The Thursday afternoon fixture is the Manchester Derby, coming to you from the Etihad Stadium. Let's go to the tunnel and hear from Henrik Mkhitaryan. But first, Manchester City's Alexander Kolarov.
Alexander, is this a really good opportunity to put some distance between you and Manchester United?
Yeah, doesn't matter if we are second or third or fourth. It's a derby day, so we have to win, and then after the game, hopefully, after our 3 points, we are going to see where we are.
Because it's derby day, is it double motivation?
Of course, it's always special game. Like I said, it doesn't matter who is where on the table, and at our home are expecting us to win the game.
What sort of game are you expecting?
A very tough game. Always the derby is a very tough game, very difficult game. They're a very physical team, so I'm expecting probably is the last chance for them to be in the first 4. So I'm expecting a very difficult game.
Henrik, how different does it make it, the fact that it's a derby game?
Yeah, of course, it's an important day, important game for us, because not only because it's Manchester City, because we want to win the top 4, so it makes us think about more than a normal game.
Is it a must win or must not lose?
Must not lose, but as well to win, because we're here to get points. We're not here just to have presence, so we're going to do everything to get points.
What sort of game are you expecting?
Hard, tough game, as usually, because, there is no any derby, which is an easy game. So we know that it's going to be very difficult, and we're ready for that.
The reverse fixture back in September at Old Trafford was won by City 2-1, with their first goal coming from Kevin De Bruyne. But last season, the derby here at the Etihad was won by United, their number 19, Marcus Rashford. Both managers next.
The Premier League on NBCSN is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Get up early to get more done. If you believe hard work makes you stronger, don't settle for anything less than the hardest working, smoothest riding side-by-side ever built. Polaris Rangers help you haul more, pull more, dump more, and make more of your free time when the work is done. Polaris Ranger, like you, we're driven to do more. And now's the time to get up to $1,200 cash back during the Polaris Spring Sales Event.
Copy that. Shaking drone status now.
Around the world, around the clock, in defense of all we hold dear back home. Learn more at Navy.com.
We, the entertainment-loving people, want all our rooms to be TV rooms. Because those are the best rooms. Because they have TVs in them. And when we're not in those rooms, we want our shows to go with us.
Anywhere?
You got that right, kid show thing.
Get a DirecTV all-included package for 4 rooms. Only $25 a month. Price guaranteed for 2 years. Available for AT&T Unlimited Plus customers.
The mineral-rich water of Kentucky is perfect for delicious bourbon and fast horses. America celebrates these prides of Kentucky in the first jewel of the Triple Crown, the Kentucky Derby on NBC and NBCSN.
Previously on the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Ducks move on to round 2.
The Stanley Cup playoffs continue tonight on NBC.
Buy your bath with big savings from Menards. The Ignite Rainfall Showerhead by Moen has 5 settings and features both fixed and handheld sprayers. Just $34.99. A stylish Conway bath faucet with brushed nickel finish is $99. Update your home with new carpet from Shaw. Voyager plush carpet adds style to any room in 3 colors, 79 cents a square foot. Luxurious Brookstone Frisee comes in 2 colors, only $139 a square foot. Now during Menards Spring Catalog Sale.
Save big money at Menards.
As the next system moves in, make sure your vehicle is prepared. Rain, mud, dirt, and sand. With the advanced technology of WeatherTech floor liners, your vehicle is protected against the elements. Laser-measured perfect protection covering front, back, and even up the sides. Order yours today at WeatherTech.com, call 1-800-CarMats, or visit our factory store in Bolingbrook. Stay one step ahead of the weather with WeatherTech.
It's a big day in the northwest of England. It's the Manchester Derby, one of the oldest fixtures in English football. The old-fashioned art of face painting now including hashtags Ferry 2017. Team news formations. Robbie, starting with the home team.
Yeah, Claudio Bravo seems like he's worked his way back into favour, making his 4th consecutive starting goal. At the back, you're never quite sure with Pep, but it looks like 2 very regular fullbacks, Kolarov and Zabaleta, back into the team. Company and Otamendi will be the centre-back pairing. Ahead of them, Fernandinho and Toure. Expect Fernandinho often to drop to make a back 3 that allows the fullbacks to go into midfield, as Pep likes to play. Into midfield, there's no David Silva, so Leroy Sané, Kevin De Bruyne and Raheem Sterling have extra responsibility to be creative underneath. The guy I call as a master finisher, Sergio Aguero, he's got 12 goals in his last 12 appearances in all competitions, 5 Premier League goals coming in his last 5 Premier League outings.
And take a look at the bench. Gabriel Jesus back from injury on the bench today. Let's hear from Pep Guardiola.
Pep, after the disappointment of the FA Cup, is this the ideal game to have next? A big game?
Yeah, it's a big game. Happy to live it, to be here, to enjoy it.
When you look at the game tonight, what's the mentality of City going into the game?
But it's a game against a tough team who are so aggressive in the man-to-man in the duels, win a lot of duels. They are so fast in front with Mkhitaryan, Rashford and Martial. They're going to attack runs in behind, so it's a tough team without experience, and of course it's important for the qualification for the Champions League next season.
Also, you'll have a lot of possession. What's the best way for you to stop their counter-attack?
To be in the right place when we lose the ball.
How close was David Silva? Was he near or not?
No.
And when you look at this game, is it about putting distance between yourselves and Manchester United, or have you said to your players, look, we can overtake Liverpool tonight, that should be your focus?
No, we had 6 games left, and our team's Liverpool example 4, so of course if you are able to win, we will take enough distance, but we have 5 more games. It will be tough because Leicester, Crystal Palace, West Bromwich Albion and Middlesbrough and Watford away, so it will be tough every single game.
You live in the city. How much have fans been telling you about the importance of this game to them?
But I think it would be important. I know. The derbies, how important they are. But I am the CFA at home CFA, so I'm not too much in the street to see the people. But it's not necessary. I know how important it is.
All the best, Pep.
Thank you so much.
Kyle, talk us through Manchester United.
Well, injury-plagued back line means he goes with Bailly and Blind, but if you remember, it was actually the partnership that played in the reverse fixture. Ahead, it's going to be Michael Carrick, and it was a player that, right out of the gate, Jose Mourinho didn't really want to rely on too much, but has become so important. A presence in the middle that needs to dictate the tempo, as the boys were just saying on the sidelines of Etihad. He'll have Herrera and Fellaini flanking him. Mkhitaryan is the player that has come alive. I mean, in the reverse fixture, he was the one that struggled, was taken off at halftime, but now he's someone who's producing some good games. Martial has come alive recently, but it's really all about Marcus Rashford. They don't have Zlatan Ibrahimovic anymore, but this young talent is up to big things, and it's in big games he comes up with some of his best performances. Can he do it again?
The pre-match thoughts of Jose Mourinho.
Jose, we know that Paul Pogba is injured, but 4 changes from the Burnley side at the weekend. What's your thinking going into this derby?
My thinking is Paul cannot play because he's injured, and that's an obvious change. Mkhitaryan, Carrick, Rashford, Valencia, they didn't play the last game. And we are trying to rotate players. We are trying to give some rest to players. And now is that time to come into the team because they didn't play against Burnley.
Martial's inclusion, is that reward for his good display at the weekend?
And also strategy. He had a good performance. He's not having accumulation of matches. He's not playing many matches during the season, especially 90 minutes. So he has to be in a good condition, and of course we want Martial and Rashford both quite fresh in this match to try to give us solutions.
In terms of strategy, do you expect Manchester City to have a lot of possession and you counter-attack?
I expect them to have, because it's the way they normally play, the way they develop their game. We also want the ball. We also normally have a lot of the ball, but honestly, I think they're going to have more ball than us because that's their style of play.
It's a vital game in terms of Champions League qualification and also a derby as well. So how do those two factors combined affect your mentality going into this? What is the mentality?
The mentality is to try to forget what is waiting for us in the future and try to focus on today, because if we think too much about Europa League, I think we are going to lose qualities and potential for this game. I don't deny that Europa League is our main target, but we have to forget it because this game will demand a lot from us.
Is this more of a must not lose than must win game?
No, in this moment it's to win. But if City is much better than us and we manage a point, then I would be happy with that. But in this moment we try to win.
The derby rearranged from back in February on a Thursday for the first time in 23 years. De Gea in goal, of course, in what some think is his last season in a United shirt. We're back in a moment.
And it's all tied up in Chicago.
I got this. Game over.
Flow, you know. New Gatorade Flow. All the flavor with a new smooth finish.
Nature made it delicious. We made it a snack. Chobani Flip.
From the muddy trenches of World War I to the skylines of America, Carhartt has been the uniform for anyone who fears no weather or world in front of them. There are 92 unpredictable days of spring. We've got your back for every single one.
First, they're sharp blades, then shielding lubrication and cooling. Brrr.
with lubrication before and after the blades. Shields and cools while you shave. Pro Shield Chill from Gillette.
Just press clean and let Roomba help with your everyday messes. A full suite of sensors automatically guides Roomba throughout your home, cleaning under furniture, along edges, and in corners. And Roomba's patented 3-stage cleaning system agitates, brushes, and suctions dirt from your floors for up to 2 hours, recharging itself when it needs to, which means your floors are always clean. You and Roomba from iRobot. Better together.
You look out that window and see cars and streetlights. Want to know what he sees? Opportunity.
With this level of engineering, it's a performance machine. With this degree of intelligence, it's a supercomputer. With this grade of protection, it's a fortress. And with this standard of luxury, it's an oasis. The 2017 E-Class. It's everything you need it to be, and more. Lease the E300 for $549 a month at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
With the Travelocity Customer First Guarantee, your only worry will be that one rogue cloud.
Get help with hotels, free 24-hour flight changes, and our price match guarantee.
Travelocity. Wander wisely.
Water. Every day, women around the world spend millions of hours just collecting it. Stella Artois has partnered with us at water.org to help provide access to clean water to women and their families in the developing world. We can be the generation remembered for ending the global water crisis once and for all. What do you want to be remembered for?
Our coverage building up to the 143rd Kentucky Derby begins 1 week from today. Next Thursday, Derby Access is coming your way at 4 Eastern here on NBCSN. The Kentucky Oaks is on Friday at noon, and then next Saturday, we're again on at noon on NBCSN as Derby Prep will get you ready for the big race at Churchill Downs, which is at 2:30 Eastern over on NBC. Coming next, what's the view of the two managers from the two most important groups of people at City and United, the board of directors and the fans themselves? Neil Ashton joins us live from the gantry at the Etihad with his insight next.
400 horsepower, towing capacity of 9,000 pounds. It's got a best-in-class 34-foot units of beast.
Hey, with TireRack.com, at least you know you were smart about your tires. Oops. Use Tire Rack's reviews, test results, and comparison tools to find the right tires for you and your vehicle. Then have them shipped and installed fast. TireRack.com. Find, deliver, install. Smarter.
Flagrant foul! We need delicious all-natural Alberto beef jerky.
I hear your little voice in my stomach.
Alberto beef jerky. You get out what you put in.
I am a wild child. I don't need a touch screen. I need to feel something real.
Nature is my playground. And this is my participation trophy.
I need to experience things, make memories, but I can't make it there on my own.
I need you to take me fishing.
You gorilla tape that?
No, why? Gorilla tape, of course.
Gorilla Tape is 3 times stronger for a hold that lasts. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
How could I possibly be expected to go without Domino's on a day like this? Alexa, ask Domino's to place my easy order.
Ordering Domino's.
Life moves pretty fast. If you can't track your pizza, you could miss it.
Order 2 medium, 2-topping pizzas for just $5.99 each and track them on your favorite device.
This Sunday, North London will be divided.
The most significant North London derby in living memory.
One half with sights on dethroning the would-be champs.
Tottenham know that are still there.
The other gunning to defeat their long-time adversary.
Oh, it's a huge goal for Arsenal here at White Hart Lane.
Premier League Sunday. Tottenham, Arsenal. Sunday at 11 on NBCSN.
Fast, easy, secure. These are actual quotes from people who have used Money Mutual. Simple, prompt, professional. Go to moneymutual.com and you can find a lender to get up to $2,500 in as little as 24 hours. On time, accurate, streamlined. Over 2 million people have turned to Money Mutual. See what all the talk's about. Go to moneymutual.com right now. Money Mutual, at the speed of life.
This service is not available in New York or to New York borrowers due to interest rate limits under New York law.
So Jason's practices are yellow, games are green. Maddie, your practices are blue, except for Mondays. All right, everyone got it?
Good. Cross. Hey, John, don't forget, tournament fees are due today.
Hey, sweetie, can you spot me $10?
Did your coach say anything about a new game time?
There's a better way. Take back control of your kid's sports life with Sports Engine.
Maybe we're early.
The second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs continues tonight. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern on NBCSN, building up to 2 games. First, the Rangers visit the Senators at 7 on CNBC. Then at 7:30 here on NBCSN, the Capitals host the Penguins. Tomorrow we're on at 7 on NBCSN. Then at 8, the Blues look to bounce back from their Game 1 loss to the Predators. And at 10:30, the Oilers can take a 2-0 series lead when they visit the Ducks. We're focusing, though, today on the Manchester Derby. 2 very successful managers. 8 seasons for Pep Guardiola, 6 league titles, 2 Champions Leagues, amongst others. For Jose Mourinho, well, he's been a boss for 17 seasons, so his haul is a little more. 8 league titles and 2 Champions Leagues. He could add to his Europa League titles this season as well. They've met 18 times, Pep Guardiola winning 8 of those meetings. Let's talk to our Premier League insider, Neil Ashton, who's live on the gantry at the Etihad, and continue talking about these 2 super managers who arrived, or certainly Pep Guardiola arrived in the Premier League last summer, Mourinho returning to our land. The 2 sets of people in Manchester, Neil, who are most important, the fans we'll get to in a minute. What about the people that pay these managers' wages? How happy or not so are they with these 2 men?
Yeah, OK, let's start with the home team, Rebecca. Manchester City, the people at this football club, the public face of it, they're 100% supportive of Pep Guardiola, the project and everything that he is trying to do here. Don't forget, of course, the seduction process throughout his Bayern Munich career as a coach. It lasted for 3 years. They finally got their man. I'd say behind the scenes, though, it's a little bit different. I've witnessed some of it when they went out in the Champions League against Monaco a few weeks ago. There was that blowing out of cheeks, that look, that sigh that said, are we sure we're sure that this is going in the right direction, heading in the right direction? And I'm told last weekend at the FA Cup semi-final against Arsenal at Wembley Stadium that there was more of the same. Are they really sure that the players they've signed and that this manager has got it right and got a team that's going to compete at the very, very highest level in the Premier League? But I think beyond Guardiola, look under the surface. The 2 guys who convinced him to come here, Fran Soriano and Chiki Begiristain, the 2 guys who worked with him at Barcelona, they paved the way for all that success, the 2 European Cups, the La Liga titles under Pep Guardiola. Those are the 2 guys, in my opinion, who are right under pressure at this football club to get this appointment right. Over the other side of the city, I think it's a lot different. It's a lot more stable under Ed Woodward and Jose Mourinho. Very, very close. This axis of power that they've got. Ed Woodward, the man who signs the cheques, buys the players. Mourinho, the man nominating those players and telling him who he wants to get at this football at Manchester United. And I think you're going to see a busy summer ahead. That they're backing their man, even though Mourinho said at the start of the season United's target is to win the Premier League. I think Mourinho is bluffing. I think in all along this United team would just do well to get into the top 4. They've got that opportunity this evening to break back into it, Rebecca.
And what about those that put bums on seats, Neil? Those fans in Manchester on both halves, how are they feeling about their bosses?
Yeah, well, I had the privilege of living in this area for a couple of years, so I've got friends on both sides of the fence here, and some of them are here this evening. Manchester City, the City fans, convinced with Guardiola at the beginning because of his success, his history, his track record, everything told you this is a guy of pedigree, but it's taken him so long to adjust to life in the Premier League. The one thing they always say, Rebecca, is the goalkeeper. It always comes back to that. Joe Hart, their favourite, the fans' favourite, someone so consistent. Premier League, one of the best goalkeepers in recent Premier League history. jettisoned to Torino, and it always comes back to that. The guy they replaced him with, Claudio Bravo, just has been nowhere near the same class as Joe Hart. And that's why I think the fans are a little bit sceptical about Guardiola and his methods so far. With Manchester United, though, total support for Mourinho. And I think you'll hear that tonight from Manchester United supporters. The travelling fans, those who've got their prize tickets, who'll be here this evening to watch their team, I think you'll hear them singing for Mourinho. They've taken to him. They've got a chance of winning the Europa League. They know that. They've got the big game against Celta Vigo next Thursday. They've also got a huge chance here against Manchester City to put that result right after the defeat at Old Trafford earlier in the season in the league.
Enjoy the game, Neil. Thanks so much.
Thanks, and to you guys.
As Neil says, Claudio Bravo hasn't convinced since arriving last summer, only saving just over half the shots he's faced this season. Likely to be one of those out of the door this summer. We'll be out on the pitch at the Etihad next.
Get to you, they'd have to get past us. Learn more at Navy.com.
Dear Predictable, there's no other way to say this. It's over. I found a permanent escape from monotony. Together we are perfectly balanced. Our senses awake. Our hearts racing as one. I know this is sudden, but they say if you love something, set it free. See you around, Julia.
And it's all tied up in Chicago.
I got this. Game over.
You know, new Gatorade Flow, all the flavor with a new smooth finish.
This Sunday, North London will be divided.
The most significant North London derby in living memory.
Premier League Sunday, Tottenham, Arsenal, Sunday at 11 on NBCSN.
Custom Ink offers custom apparel that will help grow your business. Choose from one of our awesome designs or simply upload your own logo to the best collection of products like t-shirts, polos, jackets, and more. It's fun and easy to promote your company and build your brand with Custom Ink. Your designs, quality products, free shipping. Get started today at CustomInk.com.
With hotels getting so expensive, how do you find great deals anymore? Well, Priceline found a way with tonight-only deals. We release new hotel deals every day, saving you up to 40% on rooms for that night. Then just tap and go. Hollywood. Everyone has a therapist. Moms, right? Okay, so back to these deals. Great hotel deals every day. Check them out now at Priceline.
Arsenal fans might disagree, but at the moment it looks like 2 from 3 for those last 2 Champions League places behind Chelsea and Tottenham. These are the run-ins. Liverpool have 4 games left. They play Watford away on Monday, live here on NBCSN. City have 6 to play, the Manchester derby today. Then they've got the likes of Middlesbrough, Palace, Leicester, West Brom and Watford. So you've got to say Manchester United on the right of your screen have a much harder run-in with the Manchester derby, followed by the likes of Arsenal away, Tottenham away, Southampton away. Not too bad. They finish at home against Crystal Palace. So United at the moment are the outsiders, but a win today by 3 goals or more would actually take them into 3rd. And it's funny, really, because, Carl, we feel like they've been 6th all season, but they have a big chance today, and they have in their ranks a local boy, in fact, the only Mancunian on the field today, 19-year-old Marcus Rashford, who has proved already he's a big game player.
Yeah, he kind of proved it right at the beginning of his first-team career in his 4th ever Premier League appearance. It was the Manchester derby and he got the winner. So he was up for the big game right from the beginning. And he did an interview recently and spoke about Zlatan Ibrahimovic in a glowing way. And Robbie, we've talked about it all season, how good it was going to be for him to be an understudy. And he said, you will see, quote, this is from Rashford, you will see the benefits in years to come. What I've learned from him is irreplaceable. He would never wish Zlatan Ibrahimovic injury, obviously. No. But Zlatan's given him the courage, the confidence. It's kind of like teach a man to finish. Zlatan taught a boy to finish.
And it's very interesting, Carl, because if you rewound the clock back to those early 90s years with Mr. Alex Ferguson with the class of 92, that Eric Cantona, who was that guy, who instills the confidence and the belief and urges more out of these young players. Now, I just get this sense that this kid is growing into a Manchester United player, that he feels now that he's part of this team, that he should be on the team sheet, that he should be scoring goals. The game against Chelsea, where we were at Old Trafford, Rebecca, and it was very close to the action, he was outstanding. He terrorised Luis, Cahill and Azpilicueta by running in behind them, and the Chelsea players couldn't deal with him. Today, I think he'll want to do the same with Otamendi and Vincent Kompany.
How do you feel, Carl, that Jose Mourinho has managed Rashford this season? Because he could have played him in every game almost. He hasn't, though, has he?
Well, he's actually played him in a lot of games. He just hasn't played him in a lot of games in his role. And it kind of goes back to what I was just saying about Zlatan Ibrahimovic being injured. No one in the team, definitely not Mourinho, and probably not, of course, not Rashford either, would want him to be out. He's such a big presence. But it gives Rashford a run of games in the position I think he's the best at, in that striker role. And, you know, he and Martial can interchange in that role, but I just want to see him get his reps in the area of the field that I think he can make the biggest difference for this side.
And I look at him and Martial, Rebecca, it's time for them to grow now. You know, whether Zlatan signs, you know, we're coming to the end of Wayne Rooney, they could save this football club a lot of money going into the transfer market coming up, but they've got to grasp this opportunity. This is a huge football club that can't afford to wait too long. They have to be delivering here and now.
They've been unbeaten now for over 6 months, Robbie R, this Manchester United team.
Yeah.
How would you rate that unbeaten streak? Has it been
better than people have said, Rebecca? This is a Premier League. You have one bad day, you lose a game, that run's gone. Jose Mourinho installs something in his group of players. Now, I believe this group should be in the top four, and today, if they win, they get that chance to go in there and hold on to that spot. But he installs something in his team that you don't get beat, that you win points, that we get on runs, and he's took him to titles, he's took him to cups in the past, and it looks like he has an opportunity of taking Manchester United into a Champions League top four spot.
If they win, as I said, by 3 goals today, Carl, they will go third above Liverpool as well. As we watch Ander Herrera warm up here, are they a better team than Manchester City?
No, I don't think they are. I think what you're seeing is a short-term manager that's very pragmatic, that's willing to take a player like this, Herrera, and have him man-mark the best player on the other team, versus an idealist, versus a purist, versus a long-term vision manager who's trying ambitiously to create a beautiful game and suffering because of that. And, you know, I think the Manchester City team, if you go back to the reverse fixture in the first 45 minutes of that game at Old Trafford, put together one of the best 45 minutes I've seen from any team all season long. But Jose Mourinho's about winning games, so I guess it kind of depends on really what you're asking for. If you're asking for the beauty and what they're capable of, Manchester City's capable of more, but Jose Mourinho's got this team almost close to finishing above them.
Robbie, Neil Ashton mentioned him, Claudio Bravo. How much of a mistake was made letting Joe Hart go, in your opinion?
For me, it was a mistake, but it seems unfortunate for the 34-year-old Chilean goalkeeper who comes on, Rebecca. He's won 2 La Ligas, 1 Champions League with Pep in Barcelona, the most capped players in Chilean history, and he's almost come into English football with a reputation that's hurt him, that, you know, everybody says take shots on goal, they'll find their way into the back of the net. I think he wasn't helped by this sort of very public way that Joe Hart was discarded to Torino. Hart was a fan's favourite, somebody who'd been at the club, come through in the ranks from a younger age and been a big player at the football club, a big personality. And it's almost as though teams have targeted him. They've said, let Bravo have it to feet, then we'll close him down, then he'll cause problems. He's got back into the team now. He's got almost a second chance. I think this is his City career on the line, this next run of games. If he can stay until the end of the season and put in a couple of decent performances, then I'm not so sure Pep will want to quickly go into the market and bring another goalkeeper in.
I want to talk about Kevin De Bruyne, Kyle. Rarely, if ever, has a bad game. How would you rate his season?
I think altogether it's been a successful season, but there's been big games that he's kind of disappeared from. And, you know, as far as his influence, last season you saw the brilliance of what he's capable of, and that that brought about criticisms of why Jose Mourinho didn't see it and let him go. This year he's been moved to a different role. He's been asked to play in many different roles, but he and David Silva have been asked to do a little more of the defensive side of things, especially when Yaya Touré's out there as a lone holding midfielder. So, I think the learning curve for the entire team has caused a few individual performances to wane a little bit, and De Bruyne is one of them.
How much do you think, Robbie, the absence for so much of this season of captain Vincent Kompany has affected City? I mean, where would they be had he played every game? Do you think they'd be a lot higher?
They'd be a lot higher. Well, I believe, Rebecca, and it might be a big statement, I believe that they'd be possibly fighting for titles. So important as this guy, his personality, what he does on the pitch, how he organises people in front of him. This was a guy who led this team through titles in the past. Now he's been decimated with injuries of late. He's only had 5 Premier League appearances this season. Scored 1 goal in Southampton. We saw that meant to him. I look at Pep Guardiola and I look at Carlos Puyol, who he had at Barcelona. That guy was his manager on the pitch. Vincent Kompany can be the guy for Manchester City in very much the same role. He can organise those guys in front of him. He can make sure they're in balance so they don't get hurt on counter-attack. He can organise the full-backs to make sure they don't go too far. All the little things, all those little bits of detail, that's so important, that have to come from that central defender who's running the game for you, is Vincent Kompany. Now, talked about Claudio Bravo needing to finish the season. This guy needs to keep that rhythm of playing and training. It's so important that you get through games, that you get into training again, and you play your next game at the weekend, and there's a rhythm that your body picks up. He's lost it at the moment. He's missed too many games. If he can get that back, he's still got a big part to play in Manchester City's future.
Kyle, on the bench today for Manchester City, Gabriel Jesus is back from the metatarsal injury. You surprised at all? He's back early.
I am a bit surprised because that's a very delicate injury, and from my experience, when I've had teammates, I haven't had the injury myself, but I've had teammates that have had it. It's one of those ones where you almost, if they say it's 4 months back, you give them 5 months. I mean, he's back so quickly, and he is so important to this team's future. It maybe kind of shows Guardiola's hand a little bit that he knows how important it is that they finish top 4.
You've had the injury, haven't you, the metatarsal?
I've had the injury, and I sort of came back a little bit early, broke mine again, Rebecca. I was out for 12 months, had to have it pinned, so it is a little bit almost like you're wondering why they're rushing, but he's such a talent, and Pep Guardiola may just feel he brings something extra to City's end of the season.
Thank you, chaps. Well, the man whose future was under question a bit as Jesus looked to take his place earlier this season, Sergio Aguero, responded and some. And by the way, 8 goals in 10 Manchester derbies. They'll be watching him like a hawk. We're back in a moment.
Introducing Nissan's new Midnight Edition.
Cricket has something epic for you. Our plan started only $30 a month. We've got more 4G LTE coverage than T-Mobile or Sprint. Plus, switch now and get a brand new smartphone for free. Cricket Wireless, something to smile about.
At Men's Warehouse, expert stylists help you choose a complete suit package. Suit, dress shirt, and tie for just $1.99. And all shoes are 30% off. Plus, get all your casual looks with buy one, get one free. At Men's Warehouse.
Heineken tastes perfect every single time, and that doesn't happen by accident. It takes 15 years to become a Heineken brewmaster, almost as long as it took me to master this look.
She gave to me the man. She found an angel. What's his name now?
Still practicing. It takes 15 years to become a Heineken brewmaster. There's more behind the star.
Rob, you playing shuffleboard again? You know I gotta get ready for the grunt cruise, little voice in my stomach. Yeah, we need Alberto beef jerky to finish this game strong. So good. Alberto beef jerky. You get out what you put in.
At AutoZone, our Fix Finder tool helps you check your engine light on the spot.
Looks like an O2 sensor. And if you need a repair shop, we can help with that too.
I guess I didn't have to wait a whole month to get that checked out, huh?
You said it came on yesterday.
Let's get you what you need.
Liberty Mutual stood with me when this guy got a flat tire in the middle of the night.
Hold on, Dad. Liberty did what?
Yeah, Liberty Mutual 24-hour roadside assistance helped him to fix his flat so he could get home safely.
My dad says our insurance doesn't have that. Don't worry, I know what a lug wrench is, Dad. Is this a lug wrench?
Maybe. You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Previously on the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue tonight on NBCSN.
City fans will be delighted. The 20-year-old Brazilian striker Gabriel Jesus back on the bench today after breaking his foot back in mid-February. It's ammunition to call on if they need it. The lineups, Robbie, just remind us, Man City.
Yeah, Claudio Bravo starts in goal, 5 clean sheets in his 21 Premier League appearances this season. Not been an easy season for the Chilean goalkeeper. Zabaleta and Koloff come into the full-back positions. That's pretty normal for a Pep team now. Vincent Kompany and Otamendi will be the centre-back pairing. Ahead of them, in 2 important roles for Fernandinho and Touré, they have to be in balance. Manchester United might want to launch the quick counter-attacks. Ahead of them comes the talent. There's no David Silva, so Sane, De Bruyne and Sterling have to get on the ball and make things happen. De Bruyne's got 13 assists this season. That's the most in the league. They're looking to supply a top goal scorer. Sergio Aguero, 12 goals in his last 12 appearances in all competitions, and he's got 5 Premier League goals coming in his last 5 Premier League outings.
A reminder of what the manager Pep Guardiola had to say a short time ago.
Pep, after the disappointment of the FA Cup, is this the ideal game to have next? A big game?
Yeah, it's a big game. Happy to live it, to be here, to enjoy it.
When you look at the game tonight, what's the mentality of City going into the game?
But it's a game against a tough team who are so aggressive in the man-to-man in the duels, win a lot of duels. They are so fast in front with Mkhitaryan, Rashford and Martial. They're going to attack runs in behind, so it's a tough team without experience, and of course it's important for the qualification for the Champions League next season.
Is that United team, Carl?
Well, the speculation on De Gea's future continues, as you said, Rebecca, but his performance is excellent. Not being distracted by that speculation at all. Ahead of him, because of all the injuries, it's a center-back partnership of Blind and Bailly. They did play together in the reverse fixture. Darmian will play off the left. Luke Shaw still can't get into the team. Ahead of them, it's going to be Carrick that plays in the defensive midfield role. He'll be the anchor that tries to create tempo and bring Herrera and Fellaini into the game in advanced positions, but probably bypass them to bring these players in. And I talked about it earlier, Mkhitaryan was dragged at halftime in the reverse fixture and struggled after that, but has come back to show what he's capable of. Martial has the pace off on the left, but it's all about the young man Rashford up top and the big goals he scores in big games.
A reminder of the pre-match thoughts of Jose Mourinho.
It's a vital game in terms of Champions League qualification and also a derby as well. So how do those two factors combined affect your mentality going into this? What is the mentality?
The mentality is to try to forget what is waiting for us in the future and try to focus on today, because if we think too much about Europa League, I think we are going to lose qualities and potential for this game. I don't deny that Europa League is our main target, but we have to forget it because this game will demand a lot from us.
Is this more of a must not lose than must win game?
No, in this moment it's to win. But if City is much better than us and we manage a point, then I would be happy with that. But in this moment, we try to win.
Really looking forward to this one. Arlo Whiteley, Dixon and Graham Rousseau have the perfect vantage point up on the gantry at the Etihad. Gentlemen, for which team is this more important?
Well, I think that's a really good question tonight, Rebecca. By the way, the perfect night for a Manchester derby here. Clear blue skies, 1 or 2 patchy clouds about, wonderful temperatures, not a breath of wind in this enclosed stadium, and the atmosphere is building. To Rebecca's question, who's it more important for tonight?
Well, I actually think it's more important for Manchester United in the context that they've got a tougher run-in than Man City. So I think if they can pick up points tonight, that gives them a slight advantage of finishing ahead of Manchester City in the league, if they can then capitalise on it with tough games against Arsenal and Tottenham still in the running.
This is a Manchester derby. Don't try and put importance other than it's just against your opposition. This is one of the big derbies of the world, and there's no doubt that the players will be nervous. And it's important that both sets of managers get that. I'm sure they do. Mourinho's been in big games, and so has Pep. against each other in Spain and all of that. But it's a slightly different atmosphere here. And the one who comes out on top tonight is in a really good position because the points are so close. And as you said, Manchester United have got a slightly harder running.
Two clubs with massive budgets, but plenty of injuries. Where's this game going to be won and lost, Graham?
Well, actually, I'm looking at the creative players. I think Manchester United, the way they played against Chelsea, they went for the game, they used pace up front, they were a bit more solid defensively. So I think it's those creative players for either side because, you know, they're quality individuals that can cause any defence problems.
I think United will be looking at the Manchester City fullbacks in Zabaleta and Kolarov and saying, can we get our speed players down the outside?
And we're hearing that it's the first time, Rebecca, that Zabaleta and Kolarov, the old guard, if you will, at fullback, have started a Premier League game together since New Year's Eve at Liverpool. That was a 1-0 defeat. Back to you.
Lovely stuff, gentlemen. Thank you. Back to Arlo and the boys shortly. So much is always made of the two managers, and we talked about it so much at the early stage of the season. Mourinho and Guardiola don't get on that well. Do you think, despite the fact Mourinho has way more trophies, or double the amount of trophies that that Pep Guardiola has, do you think there's any kind of envy from Mourinho to Pep?
Let me put it this way, Rebecca. It'd almost be a perfect scenario. If Jose and Pep had a child, that would be the perfect coach. He'd have a little bit of that drive and determination from Jose. He'd have that little bit of style and panache that Pep brings to the table. When you look at the two, I don't think they get on quite as much as they pretend to get on. I think that's done more for cameras. But when I look at Jose Mourinho, I always get the sense there's a little bit of Pep that he'd like. Just the recognition of how he plays football, the style in which he does things, the free-flowing football that Pep Guardiola's teams play, I think Jose would like. When I look at Pep Guardiola, I'm not convinced there's any part of Jose Mourinho that he'd want, the way that Jose goes about his business. Now, today, it isn't about a thing of beauty. It's not about what sparkles most. It's about winning 3 points. And part of what Jose Mourinho will have a plan to get 3 points from Manchester United.
I think I exaggerated slightly. I don't think it's way more trophies. I apologise to Man City fans. Just a few, but you
way more seasons,
yeah, way more seasons.
Well, to stick with the child analogy, if they were siblings, I think Pep would be the older brother, and Jose Mourinho's the ornery younger brother, with the soccer world as a, sort of saying, why can't you be more like your older brother, Jose? But the thing is, this is Jose's backyard. I mean, this is where he's been successful, and also, this is the league where it's his style is more conducive to success in the Premier League. And we're watching kind of a little bit of a reinvention of Pep Guardiola in many ways, where he's struggling to get his beauty across, his philosophy across. So Jose Mourinho winning today and winning in his style will just be a noogie to his older brother.
Who are you going for?
Manchester City.
I'm going to go United.
Oh, okay, we love it. Whatever you're doing, you've got a couple of minutes to wrap things up, because coming next here on NBCSN, we'll be in the tunnel. As you can see there, 1 point separates City and United. It's massive. It's coming your way. Back with Arlo White when we return.
Never goes out of style. Introducing the redesigned 2017 Kia Cadenza.
Around the world, around the clock, in defense of all we hold dear back home. Learn more at Navy.com.
In this city, you have no choice. You're born into it. It's under your skin. It runs through your veins. You don't choose the colours choose you. They define us, they unite us, they divide us. The rivalry here never sleeps, it evolves, it changes, it takes on a life of its own. But this year it's no longer about glory, this is a fight to put things right, to prove who belongs among the elite. This is for the pride of the city. The city that only sees red and hears blue.
Always very atmospheric in the temporary tunnel area, isn't it, here at the Etihad? Not the brightest piece of real estate in the stadium here. The teams will emerge from the corner to a really, really good atmosphere. It's been a beautiful afternoon in Manchester. There are light blue skies above us. The top of the stand on the far side, bathed in sunshine. And here come Manchester City and Manchester United. It's blue against red, it's Pep against Jose, it's City against United. The world will watch the 174th Manchester derby with 3 vital points at stake in the race for the top 4. The kick-off is next on NBC SN.
And it's all tied up in Chicago.
I got this. Game over.
When you got flow, you know. New Gatorade Flow. All the flavor with a new smooth finish.
Changing your oil after 3,000 miles?
Kevin Harvick.
If you'd use new Mobil 1 annual protection, you wouldn't have to. It protects your engine for 1 year with just one oil change.
Don't change your oil. New Mobil 1 annual protection.
I got $10.
Who's this?
Oh, this is Frank. You tell him how much you want to spend on lunch. He tells you everywhere you can eat.
Kayak can't tell you everywhere you can go for lunch on your budget, but Kayak's Explore tool can tell you everywhere you can fly. Kayak. Travel problem solved.
Land Rover, above and beyond.
The Kentucky Derby on NBC and NBCSN.
Tottenham, Arsenal, Sunday at 11 on NBCSN.
Moments ago here at the Etihad, a cordial handshake between the two managers, Pep Guardiola and Jose Mourinho. Old adversaries, of course. The 19th time the two have met. And it's another big night for Daley Blind, making successive Premier League starts for the first time since early February, back in that starting role after injuries to Phil Jones, Chris Smalling and Marcus Rojo. Claudio Bravo, he's back in goal for Manchester City. He spent 8 games on the bench in the Premier League. He's now started the last 3 before this Hull and Southampton. And another test for him tonight. Martin Atkinson is the referee. His 4th Manchester derby. United have won his previous 3, 2009, 2010 and 2012. He was in charge of Chelsea's 4-2 win over Tottenham in the FA Cup semi-final. on Saturday. So on a Thursday night in the northwest of England, City Blue meets United Red for the 156th time in league football. The title, of course, is being fought for in London between Chelsea and Spurs. It's Champions League football next season that is the concern in these parts under Herrera. Starts again for Manchester United. Just 3 points separate Liverpool, City and United in 3rd, 4th and 5th. Arsenal a further 3 points back. So United are on the outside looking in at the moment, just a point behind City. If they win tonight, they'll end a day above City for the first time since August the 27th and enter the top 4 for the first time since mid-September. It is a glorious evening, perfect for football and a big game like this. And we have a 3-man booth for you. Alongside me, Lee Dixon and Graham Lasso. Gentlemen, good evening, good afternoon US time. What are you looking for tonight?
Just from a tactical point of view, we were talking about Manchester United setup, and Lee was speaking about the 2 City fullbacks. It's interesting, Rashford's actually started on the right-hand side for Manchester United, up against Kolarov, uses pace against him. Mkhitaryan's a little bit more through the middle. And I just think with Martial on the other side as well to get at Zabaleta, it's a good setup, good shape for Manchester United. See what impact those players can have in the early stages.
Jose Mourinho has only won 4 of the previous 18 meetings against Pep Guardiola. He did win the last one, a League Cup tie at Old Trafford in October. He hasn't orchestrated a win over Manchester City in his last 4. The cross comes in from Herrera to the back post, and Pablo Zabaleta, who's starting the Premier League game for the first time since January the 21st, had to be alert.
What a ball in that is from Herrera. Just jogs onto it, knows exactly what he's doing. A little bit more height on that. Fellaini would have been coming in on a favoured header, but just went over the top of Kompany, and that's good defending from the experienced Zabaleta.
He started 3 FA Cup ties in recent times. Zabaleta in his 9th season at City. Jesus and Navas have been playing in that position, and that's come off Zabaleta again for a corner from the other side. Marcus Rashford, who burst onto the scene last season, 18 years, 141 days old when he left Martin Demichelis on the seat of his pants at the opposite end in March. The last time these sides met here, a 1-0 victory for United, but it was City that picked them to Champions League football. Blind kills it in left-footed. Kolarov heads that one clear.
I'm all for defending your goal, but I never really understand why a team gets every single player back on a corner. Graham, 11 back for City there, clear the ball. I know it went out for a throw-in, but there's just no reprieve if you've not got anybody to knock it up to.
And De Bruyne, possibilities of a counter-attack here for Manchester City. Sane into Aguero, but Blint was alert to that and snuffed out the danger.
Did well there, Blint, because it was him that took the corner, that in-swinger from this right-hand side, got back into position, and Manchester City breaking quickly.
Just keeping the eye on Sane. He went in for a tackle first minute of the game. A little 50-50 ball went out of play, and he's just been holding, I think it's his left ankle, just limping a little bit, and keeps looking over at the bench, so keep your eye on that one.
Here's David De Gea for the first time tonight. Speculation swirling once again about a potential move for him in the summer to Real Madrid. There's Mkhitaryan. Now Fernandinho for Manchester City, and Toure finds Sane. And here's De Bruyne who can turn, and Sane will sprint down the left-hand side. Not required though. In off the right was Sterling, but once again Blind was there.
It's a good bit of movement, wasn't it, by De Bruyne? He's so aware of space and people around him, always available and very difficult to pick up. It's going to be a job, I think, between Herrera, who we saw man-to-man mark Hazard a couple of weeks ago, and Carrick, the other one. They're going to have to communicate, but Herrera's looking for De Bruyne at the moment, just at the left-hand side of the screen there. I think he's been tasked with keeping an eye on him when City have the ball.
Here's Vincent Kompany. Sergio Aguero. Has he on his side a corner? Yes, he has. Got a fine record in the Manchester derby. 8 goals in 10 matches in all competitions against Manchester United, 7 in the Premier League.
Only Alan Shearer, Thierry Henry, Steven Gerrard, Robbie Fowler and Les Ferdinand have scored more Premier League goals against Manchester United.
Commentator's curse. Watch this for a ball in. Normally it's a great corner.
Bruyne falls on the right foot of Aguero. Sane nestles it down to Kompany. Cleared by Martial. There's Zabaleta. Fed by Otamendi. And as far as Valencia, who was rested at the weekend after his exertions against Anderlecht. Aguero finds Sterling. Aguero gets it back when he's surrounded by red shirts. This is a 50-50 in the middle of the park, won easily by Fernandinho against Herrera. Now Sane will have a run here at Valencia, cuts it back towards Fernandinho. Herrera redeems himself and again, and then it's Fellaini who tries to release Mkhitaryan, but could only find Zabaleta.
Missed a trick there, Sane. He's got one-on-one Valencia backing off into his box. He gets into the box and then passes it. Don't understand. Take him on.
And then Martin Atkinson missed a kick. Collar off on Rashford. Should have been a free kick.
Aguero against Darmian. Gets it back from Zabaleta well. The pass is a little heavy.
That's what you call a rusty pass. Been out the team for a while. Just wanted to make sure it gets to its target, but Rober hit it. They've all been there, Graham, haven't they? Some more than others.
Yes, that's true. I thought you were talking about my commentary then when you started saying it was something's rusty. No, 3.5 years of it.
I haven't started abusing your commentary just yet. Not tonight, anyway.
He was actually abusing your career, as it turned out, when you were playing. Valencia. Plenty of air under that one to find Fellaini. Now Michael Carrick, who's in for the injured Paul Pogba. Martial with some good close control to wriggle away from Fernandinho. Then Zabaleta, still Martial, the flag raised on the near side against Marcus Rashford. But the first burst that we've seen from Anthony Martial in combination with Marcus Rashford.
Well, that's right, and it's interesting. Good to see Marcus Rashford coming in off this line. As I said, he's playing out on the right-hand side a little bit more. But Martial there working hard. Rashford is coming in inside, just offside. Good defensive work by Manchester City. Good communication. Held that line well.
2 goals in his last 3 Premier League appearances against Sunderland, then of course against Chelsea in that 2-0 victory, which advanced their own cause for Champions League football next season, and also just opened up a glimmer of a title race. The gap between Chelsea and Tottenham after the midweek matches remains at 4 points.
Remember on Saturday or the weekend, Arlo, when we had that moving ball free kick? They just had another one there. Bravo didn't take the free kick from the right spot in his own box with no Manchester United player anywhere near him. It's just petty refereeing for me, that.
Sterling, and again lofts it towards Aguero. Before here to De Bruyne, challenging with Darmian, and the cross comes into near post. Aguero was there. Or was it a foot of De Gea?
No.
Or was it the foot of the post? Either way, it's gone behind.
It's a goal kick, so you have to say it's a massive miss. Watch this for a ball from De Bruyne. Doesn't even think about where he's going to put it. He just hits it into that area. Doesn't look.
And the thing is, Lee, watch the connection here. The ball's actually running away from him. To wrap his foot around it and generate that sort of power to beat Blind. It's a tremendous ball in.
You have to say, from Aguero's point of view, that's an absolute sitter. A man of his quality.
And a man in such form as well. He's scored in 5 consecutive Premier League games. He was suspended for the reverse fixture in September, a 2-1 win for City at Old Trafford. Once again, he's hit the 30-goal mark for Manchester City this season in just 40 appearances. But how different perhaps the title race could have been were he not suspended for 7 games. 2 separate suspensions for red cards. Zabaleta gives it away to Fellaini. Martial trumped by Zabaleta. It's a City throw.
It's a really good test for the front boys for Manchester United playing against this experiencing Kompany, Zabaleta. The dark arts, they'll all be out tonight. Just little things, just watch off the ball with Kompany and Rashford, the little tugs of the shirt, the little pushes in the back, all things that the young man will have to get used to in his career.
They've had a little change up there as well, haven't they? Rashford's now playing down the middle.
Wayne Rooney, of course. On the bench tonight, the record goal scorer in Manchester derbies, fouled by Toure and Mkhitaryan. Fernandinho, excuse me, who's still down on the ground.
I think he's staying down on the ground because he was expecting a yellow card, I think. Look, the ball's gone past and he he couldn't get out of the way, to be fair to him. Take it all back, Mr. Atkinson. Good refereeing. See, we all make mistakes. It's just about owning up to him, Arlo.
How did I end up under the bus in that scenario? Fernandinho back to his feet. United free kick. Michael Carrick takes it. Mkhitaryan looks okay as well. Martial inside of Kompany. Martin Atkinson had a decent view of it. Says no free kick. And the City fans on the far side wonder if that wasn't any contact. Maybe embellishment. United fans away in the corner sure that was a foul. But we play on his Kolarov. Here's Sane. Fernandinho. Back towards Sane. He dummied it. Wanted to run towards Aguero, but it was Bai who got it clear. And now Rashford down in the centre of the park. Looks to be in some pain here, Marcus Rashford.
Yeah, Otamendi it was who came into collision with the young man. I'm not sure when he ran away from him. They clashed, he seemed to hold his leg or his arm as if he'd been stood on, but
good interception by Bai. You see it, he's definitely kicked it out at him, hasn't he?
Well, Martin Atkinson, he was nearly in the tackle, he was so close to that. I'm not sure how he's missed that one.
No, and I wonder if it's because the ball was so poor, he was never going to get onto it, so Martin Atkinson decided it wasn't a free kick, but clearly it was.
Yeah. Doesn't matter whether he's getting the ball or not, does it? He can't go around kicking people. What was that look for?
Otamendi. Here's Toure. And he finds Vincent Kompany, who started 2 of the last 3. His first Premier League appearances since November at Crystal Palace. You'll remember he missed the start of the season after surgery in his thigh and groin last summer. He came back in November, then suffered a knee injury. So the litany of injuries for the City captain continues to pile up, but he's back. He looks in commanding form, and he'll be desperate for a run in the side between now and the end of the season to stake his claim going forward under Pep Guardiola. You would imagine there will be defensive reinforcements arriving at the Etihad during the summer. Lots, yeah. If Guardiola feels, almost given away by Toure to Rashford, that he can